In this video, we are going to be summarizing Brandon Sanderson's Wheel of Time trilogy, the 3 books he wrote to finish what Robert Jordan started. But when transitioning from one author to another, I feel it's only natural to give full context of why exactly this had to happen and how Brandon Sanderson was chosen. Not only because, yes, information, if you want to be a fan of the Wheel of Time, it's important stuff, but it's also a pretty damn good story. It starts tragically, of course, and that's with, in 2007, Robert Jordan succumbing to his illness on September 16th. Cardiac amyloidosis is a rare blood disorder that apparently affects the heart. And after struggling with it for quite some time and having to cancel some upcoming events, he passed away. And not only this just being a personal tragedy, it put an additional question on his widow's shoulders, Harriet, of what to do with the series. She had worked incredibly close with Robert Jordan, making the Wheel of Time, not only acting as his editor, but also coming up with many things like chapter titles and being the inspiration for many of his characters. The Wheel of Time would not exist as it does without Harriet as well. I feel like that needs to be said more often than it is. But according to Robert Jordan's wishes, he did want the series to be finished after he passed. But by who, right? You have this broad cast of fantasy authors of that era, and apparently many of them were considered. Famously, it's come out that George R. R. Martin's name was like batted around, though that never got to any kind of serious place. I think the last I heard, there was not actually even an offer made. And I think George R. R. Martin has even said he would have said no. He had important things going on, like the Beauty and the Beast adaptation he wrote episodes for. He has a weirder career than many people. That's unrelated. Let's stay on topic. But despite, I'm sure, a lush crop of authors who would jump at the opportunity to finish one of the biggest fantasy series ever, Harriet didn't pick any of the obvious choices. And instead, she found a post that a rather obscure author had made about how just massively influenced they had been in their own personal writing by Robert Jordan and how devastated they were by his loss. And of course, this was Brandon Sanderson. I'll have that post linked down below if you'd like to read it. But after reading the kind words that Sanderson wrote for a complete stranger, Harriet said, "Hey, send me one of his books. I want to read it." Read a Sanderson book and decided, yep, this is the guy. And I've also heard Sanderson tell this story where apparently his agent got the call and told Sanderson what the offer was. And Sanderson, in a not business savvy move, essentially told their agent, whatever they ask, just say yes. Which I'm sure that's not exactly what an agent wants to hear, but I find it touching that this whole setup that launched Sanderson's career into what it has become now, and he's absolutely earned on his own right, happened because Harriet, who knew the Wheel of Time better than anyone else alive at that time, read a blog post and decided that despite Sanderson only ever having published these books by the time she read that blog post, she knew. And it's a better choice than anyone who's watching this video who has not read the Wheel of Time books is going to realize. Because there are like very minor complaints fans have in terms of the change of authorial voice. You can tell it's a new author, but every time you hear people really get into it, it feels like splitting hairs most often. And then the biggest issues just feel like, yeah, it's not perfect. And the end result also feels like it fits Sanderson's style like a glove. Because as I've said, the Wheel of Time has 3 books that just become a Sanderlanche. Gathering Storm's a bit of setup, but it explodes from there. And talk about foreshadowing in a career. Sanderson said he's not going to write in the Wheel of Time universe anymore, and I don't blame him. I mean, God, early on in your career, taking this on, well, he ended up doing a good job. I cannot imagine how stressful that was. And obviously he's busy with his own works and world. I can do a video in the future about what we have learned for Robert Jordan's potential plans for stories that maybe could have happened after the core series, though there isn't too much there. But anyway, I just thought that story really means a lot to fans in general because it kind of feels like after a tragedy, somehow winning a lottery. And the more time passes, almost better age the choices become. And these 3 books are still in my top 10 Sanderson books. He did obviously an immaculate job, and also put them out really quickly, which is, I know it's Sanderson, but think about this. He's picking up someone else's work, having to
stay on target.
But I'm also curious from you all, just listening to me tell the story here, if you'll be able to pick up any differences through my translation of it. We'll see. Anyway, now it's time to move on into the next summary for the third to last Wheel of Time book, The Gathering Storm. Do you all know how Sanderson's known for his Sander lanches? The Gathering Storm sets up what I would argue is afterward a 2-book-long Sander lanch in Towers of Midnight and Memory of Light. It's a lot, but before we get into that, let's set it all up with The Gathering Storm, which is quite literal in the title because we open this book seeing a whole bunch of common folk from across the lands are feeling the Talviran tug. And it's actually just letting people know across the world, like actually sending a message to everyone that the last battle is coming and we need to prepare. So people from across the world can just instinctively know, oh, okay, it's time to get ready, which I kind of just, this book starting on that is such an ominous feeling of, oh, the last battle is going to be something huge. And yes, we're actually going to be doing something special for it in this video. But continuing on from there, I also want to note that you're going to notice some things in the next couple of books that don't make sense in the order they appear in. Just know that a couple of sequences, and I'll try and point them out and remember them, are presented non-linearly because there's just so many different storylines that need to be wrapped up, and a couple characters need to be in different places. Tam, for example, that's going to be one in the future. Keep an eye out. But the first and easiest plot line to wrap on up is Perrin and Fail, because the book also starts off with, remember how Massima, the crazy prophet that they knew from book 2 onward that has gathered up all these culty people, basically his entire force is destroyed. He's got about 100 men left after the Shido just butchered all of his followers. I guess he was just really egotistical and thought his people could stand up to the Shido in a frontline charge. No Massima. And so Fail finds him wandering with some of her Cha Fail, the people pledged to her, and they just unleash arrows and kill the rest of Massima's men. Just and then Fail specifically goes off and does the finishing move on Massima and says, in the most badass Fail moment of the whole series, sometime a wife has to do what her husband can't.
Honey! Honey! Honey!
Oh, Fail, damn, that's so cold murder. What's her husband doing? He's dealing with over 100,000 refugees. Not great. We also have some time noted that him and Fail are getting along great since she's been back, though Fail does go off to have her own little private burning ceremony with the people she was held captive with, and she keeps a little blue stone that Roland, who I called Roland by mistake, gave her, Fail. That's weird. I get that there's like Stockholm Syndrome, but whatever, let's move on. Perrin also goes into the wolf dream and Hopper's there, wagging his tail, being the bestest boy, asking Perrin to come run with him, just enjoy the dream. Perrin says, no, I can't be a wolf. I'm not gonna turn into a wolf and run with you. And dude, why you gotta let down Hopper? That's just a bad note for Perrin to be on right now. Hopper kicks him out of the wolf dream, and from there, we're gonna cut on over to Matholomule, because Matt is trying to not admit to himself that he misses Tuon. Like, yeah, he's married to her, but he keeps telling Telmanis, the noble he's super chill with, I'm not gonna stop drinking, all right? I'm not gonna stop carousing just because I'm married. God, I'm not lame, am I? To which Telmanis goes, hey man, some of the 5 great captains like Rhoda Ituralda are married. So, you know, you can be like them, which I guess kind of appeases Matt, but Matt internally is still telling himself, I'm not a noble, even though he's now a prince in the literal Shan Chan Empire. Good job, Matt. But Matt needs to take the Band of the Red Hand to get some supplies before he leaves them to try and go and rescue Moraine with Tom, but the dice start tumbling in his head again. They're just always rolling around in there. So he goes to a village called Hindersnap, right? Correct name on screen. And the people there are immediately insisting like, yeah, you can trade with us. Matt even begins gambling and purposely losing to like get their hopes up so he can then do a gamble to pay for a bunch of supplies for his people. But they just the whole time keep telling him, you gotta be gone by nightfall. Be out of here by the time the sun goes down. We're not even gonna let you be near in the village when the sun goes down. And then they definitely let him and his entire party, including Aes Sedai, stay until the sun's going down. They didn't really execute follow through. It's important, village guy, because once the sun goes down, everyone in the village goes crazy, turning into rage zombies. And so Matt and his party, just confused as hell, have to fight their way out, killing these people who've just gone mad, actually taking a couple prisoner to try and question them once dawn comes. They get out of the town, and the next morning they go back, and everything's reset. All the people they killed are alive again. They're just, bloop. Hi, we're back. Also, we don't remember attacking you. Sorry. And Matt asks them, what the hell? And Top Marilyn has a bit of an explanation that he thinks it's like a hitch in the pattern, like a glitch where things are resetting, which does go into one of my conspiracy theories about the pattern in the Wheel of Time. Hear me out. It could be malfunctioning software. That's a video for another day. We don't got time for it. At this point, though, Varen comes and actually says hi to Matt. And Varen's there for a specific reason. She actually didn't know if she was going to meet Matt or Perrin here. She just knew she was being pulled on by the pattern. And she warns Matt that she found his picture with a dark friend. So be careful, my dude. There's people out there hunting you, which is not news to anybody in the world. But she also has an offer for Matt. She will take him and his men directly to Camelin through a gateway as long as he agrees to wait 10 days and open this letter. Matt says, okay, that's tempting. I might want to open your letter, deal or no deal. But counteroffer, what if I'm able to resist opening it for 30 days? Then I don't gotta do whatever the hell's in your letter. And for some reason, Varen agrees. But Matt, lacking a lot of self-control, is constantly like, what's in that letter? Oh, I want to know what's in that letter. Oh no, I'm not gonna open it. I'm not gonna open it. So that's him for a while. And from here, we need to pick on up with Rand al'Thor. But we're not gonna finish his plot line yet. We're just starting it with some tickles. So coming down here, we know he has Cimarog prisoner. And Lews Therin in his head is just pissing him off, complaining about women, and actually informs Rand that part of the reason the seal in the Dark One's prison isn't perfect is because he wasn't helped by female Aes Sedai back in the past. What? Lore drop. Continuing on from that, Rand keeps telling himself, I need to be hard to steal. I cannot be a bleeding heart liberal. I need to be firm and willing to make sacrifices, but also don't physically torture Cimarog. I know she's one of the Forsaken, but don't hurt a woman. Rand?
Why are you the way that you are?
And Cimarog's kind of cocky about it. She's telling the Aes Sedai that are torturing her basically like, do better. This isn't great. Cadsuane? She goes, bet. Cadsuane sees a Forsaken not being tortured well and starts cracking her knuckles like, I'm gonna find a way to break a Forsaken. Though she's a little disturbed by seeing a little bit of herself in Cimarog, Cadsuane, she sees how someone could become what Cimarog is. I also want to get a little bit more into Cadsuane's character here. I've given her the big buff arms to represent that she is the really strong Aes Sedai who's willing to stand up to Rand, kind of get in his face a little back, and they have that I respect you, I don't respect you relationship. And definitely Rand does need a Cadsuane in his life. But there's some errors in how Cadsuane is dealing with Rand. While Moiraine eventually figured out that Rand's stubbornness can be worked with, Cadsuane is constantly trying to pull strings and be more insulting, which is not necessarily the way to get a Two Rivers boy on your side. And so the tensions between them are mounting. But Rand, sick of everyone constantly fighting when the last battle's on the horizon, goes to Ered Doman, where the Shan-Chan are still fighting people, and demands that Rhoda Ituralde, one of the great captains, stop. He goes, look, man, I'm going to deal with the Shan-Chan. We're going to find peace. I know you're super mad at them right now, but we all got to worry about Satan, right? Let's worry about Satan, which Rhoda Ituralde at first is like, no, but Rand's a Tal'Viran, so Rhoda Ituralde is instantly more likely to say yes. Then finally Rand goes, what if I make you king, right? I'll make you king, go to the Blight, help me fight the last battle, please? And Rhoda Ituralde finally agrees because, you know, Satan. But it is noted the Shan-Chan army in this country is 300,000 soldiers strong, with a bunch of Suldam and Domani mixed in, so scary. We cut from here to seeing that Cadsuane is meeting with Cerelia, one of the wise ones. They're getting along, and they're also talking about the Adom they found in Cimarog's ambush on Rand, and how, she promised Rand she'll keep them safe. No way one of those Adom's gonna wind up around his neck. Don't look later on the board. But they want to experiment with these, though she's been banned from using them on the Ashaman because they want to figure out what the limits of these Adom are. The better you understand the weapons of your enemy, the better you're able to counter them. At this point, though, in the dream world, we see Rand runs into Moradin, who we know is a Shamael reincarnated. And Shamael tells Rand basically the logic problem that did lead him to joining the Shadow that you can't objectively say he's wrong about. Moradin / Shamael says, the Dark One's going to have infinite chances to break the wheel because time is cyclical. All he has to do is win once, and we lose forever. Yeah, we've gotten lucky so far, Rand, but we're gonna lose Theron, alternating between calling him Luz and Rand. And Rand, in the current mental state he's in, doesn't even necessarily say he's wrong. He's just, I gotta fight, I guess. And there's a whole lot of parallels between Rand and Moradin, and there have been all the way since he was Luz Theron. Though now, it's even noted they do look similar to each other. And remember, they are forever kind of psychically bonded because they touch tips with their balefire blasts. That's my representation of that. So these guys do have like a psychic connection that's different than a warder bond. Min is doing her damnedest to just fully study the prophecies of the dragon, finding all the literature she can, taking a whole bunch of stuff from Harold Fell, that scholar who died that made Min and Rand so sad they finally boned. And she figures out that Rand needs to destroy the existing seals in the Dark One's prison, otherwise his new seal won't be perfect. Not good. So they have to actually let the Dark One free to be able to imprison the Dark One. That's rough, but it makes sense. You know, if you're going to build a prison, you don't build it on top of a prison. That's weird. We also see that the Aiel are definitely planning that after the last battle's over, if they win, eventually they're going to kick Shan-Chan ass. There's been a lot of people obviously very mad at these invaders who came across the sea and are trying to retake the land because they deserve it. Bullshit. And so the wise ones and a few other Aiel are like, okay, yeah, Rand doesn't want us fighting Shan-Chan right now. As soon as he dies, because he's destined to die, we mark those mother. Yeah, all right, fist bump, let's kill him. And we see Cadsuane actually finds a way to torture Cimarog. And in Robert Jordan being Robert Jordan, it's spanking. No, let me explain. The logic presented in the story, this is not from me, is that Cimarog can't stand being humiliated. So Cadsuane takes Cimarog, bends her over her knee because she's shielded and all this stuff, and starts spanking her in front of other Aes Sedai until Cimarog breaks. Robert Jordan, what the f? This guy 100%, in my opinion, allegedly, had a spanking kink. But going to Cimarog's perspective later that day, we see Shadar Haran, the Hand of the Shadow, frees her along with one Black Aja sister and gives her one of the male Idom and says, you have one shot, one opportunity to seize everything you ever wanted. You gonna capture or let it slip? Go get the Dragon Reborn. And Cimarog, she's gonna go do that. So she manages to put a disguise in herself because she's no longer shielded, so she looks like someone else, sneaks up behind Rand and puts the male Idon on him. Trigger warning for a lot. This is the darkest scene with Rand in the Wheel of Time. Just be ready for that. Because Min is also in the room, and the Black Aja sister throws Min across the room, and they're, wanting to take revenge on everything that's been on the Cadsuane for this time. So
Samir Haj,
with the Idom that she can control Rand with, forces him to go over to Min and start strangling her. And Rand, obviously, doesn't want to kill the woman he loves with his own bare hands, and so he is losing it internally. At the same time, Luz Theron is wailing inside of Rand's head about how he is responsible for killing his own wife. So there's like an angle of PTSD coming into this already. Here's what happens. This can't be happening! I will not do this again! Something snapped inside of him. He grew cold. Then that coldness vanished. He could feel nothing. No emotion, no anger. At that moment, he grew aware of a strange force. It was like a reservoir of water, boiling and churning just beyond his vision. He reached toward it with his mind. A clouded face flashed before Rand's own, one whose features he couldn't quite make out. It was gone in a moment, and Rand found himself filled with an alien power. Not Sayadine, not Sayadar, but something else. Something he'd never felt before. Oh, light! Luz Theron suddenly screamed, That's impossible. We can't use it. Cast it away. That is death. We hold death and betrayal. It is him. Rand closed his eyes as he knelt above men, and then he channeled the strange unknown force. Energy and life surged through him, a torrent of power like Sayadine, only 10 times as sweet and 100 times as violent. It made him alive, made him realize that he had never been alive before. It gave him such strength as he had never imagined. It revealed even the power he'd held when drawing from Coden Cal. He screamed in both rapture and rage and wove enormous spears of fire and air. He slammed the weaves against the collar at his neck, and the room exploded with flame and bits of molten metal, each one distinct to Rand. He could feel each charge of metal blast away from his neck, warping the air with its heat, trailing smoke as it hit a wall or the floor. He opened his eyes and released Min. She gasped and sobbed. Rand stood and turned, white-hot magma in his veins, as when Cimarog had tortured him, yet somehow opposite. As painful as this was, it was also pure ecstasy. Cimarog looked utterly shocked. "But that's impossible," she said. "I felt nothing. You can't." She looked up, staring at him with wide eyes. "The true power. Why have you betrayed me, great lord? Why?" Rand raised a hand, and filled with the power he did not understand, wove a single weave. A bar of pure white light of cleansing fire burst from his hand and struck Cimarog in the chest. She flashed and vanished, leaving a faint afterimage to Rand's vision. Her bracelet dropped to the floor. "What have you done?" Lews Therin asked. "Oh, Light, better to have killed again than do this. Oh, Light, we are doomed." Rand savored the power for a moment longer, and regretfully let it drop away. He would have held on, but he was simply too exhausted. The vanishing of it left him numb. He had been wrong. There had indeed been something more that Cimarog could do to him. He had felt himself killing one he loved dearly. Before, when he had done it as Lews Therin, he had been mad and unable to control himself. He could barely remember slaying Ilyena, as if through a clouded dream. He realized what he had done only after Ishmael had awakened him. Finally now, he knew precisely what it was like to watch as he killed those he loved. "It is done," Rand whispered. "What?" Min asked, coughing again. "The last that could be done to me," he said, surprised at his own calmness. "They have taken everything from me now." Within this void, he had no emotion, none at all. They could not break or bend him. It was done. Now I want to translate that a little bit to modern talk. Rand already throughout this series has been suffering from severe anxiety and depression. He's destined to die and cannot handle the crazy amount of pressure on his shoulders, but he's also suffering from the PTSD of the madman in his head who butchered all of his loved ones, and on top of that, his own experiences and chronic pain that he feels every single day. And to be able to keep stepping forward now, he's saying he just has to feel nothing. He's going to exist in the void. He's going to try and avoid feeling anything at all. And this leads him to consistent bad decision making, including him turning to Yahar, whose last name is Narishma, and most people actually refer to him as his last name Narishma, and teaching an Ashaman how to make balefire and telling him, if you ever see a Forsaken, use this. Rand, you just handed an Ashaman the ability to destroy the world if you wanted to, but fortunately, Narishma's dope. We all love Yahar and Narishma. This brings us to Cadsuane. She was the one who was supposed to hide these tools. And Cimarog got her hands on one.
You done messed up, Aaron!
And so Rand, once he figures out Cadsuane failed him in this way, says that if he sees her again, he will kill her. Because she promised him she would keep an eye on this Adom, and he almost just killed Min because she failed at that. "I sent people to your room. Tell me, is this box where you were keeping the bracelets? We found it open on the floor of your quarters." Cadsuane turned toward him angrily. "You searched my room?" "I was unaware that you were visiting Wise Ones," Althor said. He gave a small nod of respect to Cerelia and Amis, which they hesitantly returned. "I sent servants to check on you, as I feared Cimarog might have tried for revenge." "They shouldn't have touched this," Cadsuane said, taking the box from the maiden. "It was prepared with very intricate wards." "Not intricate enough," Rand said, turning away from her. He still stood by that darkened window, looking out over the camp. The room fell silent. Narishma had been asking quietly after Min's health, but he fell silent when Althor stopped speaking. Rand obviously felt that Cadsuane was responsible for the male Idom being stolen. But that was preposterous. She had prepared the best wards she knew, but who knew what knowledge the Forsaken had for getting past wards? How had Althor survived? And what of the other contents of that box? Did Althor now have the access key? Or had the statuette been taken by Cimirog? Did Cadsuane dare ask? The silence continued. What are you waiting for? She finally asked, with all the bravado she could summon. Do you expect an apology from me? From you? Althor asked. There was no humor in his voice, just the same cold evenness. No, I suspect I could sooner expect an apology from a stone than you. You are exiled from my sight, Cadsuane, he said softly. If I see your face again after tonight, I will kill you. Rand, no, Min said, standing up beside the bed. He didn't turn toward her. Cadsuane felt an immediate stab of panic, but she shoved it aside with her anger. What? She demanded. This is foolish, boy. He turned again, and that gaze of his made her trail off. There was a danger to it, a shadowy cast to his eyes that struck her with more fear than she thought her aging heart could summon. As she watched, the air around him seemed to warp, and she could almost think that the room had grown darker. But, she found herself stuttering, you don't kill women. Everyone knows it. You can hardly put the maidens into danger for fear of them getting hurt. I have been forced to revise that particular inclination, Rand said, as of tonight. But, Cadsuane, he said softly, do you believe that I could kill you? Right here, right now, without saying a word or the power, do you believe that if I simply willed it, the pattern would bend around me and stop your heart? By coincidence? Being a Tal'Viran didn't work that way. Light, it didn't. Did it? He couldn't bend the very pattern to his will, could he? And yet, reading his eyes, she did believe. Against all logic, she looked in those eyes and knew that if she didn't leave, she would die. After touching the Dark One's power, the true power, that is clearly going to be marking for us, the reader, that Rand is entering his weakest state. This is one of Robert Jordan's big themes, that you may try and be strong and just live as a singular beacon of power, but there is no strength in that. And that is going to be where Rand's arc goes from here. And it's downhill, because after this casting away of Cadsuane, we enter the phase that is known amongst the fandom as Mad or Dark Rand. And making things even worse, Aviendha, one of the women he loved, who's been with him in Eredamon up until this point, leaves to go to the Waste to officially become a Wise One. Side note, her journey to become a Wise One is actually pretty great, because she's been given endless, meaningless, dumb tasks by the existing Wise Ones as punishment for reasons she does not know why. And when she finally turns around, like after filling a bucket with one drop of water at a time, and goes, why? Why are you punishing me? I won't do it. F you. This is ridiculous. Screw honor and GE toe. That's when the Wise Ones go, good. You're willing to stand up for yourself, and you realize that even our culture and way of life sometimes need to be examined, and you're willing to fight back and stand up for yourself. Go to Roydeon and become a Wise One. It's a hell of a final test. Apparently, some of the Wise Ones here actually lasted quite a while in this and spent months of their life being given useless tasks because they were too stubborn. It's a kind of parallel opposite to Rand, realizing you need to bend, you need to break to be able to learn and grow. Aviendha, the best. Also, it's noted she spent quite a bit of time bonding with Min during this time, so all of the polyamory, love interest, mesh thing getting along. Rand, though, did take the access key from Cadsuane, and now he has access to the Coden Cowl always. That ocean of power he was able to use to cleanse Sayadine is at his fingertips. Important note, the female access key is now useless because the giant statue that accesses that's in this island nation down here was destroyed when Sayadar was used to help cleanse Sayadine, hence why that mass unaliving happened amongst those people on that island. So the male access key still works, but the female one does not. Lews Therin is constantly raving in Rand's head, but he just reassures Lews Therin the pain will eventually end. We will die. The pattern itself seems to be doing worse during this time as Rand is falling into this darkness. There are more of these ghostly visions. And one of the few people around him who's actually able to get some human emotion from him is Nynaeve. She is traveling with him in Eredamon, and she is still treating him the most she can like the farm boy she babysat. And that is one of the big reasons why fans, myself included, just adore these two's relationship, because she knows, unlike Cadsuane, you can't manipulate Rand into what you want him to do. And while Moraine was better at kind of guiding Rand, she didn't know him like Nynaeve does. And so Nynaeve is essentially the best of both worlds, but there's only so much she can do. And now we are going to see how dark Rand is going to get here, because we see a messenger. There is a dark friend among their ranks that is found out because it is found that he poisoned some people, and Rand discovers there is compulsion from Graendal on his mind. He then has Nynaeve remove the compulsion from this person's mind to the best of her ability, and doesn't tell Nynaeve that this will essentially mentally break the guy. It does. Nynaeve is upset about that, but the man managed to say Natron's Burrow, which is where Grandal is hiding out. Rand now wants to have some serious successes in sequence here, preparing for the last battle. He just had this awful thing happen to him. He needs to prove that this new strength that he's trying to make a real thing is actually going to be effective in the last battle, so he goes to meet with Tuon. Yeah, the actual Daughter of the Nine Moons. There's a scheduled meeting between Rand and the massive Shan-Chan army, and he wants peace. Arriving at this meeting, he is obviously with his retinue. Tuon brings a lot of Suldam and Damani, and they begin talking. Rand, during this time, is embracing the Source through the access key, flooded with power. Not the right mental state to be in while trying to negotiate peace, and he handles this absolutely horribly. Though his Tal'Virin angle is working itself on Tuon, I think the implication of this is that because she's a descendant of Arthur Hawkwing, who was himself a Tal'Virin that was as strong as, maybe in the same ballpark as strong as Rand, she's able to resist a bit better. Whether or not that's the case, I'm not entirely sure. She's just one of the few people who, during this crazy time where Rand's will is bending people right and left, doesn't just say yes, because he says surrender, stop the war, fight with us, and win the last battle. And Tuon says, hey, our prophecy says you need to take a knee before the Crystal Throne, and everyone has to serve me for the last battle to be won. And Rand says, that you know. Tuon then brings up Mat, which kind of puts Rand on his back foot. What? Because she's now married to Mat, though she doesn't tell them that. But at the end of this, Tuon's not wrong, and I hate to say that because she's a Shan-Chan, but Rand storms out, basically just not willing to bend on anything, and she goes, that's a madman. We're not serving that. And in this current mental state, she is correct. Rand is off his rocker. And we see after she leaves this meeting, she goes to her people and begins ordering an assault on Tar Valon. Yep, the Shan-Chan want to go collar as many Aes Sedai as possible and destroy the heart of power of channeling in the Westlands. Tuon, I hate admitting this, is doing a pretty good bit of concession to Rand even going in this in a weird Shan-Chan way. Because if she had already declared herself Empress, which she has not done technically yet, she could not meet with Rand without him being subservient to her. So she waited to declare herself Empress to be able to meet him on equal footing, which I know is dumb, but you gotta give her credit for overcoming her own culture stuff. And on top of that, I do believe she showed up at this meeting in good faith, wanting to negotiate in some way, and they both equally were stubborn asses, but Rand was more of the shouty dick about it. And then we see Rand do possibly his most screwed up thing in the entire series while he's in this state, because Robert Jordan really wanted to show us a lot of what he learned during his time as a soldier, in my opinion, and that's how constantly being in this pressure, this situation, can break somebody. And it does Rand. He goes to Natron's Burrow, where he knows Grandal is hiding out. He takes one of his men as a messenger and sends them in to go and try and offer Grandal peace. Of course, Rand doesn't actually want that. And instead, when that soldier returns, he can tell there is compulsion on the guy's mind. Because Grandal loves compulsion. Of course, she's going to compulse one of Rand's guys to tell her everything. But that confirms to Rand Grandal is in that place. And so he embraces enough of the Source and creates enough balefire to erase the entire place from the map. This giant palace, gone. Servants, innocent people, everything, murdered in a second, burnt from existence. No attempt to save anybody. Rand just committed essentially a war crime. After he does this, Cadsuane and Nynaeve both agree, oh my god, we have lost Rand. He is too far gone. And Cadsuane says we need to find Perrin. But why? We shall see. Feeling like he's at least had one success, Rand is getting ready to leave Ered Doman, but as he's leaving, he's told by one of the people working for him that, hey, all this food we were about to rely on has gone bad. It's spoiled. There's gonna be mass starvation. Things here are looking terrible. To which Rand says, I can't help with that. And the guy who was once twisting nobles' arms to lower taxes and work for the lesser lords leaves and goes to Tyr. And he meets with massive amounts of his men that are gathered here, and he tells them we're preparing to go to the last battle. And from there, he's going to meet with that massive army of borderlanders that has been coming further south because he's pissed that they're coming south. Go back up towards the Blight and get ready to fight. And so he makes a list of demands and tells them that he's going to meet with them. And he goes to the meeting to meet with a bunch of borderlanders. And instead of the agreed upon emissary he was going to talk with, they send one man, Huron the Sniffer. I love Huron the Sniffer so much. This should be a moment for Rand where he remembers this guy treating him like a lord, but how he felt uncomfortable by that, and Huron was only ever so nice. Instead, Rand picks him up with the power and interrogates him to make sure he's real, and then basically demands Huron tell him why that the nobles didn't come on their own, and Huron has the response, well, you were not really setting up a fair meeting, so they want to meet you in Farmatting. Remember the place where channeling doesn't work? So I was sent to tell you that, and Rand says they sent you because they want a personal connection. Huron's like, yeah, but hi. And Rand's just an ass to Huron. Rand, Huron's done no wrong. Rand goes and sends a message to that army, doesn't do the meeting in Farmatting, and just leaves a message that's like, either come to the last battle or don't. I'm done with it, and leaves. Not a good look, my guy. Oh, yeah, you can't just make demands left and right. I understand, you're right, the last battle is coming, but people have priorities and concerns, and you just making demands, kicking through doors, isn't gonna make everyone want to fall in line. Humans are human. But now, why did Cadsuane want to find Perrin? Well, she managed to figure out where he was, they opened a gateway, and no, they didn't want to bring Perrin to meet with Rand. Last time these two were in a room together, Rand almost killed Perrin, if you remember. Instead, she got Tam, his dad. And this is one of the most heartbreaking scenes in the series, the Gathering Storm. And we're going to read this now. Oh, it gives me goosebumps every time. So Rand goes into his room in Tyr, and Tam is waiting for him on the balcony. And at first he thinks he's a stranger, and Rand's mad, and then he turns around, and he instantly knows it's not a trick, it's not an illusion, that's his dad. And Rand has a really hard time even showing his humanity to his father, but it's really clear that he wants to, and Robert Jordan, Brandon Sanderson, in this scene are using the Golden Cow, the access key that Rand hasn't been putting down as him attempting to do that. He puts it on the carpet, but then picks it back up. It's like a crutch. It's a coping mechanism for him always feeling so afraid. But his father is able to say some things that really start getting into Rand's mind, and you think this could be heading in the right direction. And then it goes poorly. A soldier doesn't have a lot of choices for his own destiny, Tam said, tapping softly at the railing with an idle finger. More important men make all the decisions. Men, well, I guess men like you. But my choices are made for me by the pattern itself, Rand said. I have less freedom than a soldier. You could run, deserted, or at least gotten out by legal means. And you can't run? Tam asked. I don't think the pattern would let me, Ram said. What I do is too important. It would just force me back in line. It has done so a dozen times already. And would you really want to run? Tam asked. Rand didn't reply. I could have left those wars, but at the same time, I couldn't have. Not without betraying who I was. I think it's the same for you. Does it matter if you can run? When you know that's not what you're going to do. I'm going to die at the end of this, Rand said, and I have no choice. Tam stood up straight, frowning. In an instant, Rand felt that he was 12 years old again. I won't have talk like that, Tam said. Even if you are the Dragon Reborn, I won't listen to it. You always have a choice. But maybe you can't pick where you're forced to go, but you still have a choice. How? Tam laid a hand on Rand's shoulder. The choice isn't always about what you do, son, but why you do it. When I was a soldier, there were some who fought simply for money. There were others who fought for loyalty to their commanders, or to the crown, or whatever. The soldier who dies for money and the soldier who dies for loyalty are both dead, but there's a difference between them. One death meant something. The other didn't. I don't know if it's true that you'll need to die for all this to play out, but we both know you aren't going to run from it. Changed though you are, I can see that some things are the same, so I won't stand any whining on the subject. I wasn't whining, Rand began. I know, Tam said. Kings don't whine, they deliberate. He seemed to be quoting something, though Rand had no idea who. Oddly, Tam gave a brief chuckle. It doesn't matter, Tam continued. Rand, I think you can survive this. I can't imagine that the pattern will give you some peace considering the service you're doing for us all. But you're a soldier going to war, and the first thing a soldier learns is that you might die. You might not be able to choose the duties you're given, but you can choose why you fulfill them. Why do you go to battle, Rand? Because I must. That's not good enough, Tam said. To the crows with that woman. I wish she'd come to me sooner if I'd known. What woman? Cadsuane Sedai, Tam said. She brought me here, said I needed to talk to you. I'd stayed away previously because I thought the last thing you needed was your father stomping across your field. Tam continued, but Rand stopped listening. Cadsuane. Tam had come because of Cadsuane. It wasn't because Tam had noticed Nynaeve and taken the opportunity, not because he just wanted to check on his son, but because he'd been manipulated into coming. Would that woman ever leave Rand alone? His emotions, seeing Tam, were so strong that they had worn away the ice. Too much affection was like too much hatred. Either one made him feel, which was something he could not risk, but he had, and suddenly feeling nearly overcame him. He shuddered, turning away from Tam. Had their conversation all been another one of Cadsuane's games? What was Tam's part in it? Rand, Tam asked. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have brought up the Aes Sedai. She said you might be angry if I mentioned her. What else did she say? Rand demanded, spinning back toward Tam. The stout man took a hesitant step back. Night air blew around them. Lights from the city dots below. Well, Tam said, she told me that I should talk about your youth. Remind you of better times. She thought she manipulates me, Rand said softly, meeting Tam's eyes. And she manipulates you. Everyone ties their strings to me. The rage boiled inside. He tried to shove it back, but it was so difficult. Where was the ice, the quiet? Desperately, Rand sought the void. He tried pouring all of his emotions into the flame of a candle as Tam had taught him so long ago. Sayadine was waiting there. Without thought, Rand seized it, and in doing so was overwhelmed with those emotions he thought he'd abandoned. The void shattered, but somehow Sayadine remained, struggling against him. He screamed as the nausea hit him, and he threw his anger at it in defiance. Rand, Tam said, frowning. You should know better than— Be silent, Rand bellowed, throwing Tam to the floor with a flow of air. Rand wrestled with his rage on one side and Sayadine on the other. They threatened to crush him between them. This is why he needed to be strong, couldn't they see? How could a man laugh when confronted by forces like these? I am the Dragon Reborn, Rand roared at Sayadine, at Tam, at Cadsuane, at the Creator himself. I will not be your pawn. He pointed at Tam with the access key. His father lay on the stone floor of the balcony. You come from Cadsuane pretending to show me affection, but you unwind another of her strings to tie about my throat. Can I not be free of you all? He had lost control, but he didn't care. They wanted him to feel. He would feel then. They wanted him to laugh. He would laugh as they burned, screaming at them all. He wove threads of air and fire. Loose Theron howled in his head. Sayadine tried to destroy both of them, and the quiet voice inside Rand's heart vanished. A prick of the light grew in front of Rand, sprouting from the center of the access key. The weaves of balefire spun before him, and the access key grew brighter as he drew in more power. By that light, Rand saw his father's face looking up at him, terrified. What am I doing? Rand began to shake, the balefire unraveling before he had time to loose it. He'd stumbled backward in horror. What am I doing? Rand thought again. No more than I've done before, Loose Theron whispered. Tam continued to stare at him, face shadowed by the night. Oh, light, Rand thought with terror, shock, and rage. I am doing it again. I am a monster. Still holding tenuously to Sayadine, Rand wove a gateway to Abudar, then ducked away, fleeing from the horror in Tam's eyes. Now, if you're Tam in this situation, you have two concerns. One, for your boy. The son you did a magnificent job raising is clearly not in a good spot. And two, what the hell has Cadsuane done to him? And to be fair, Cadsuane has overreached and is a bit of a bully. So Tam goes to see her, and Cadsuane ties him up with air when he starts being disrespectful. And Tam goes, you're no better than a man who resorts to their fists. Aes Sedai just resort to channeling when you can't justify what you're doing. You're a bully. And he's absolutely right. And Cadsuane usually is never able to be shaken. But when Tam yells at her, you're wrong, whatever. I'm not a bully. Tam is the only one who gets Cadsuane to unflex those giant muscles and put him down. Tam is GOAT. But before we get to what happens to Rand in one of the most beloved chapters of the whole series called Veins of Gold, we need to go see what's happening with Egwene. Because Egwene is being forced to serve Elaida during one of her meetings/dinners. And Elaida is being as awful as you think she's gonna be. Just telling people there should be a fourth oath that people have to swear to obey the Amerlin seat when they become Aes Sedai. I think that's a great idea. This pisses off Egwene, who's usually really good at biting her tongue at these times, reduced to a novice, but she just dumps a dish on Elaita's carpet, making her lose her goddamn mind and send Egwene away for even more punishments. Throughout this entire sequence, Egwene is consistently sent to the Mistress of Novices, Sylvana, several times a day, and she takes these beatings that Sylvana does not like necessarily giving. It's just a bad, awkward, messed up situation.
Sorry, man.
Cutting back to the Rebel Aes Sedai camp outside the White Tower, we see Garth Bryn, Swan Sanche, definitely in love. And on top of that, Gawain arrives at the camp, and he's just the dumbest, dummy in the whole series, because he's at the start of this book, this late on, still thinking, you know, maybe Elaita's not that great. Gawain, what is your malfunction?
God, what is your childhood trauma?
And here's that Egwene has been taken captive and is currently in the White Tower. So he goes to the Rebel Aes Sedai with his younglings group that are still just kind of out and about and says, we're joining the rebellion because I'm going to save Egwene. And Swan Sanche says, no, Egwene has ordered us not to rescue her. She's doing good work from within. Cut back. Egwene absolutely is, because she is meeting with tons of Aes Sedai, proving she don't like no Black Aja. She actually even meets up with the sisters that have been trying to hunt Black Aja within the White Tower, because an Aes Sedai who likes and trusts her brings her there, and proves like, hey y'all, I like what you're doing. We're cool. The Black Aja. More and more people, especially the more awful Elaita is, are just in agreement that Egwene, pretty all right. But once again, she is brought to a meeting with Elaita. She wants to bite her tongue. Egwene starts off this meeting just, I'm not gonna stop, I'm not gonna cause any trouble, I'm gonna keep my mouth shut. And then Elaita says some shit, and Egwene goes on a, you know, Meet the Grahams? She does a Meet Elaita, where she's just, this dumb motherfucker wants to make a fourth oath where people have to obey her. And she says this in front of a bunch of Aes Sedai. Elaita does not want to know that. She talks about how you're a little horrible leader who's causing derision in the tower. You're building yourself a palace. You're supposed to be a servant to all. You and your mother, you're terrible. And then Elaita, unable to handle this, accuses Egwene of being a dark friend. That is so sad. Someone like disses the hell out of you, and your response is, well, you serve the shadow. I have no evidence. Just this pisses Elaita off so much, though, that she beats Egwene with the power. She straight up beats a novice with the power, which breaks all kinds of tower law. It also, we see, makes Sylvana totally lose all respect for Elaita. And at this point, Egwene is thrown into cells deep within the White Tower, but it turns out Sylvana goes before the Hall of the Tower and actually advocates for Egwene after giving her all these beatings and says, Elaita is a piece of shit. Egwene was absolutely right. We should let Egwene go, and you should not be Amerlin's seat. To which Elaita tries to order the stilling and execution of Sylvana, because Elaita has just no tact whatsoever. And now the Tower Hall is meeting, trying to figure out what to do, to maybe depose Elaita, to what, and they're in total chaos. It's a really bad time for someone to have ordered an attack on the White Tower, isn't it? Isn't it? Before any maybe possible attack on the White Tower begins, Egwene is let out of her cell and brought back to the novice quarters, and on her way, she is taken custody from the Red Sisters who are guarding her by Varen, the Brown Aja sister. And Varen takes her back to Varen's room and says, you know, Egwene, you've done a real great job. I respect you. Nice green dress you're wearing. Egwene's not wearing a green dress. Varen just lied. I fooled you all. I've had a brown marker this whole goddamn time. I've been putting it on the board all over the place. Cimarog made her brown. I put brown on a tinker's wagon. None of you caught it. Varen, Black Aja. Me, the greatest manipulator in the history of 12-hour Wheel of Time summary videos. Varen is a dark friend, and she always has been. Right there. I don't know why I'm liking this so much. Anyway, I feel like that would be more climactic, but I don't. Now I just feel like I did something dumb that took way too much commitment. Varen, turns out, is a super brown sister. She had to join the Black Aja to save her life at one point. But once she was in the Black Aja, she had a pretty good thought. Why don't I study them? And so She has names, and you'd think the Dark One would make it so that you can't betray the Black Aja, and you can't. And the exact phrasing of the oath you take to the Dark One when you join the Black Aja is until your dying hour, you will not betray him. Baron's taken a whole bunch of poison. She's gonna die within the hour. And apparently her warder's also done it and is off spending time with his family. But she gives Egwene a list of every sister she has found out to be Black Aja. 21 of the Blue Aja, 28 of the Brown Aja, 30 of the Gray Aja, 21 of the Yellow Aja, 17 of the White, and 48 of the Red. That is a lot of Aes Sedai. That's bad. And Egwene is shocked to hear that Shiriam, as we already knew, her Keeper of the Chronicles, her second, is a member of the Black Aja. Egwene, of course, goes to sleepy time right away because she has to tell Swan Sanche about all this, and she does, but she is violently woken up, and it turns out, yep, attack on the tower. And Swan just saw Egwene violently wake up. She wakes up and sees, oh my god, there's people attacking the tower. Gareth Bryn, we need to launch a rescue mission now! And so her and Gareth Bryn and Gawain team up together with some of the best soldiers, put on fake tower guard uniforms, go across the river, and break into the White Tower. During that, Egwene decides to show everyone why she should be Amyrlin. And that's only if Amyrlin's like a showcase of power and talent. And I'm not saying it should be, but if it is, Egwene earns it here. Because this whole time, Elaida has sucked. So all the novices and accepted have really come to like Egwene because she's been forced to live amongst them as well. And she's taught them cool stuff and been understanding and not an abusive, horrible person. And so she forms a circle with the novices and accepted. And she tells them to go get all the magical items that the tower keeps in its vault and unleash all the weapons to help defend the tower. You know that scene in The Matrix where it's like, we need weapons? That vibe. And so she forms a circle, goes to a high up point, and just starts blasting the Shan-Chan out of the sky.
I started blasting. Bang! Wow.
This attack, by the way, is made up of 200 of the flying things, about 50 Suldam and Damani, and they also drop in 5 blood knives, which are these kind of like Shan-Chan Greyman-ish things. They are assassins who are hard to see, and they like blur. They're like very blurry. Imagine me, but I'm blurry. And they're actually meant to just hide in the tower after the attack and try to assassinate people. Also, Tuon is officially Empress now, so she's no longer Tuon. She is Fortuana Pendrag. It's noted that Egwene's channeling like rattles the tower. She's throwing balls of fire and air, and she's giving it her all. She spins herself to the point that as soon as she lets go of the source, and the novice and accepted have been protecting her while she's doing it because they're badass trainees, they just pass out. They're so tired. And so Gareth Bryn, Gawain, and Swan, who have broken into the tower, find her unconscious, basically, pick her up, and go, okay, let's open a gateway and get her out of here. And they open a gateway and they get her out of there. Egwene, so mad that they saved her, because if she had stayed in the tower at this point, she would have been in the perfect political position after uniting all these people to overthrow Elaida. Oopsie poopsie. Also, right before they went in to do all this, Swan bonded Gareth Bryn as her warder because she was asking Gareth Bryn to disobey the orders from Egwene not to rescue her, and he said, I'll do it under 2 conditions. One, I'll tell you now, bond me as your warder. And Swan, thrilled, does it right away, and also feels that Gareth Bryn loves her just as much as she loves him. Aww, they're loving. And then there was a second demand. And after they're out of here and they're safe, Gareth Bryn tells her the second demand, marry my ass, and they get married. So many people getting hitched. It's kind of wholesome and offsets the terrible stuff from earlier. But we see that 2 meetings of great halls happen, the one in the tower and the one out. The one in the tower has them all going over their list of candidates to replace Elaida, because guess what? See this little person getting carried away? That's Elaida. The Shan-Chan snatched a hoe. Specifically, they took Elaida, solving so many of the problems that we had to still deal with here. And we know that the Suldam who's taken Elaida now wants to call her Sufa, which is a very humiliating name. And look, no one deserves to be made Damani. It is quite literally slavery with built-in psychological manipulation and pain. It is horrid. But Elaida is still wrong. But if I was told you gotta go rescue Elaida, it would be like Leandrin. I'd be like, look, I got a lot of chores to do. Then maybe I'll get her once there's other important stuff. And so we see the hall within the tower is eventually reaching the conclusion that, that Egwene was pretty awesome, wasn't she? She was pretty great. Cut to outside the Rebel Hall meeting. They're meeting, and Egwene has all these sitters and high up people around her, and she goes, we need to acknowledge the fact that the Black Aja exists, right? Yeah. I want no one in this room to embrace the power, because I have a list of names that I know several people here are on it of Black Aja sisters. Shiriam embraces the source. Egwene shields her. And Shiriam goes, hey, whoa, misunderstanding. I was just, and Egwene starts interrogating her. You're Black Aja. No, I'm not. I swear I know you're Black Aja. Your name's on a list. No, I swear I'm not Black Aja. You have red hair. No, I don't. I just said, no, I don't. I do have red hair. So I just lied. Yeah, you can tell I don't have the 3 oaths. So you know how it's a serious advantage for Black Aja sisters to be able to lie? It's also a massive tell when they lie. And so Shiriam gives up and asks, who gave me up? And Egwene says, Farron. She did it in a final moments thing to get around her oaths, and we got you. And so there is then a great purge of Black Aja sisters within the Rebel Aes Sedai. And yep, it's noted that Egwene orders them beheaded, the 70 amongst them. Only 20 managed to escape, meaning Egwene has 50 women decapitated. Damn! Remember how these were all just nice little villagers a little bit ago? Man, Rand and Egwene especially, they've really changed from the innocent little boy and girl we met. They then know, hey, it's now or never. The White Tower is really weak. We either need to launch our assault or not. And as they're getting ready to launch their assault, the White Tower rides out on the bridge and goes, stop! Wait a minute. Why don't you become our Amyrlin? And Egwene, okay, yeah, I'll become your Amyrlin. Dope. So she becomes the official Amyrlin seat. And in one of my least favorite notes ever, as she is addressing both the rebels and the Hall united as the first time, she says shame to the rebels and shame to the Tower Aes Sedai.
Shame.
She tries to be a centrist, saying both sides make mistakes. Egwene? The rebels did what? What?
What the hell are you talking about?
But she picks Sylvana to be her Keepers of Chronicles, making sure that the Red Aja, who has the most reason to be mad at her because they just lost a Amyrlin and more things, sees that she's trying to be an ultimate unifier. That was enough. You didn't need to shame the rebels, in my opinion. But we see the Shan-Chan attack that she helped massively mitigate the damage of still managed to take 24 Aes Sedai as Damani, which after they just lost an additional 60 members within the tower to finding out that they're Black Aja, the Aes Sedai are still not in good shape. The tower may be reunited, but it's a rough unification. Everybody is injured. But in a final moment for Egwene, as she is officially the Amyrlin seat, they notice something strange is happening on Dragonmount. Lights coming through the clouds. Cutting back to Rand, he has fled his father to Abu Dar, and in his current mental state, he's losing his mind. Granted, like even before Tam had met with him, he had been walking all day muttering to himself, talking to Lews Therin. Rand's in a bad spot, and now he's additionally traumatized, and he's amongst the enemy in Abu Dar, Shan-Chan controlled territory, just dressed up as an average man, preparing with his access key to destroy everything. He's literally thinking, I am just going to act like Homelander, essentially, and wipe out every garrison. No one will have time to fight back. I will just use my full potential of power to destroy the full 300,000 soldiers that I would otherwise have to deal with. And he embraces the source and starts vomiting because the nausea overwhelms him. In a moment of incredible humanity, the people around him are just concerned. They don't know he's the Dragon Reborn. It's just a guy getting sick. So people are, hey, whoa, you all right, bud? I don't know why I gave him a Midwestern accent. Oh, are you all right there, bud? That's Abu Dar, apparently. And Rand has shown humanity, and he's treated just like a guy, and this freaks him out. And he opens a gateway, he skims, then he opens a gateway, and he just drops himself from the top of Dragonmount. Side note, so many people love to point out that suddenly changing elevation from Abu Dar down by the shore up to Dragonmount in an instant should kill him. Shut up. Robert Jordan, when asked about that, quite often would tell people things along the lines of, shut the hell up, which I agree. But sitting there, Rand has the chapter Veins of Gold, which I don't have the time to read all of, but I'm going to read my favorite part. Rand's anger beat in rhythm with his heart, demanding to be set free. What if he's right? Rand bellowed. What if it's better for this all to end? What if light was a lie all along and this is all just punishment? We live again and again, grow feeble, dying, trapped forever. We are to be tortured for all of time. Power flooded into Rand like surging waves filling an open ocean. He came to life, glorying in Sayadine, not caring what the display must be, brilliantly visible to all men everywhere who could channel. He felt himself alight with the power, like a sun to the world below. None of this matters! He closed his eyes, drawing in more and more, feeling as he only had twice before. Once when he had cleansed Sayadine, once when he had created this mountain. Then he drew in more. He knew that much power would destroy him. He had stopped caring. Fury that had been building in him for years finally boiled free. Unleashed at long last, he spread his arm wide, access key in his hand. Luce Theron had been right to kill himself and create Dragonmount, only he hadn't gone far enough. Rand could remember that day, the smoke, the rumbling, the sharp pains of a healing bringing him back to lucidity as he lay in a broken palace, but those pains had paled in comparison to the agony of realization. Agony from seeing the beautiful walls scarred and broken, from seeing piles of familiar corpses tossed to the floor like discarded rags, from seeing Ilyena a short distance away, her golden hair spread out on the ground around her. Luce Theron had made a mistake. He had died, but he had left the world alive, wounded, limping forward. He had let the wheel of time keep turning, rotating, rotting, and bringing him back around again. He could not escape it, not without ending everything. Why? Rand whispered to the twisting winds around him. The power coming to him through the access key was greater than he'd held, perhaps greater than any man had ever held, great enough to unravel the pattern itself, to finally bring peace. Why do we have to do this again? He whispered. I have already failed. She has died by my hand. Why must you make me live it again? Lightning cracked above. Rand raised his arms high, a conduit of power and energy, an incarnation of death and destruction. He would end it, end all, and let men rest finally from their suffering. Stop them from having to live over and over. Why? Why had the Creator done this to them? Why? Why do we live again? Luce Theron asked suddenly, his voice crisp and distinct. Yes, Rand said, pleading. Tell me why. Maybe, Luce Theron said, shockingly lucid, not a hint of madness to him. He spoke softly, reverently. It's so that we have a second chance. Rand froze. The winds blew against him, but he could not be moved by them. Power hesitated inside him, like the headsman's axe, held quivering above the criminal's neck. You may not have a choice about which duties you are given. Tam's voice, just a memory, said in his mind, but you can choose why you fulfill them. Why, Rand? Why do you go to battle? What is the point? Why? The wind, the crashes of thunder, all was still. Why? Rand thought with wonder. Because each time we live, we get to love again. That was the answer. It all swept over him. Lives lived, mistakes made, love changing everything. He saw the entire world in his mind's eye, lit by the glowing in his hand. He remembered lives, hundreds of them, thousands of them, stretching to infinity. He remembered love and peace and joy and hope. Within that moment, suddenly, something amazing occurred to him. If I live again, then she might as well. That's why he fought. That's why he lived again. And that was the answer to Tam's question. I fight because last time I failed. I fight because I want to fix what I did wrong. I want to do it right this time. The power within him reached a crescendo, and he turned it upon itself, drove it through the access key. The Tirangreal was connected to a much greater force, a massive sa'angreal in the south built to stop the Dark One. Too powerful, some had said, too powerful ever to use, too frightening. Rand used its own power upon it, crushing the distant globe, shattering it as if in the grips of a giant's hand. The Coden cowl exploded. The power winked out. The tempest ended. And Rand opened his eyes for the first time in a very long while. He knew, somehow, that he would never again hear Luce Theron's voice in his head, for they were not two men, and never had been. He regarded the world beneath him. The clouds above had finally broken, if only just above him. The gloom dispersed, allowing him to see the sun hanging just above. Rand looked up at it, then he smiled. Finally, he let out a deep-throated laugh, true and pure. It had been far too long. And just validating my theory that him bonding his love interest is actually what saves him from going completely insane and losing it, this chapter is titled Veins of Gold, which is a callback to Avienda referring to their shared bond as veins of gold in her mind. So a lot there is very important. Yes, Rand was about to end reality. He has that level of power. It's why when Rand is brought up in like who versus who debates, it gets weird because he's a glass cannon. But more importantly, there's the realization that is so crucial to all the madness Rand's been dealing with and all the memories, the weaves that come back to him. He is literally the dragon reborn. He is Luce Theron. Luce Theron is Rand and Rand is Luce Theron. He is the same soul. He has the same memories, the same experience. And the reason he is reborn is to do it right, to fix the mistake Lews Therin made before. And yeah, Tam nailed it. You have to fight, but you get to choose why you fight. And that realization is what allows Rand to once again wake up. And there's a specific reason it says it's like the first time he's opened his eyes in a long time, because he's the sheep herder once again. And he lets himself be Rand al'Thor because he now really realizes the difference between Rand al'Thor and the destiny of Lews Therin and how they are actually one and the same. And that is probably the best ending to any Wheel of Time book in the series. God damn, it still gives me goosebumps. I know reading just these little snippets here and there sometimes has a hard time conveying the emotion, but I genuinely, just reading it now, pimples all over my body. It is, oh my God. And now we are on the final sprint towards the last battle, continuing on with Book 13, Towers of Midnight. Towers of Midnight. If Memory of Light, the final Wheel of Time book, wasn't the most possibly action-packed fantasy book of all time, this could be in contention. Towers of Midnight, if you cannot tell from the board behind me, is a non-stop banger. And we're gonna go ahead and start off with, it was a little trickier to decide this time, but Perrin's plot line, because this is the one that doesn't intertwine with others the most. We see that Perrin is really trying to come to terms with the fact that he is both a man and a wolf. And this is tying into his whole, should I use a hammer or an axe thing? He's been using a hammer to fight. He's been using an axe to fight sometimes. He switches between them. Here, he's kind of making a connection between the two. He also, at this point, comes across a village that should definitely be in the Blight, and just one of the weird effects of the Dark One pressing in on the pattern is that this chunk of Blight teleported down here. So to stop that from spreading, he looks at the Ashaman that Rand has given him by this point and goes, burn it. And so they absolutely obliterate the Blight and purify it, which is great. Continually, his guys are trying to raise the banner, the wolf banner, the banner of Manetheren, because, woo, we fight for Perrin, but he keeps telling him, no, I'm not a lord. And after everything Perrin's done up to this point, Perrin, you're a lord. I'm sorry, you don't get to choose. But he keeps insisting on people that he's just, I'm a blacksmith, which is just honestly kind of insulting to the people who want to serve him at this point, in my opinion, allegedly. Soon after, though, he gives us a clear example of him being on a little bit of a power trip. Time to get my wand. Because he walks up to Morghese and Talonvor, who are always making eyes at each other, still unaware of who Morghese actually is. And he says, I'm gonna marry you two. Perrin, what the f***? Dude, that is the most awkward thing you might ever do to somebody. Just see two people who are crushing on each other, not taking the initiative yet for whatever personal reasons, and just deciding, I'm gonna marry you. And Morghese, without revealing her identity, dresses him down a lot because he deserves it. But soon, they actually learn that Galad and his white cloaks are nearby. What has Galad been up to? Well, he has, of course, assumed a command position that he took from the white cloak that did bad things to his mother, and so he is now trying to unify the white cloaks. At first, he is taken in by the current great captain, but he runs into a superior white cloak force, and with all the people amongst their ranks, they actually say, hey, we are not going to arrest you for murdering that guy. You just have to surrender to our questioners because we name you Dark Friend. Galad, being Galad, is like, the light won't let me be falsely taken in as a Dark Friend, so I'll submit to the questioners because he believes in the system and is an idiot. Fortunately, it works out for him, though, pretty well, because while he is being questioned, eventually it turns out that Bayar and Dane Bornhald have decided that actually you should be the new great captain who controls all of the White Cloaks. And so he goes from being tortured for killing the great captain to now replacing him. White Cloak logic. But he learns of Perrin's forces being in the area. So he decides, after hearing from Dane Bornhald, who, if you remember right from the Two Rivers plot line, hates Perrin, that he needs to go and fight Perrin. Now, You would think Galad Damodred, the super duper everyone should be good guy, will approach Perrin in a rational, reasonable way. No, in fact, he takes some of Perrin's men hostage, who are just camp followers, and when Perrin sends a little message like, hey, please give that back, please give my people back, Galad's response is, we need to fight? You and I are gonna fight on battle. Perrin's response is pretty reasonably, let's negotiate, let's have some conversations, to which Galad goes, no, I'm a big boy and we're gonna fight. Galad, not only does he have Aes Sedai, he has Ashaman. Again, Perrin's people are trying to raise the banner. Perrin, take that down. And also, hey, White Cloaks, can we not? I would destroy you. I have Mayenners, Karienners, Two Rivers folk, Ashaman, Aiel, like, you're White Cloaks. I will annihilate you. Please don't make me do that. And the White Cloaks go, we're gonna fight you. During all of this, Perrin is really reunificating with Fael. They both kind of go over the traumas they've went through recently. Perrin talks about feeling like he's not a good enough leader. Fael talks about all the horrible things she had to do to survive in the Shido camp. And really, they just love each other. And Perrin has learned to properly yell at his wife, Robert Jordan. We see during this time, Perrin is also doing some super training montages with Hopper in the Wolf Dream to get strong enough to fight Slayer. He also, during this time, fully calling him out for this, during his sleep is also just playing with wolves. They do this game where they hunt deer and like tackle them down in the wolf dream, satisfying their hunting instinct, but they don't want to kill deer in the wolf dream because that means the deer would be dead forever. Because if you die in the wolf dream as an animal, you just don't get to have an afterlife. So that's like a fun game they play. Now, Barrelane and Fael, now that Fael's back in the camp, have a bit of an awkward relationship because everyone thinks Perrin boinked Barrelane while Fael was prisoner from the Shido, and they have to figure out a way to squash those rumors. Fael's like, we could just fight to the death, to which Barrelane says, that's anything but that. And eventually they come to the realization that they can just pretend to be friends, and if everyone sees them being good with each other, then they'll assume, no, Fael has no reason to be mad at Barrelane. Female plot lines from Robert Jordan. There's a big problem though during this time. There's some interference with gateways and just using the power in general. Also, when Perrin goes into the Wolf Dream, there's a giant dome around their position preventing him from getting in and out. Huh, this is bad. What's this? I'll tell you. Because we see at the beginning, Grendel actually survived Crazy Rand bale-firing her whole estate because it wasn't her who put the compulsion on Rand's individual, but instead it was Arengar. And so one of the Forsaken died, but not Grendel. And guess who's mad about that? Moradin. That's not Rand here, that's Moradin. He has red hair because he's supposed to look a lot like Rand. And he eventually, after Grendel explains to Moradin that all of this was planned, and now Rand, after bale firing the whole state, is going to feel horrible about killing all those innocent people. I'm playing a psychological game, Moradin, obviously. For some reason, Moradin buys that and rewards her with a dream spike and Slayer, who we know is Lord Luke. That's what Perrin is seeing, a dream spike in the dream world, which essentially creates a dome that if you are in the dream world and you go into, you can't escape from, like you can't wake up. And if you're in the real world, you can't create gateways. And this is going to lead into the most evil thing you've ever heard. It tops it all. So back over with Perrin, they're just casually talking about the catching up that goes on through gateways. All of our characters are learning stuff very quickly once they have gateways because, you know, word spreads, people gossip, and information's important. And he just casually mentions, like, isn't it crazy that Morghese was, like, being controlled by Ravine? To which Morghese, hiding as a servant nearby, drops shit and goes, what? She did not know that. That is news for her. Imagine one of the worst people from history. You were boinking them. Not happy. Bad. Very bad. And so she runs off and has some really bad trauma that she actually talks to Talonvor about. He's planning on leaving because, you know, she's not into him. And she asks him to not. And it's like, you giving the guy some hope? Address that later. Because Hopper is telling Perrin, Young Bull, Perrin's wolf name, you are not ready to fight Slayer. more training montages, more hunting deer together. Let's get you in young bull shape. And Perrin has a realization that I get why people love it. I just can't get over the silliness of it, where he says, I know the difference between a hammer and an axe. An axe is meant for killing, while a hammer can create and kill. Counterpoint, an axe can create as well. Chop wood, now it is chopped wood. Whittling, now you got sharper stuff. I'm just making a counterpoint. So it's come to the day where they've agreed to fight the White Cloaks, because the White Cloaks fight like Redcoats during the Revolutionary War, where they go, we will fight here on this day. And Perrin, okay, we'll fight there on that day. And as the White Cloaks line up, Perrin goes, Ashaman, warning shot. And Galad did not realize he has Ashaman. He thought he had Aes Sedai, who could not fight in battle because of 3 oaths. And after seeing the Ashaman, parlay.
Parlay. That's the one. Parlay.
Let's parlay with them. Let's actually have a conversation. So they then go and have a conversation, and Galad, upon entering the pavilion, sees Berylane, and you know, he just respects her mind so well. Before she even says a word, before she opens her mouth, Galad walks in and goes, Auga, I love that woman's 2 round, voluptuous brains. Oh my God, how could she serve the shadow? Oh. And I know it seems like I'm exaggerating this, but they're in the middle of a potential bloody conflict, and Galad spends an unreasonable amount of time thirsting over Berylane before even addressing Perrin. But to his credit, right back to him, Berylane's going, waterfall.
Tears run down my thighs.
Like she is ready. And so, you know, they're both set up for something. And then he turns, and after thirsting over this woman so hard, goes, oh my God, that's my mom! Because Morghese is there, and he is so confused. Imagine you're going to fight someone who you think is a dark friend, because Dane Bornhald and Bayar have both been telling you all these crazy stories about Perrin, how he's definitely a dark friend, and he's got your mom and the hottest girl you've ever seen. And also, he seems really cool. Like, Galad has a conversation with Perrin, and man, they're vibing. He doesn't want to kill this guy, but at the same time, yeah, there's not really a negotiation they can meet. Like, what are we going to do? And Perrin goes, yeah, I killed 2 White Cloaks. Let's have a trial about it, because I think it was justified. And they try to talk about who could be a judge, and Galad, after realizing his mom's there, goes, my mom can be a judge. I trust my mom's judgment, so let her come back with me. And then we'll meet in a few days, and we'll have a trial. And that's right, second to last Wheel of Time book, we're getting some Judge Morghese. In the dream world, though, Perrin gets some bad news, because aside from some bubbles of evil doing devastation to his camp, people's pocket knives are attacking him. Terrifying. He goes outside this giant orb that's in the dream world that's now moved away from his camp, but still being used for something, and he hears someone butchering wolves in there. It's Slayer. You know how I've said many times here on the channel, to make a great villain that your reader is gonna hate, you have to give them a personality, right? We get no personality from Slayer, really, aside from him being just kind of an ass. Then he does this one action, and I hate to admit it, but I am absolutely wrong. You can make your antagonist do something so god-awful that you inspire readers to hate them. And having Slayer move around Teleron-Riod, the wolf dream, trapping wolf spirits and butchering them in an area
Baron
can't reach, I hate him more than any other antagonist in the history of fiction. I hate him so much. Perrin does end up infiltrating the orb, saving some wolves, but some of them die. Slayer is definitely more powerful, and he's not ready for this confrontation. He's got to get out of here. So he bounces, and we see Galad is talking with his mom. And Morghese is saying, Perrin's not a dark friend. Galad's like, you're a dumb woman. You don't know. Not really, but Galad, God, you suck. And he only can think of things as black and white. He has no nuance whatsoever. You're going to notice a similarity in this storyline among Lang's brothers, where both of them just need a lot longer than you might think to figure out rather simple stuff. But we'll get there. Faile is, of course, making a plan B if the trial goes wrong. She talks to one of the Ashaman, and she goes, hey, if it looks like Perrin might be in trouble, you yoink him out of there. And the Ashaman's like, of course. Perrin, to his credit, has grown since he last agreed to surrender himself to White Cloaks. He knows the last battle is coming, so in He acknowledges to the Asha'man likely Fail has a plan B, and he goes, yeah, I'll do that. That's fine. Yeah, whatever. Save me. I definitely need to be there at Tarmangaiden, and you do. He doubles down on learning that will is the absolute strongest ability within the dream world. And we also need to take note that there is a bit of a time difference here from Towers of Midnight to Gathering Storm. Some of the things were happening simultaneously, if you remember me taking that note, and we know that for sure because Tam comes up to Perrin during this time and goes, I need to go on a secret mission to meet with my son because of this Aes Sedai. So this is all happening before Tam went to see
Rand.
But this is going to take us early to the climax board, the orgasm board. And here we see Perrin goes into the dream world and Hopper takes him to something very important happening. He says this is a moment of true choice, and they go to Dragon Mount, flying across the dream world to see Rand. Within the dream world, Perrin, even though Rand is in the real world, is able to see him on top of Dragon Mount, doing what he did at the very end of the Gathering Storm. We get to see this from Tetel Run perspective, and it's incredible. Basically, a lot of the emotions that we, when we were in Rand's head, were feeling through his eyes are made manifest. And if you remember like the Venom scene in the third Spider-Man movie, that's a bad movie, but it's a dope scene. Very similar to that, him just tearing free of all of this corruption on his mind. And from a way we hear Rand talk about this soon after, we actually know that he was being played by the Dark One. The Dark One was with his head, and that's kind of why Grendal's attempt there played in line with what the Dark One was actually trying to do, which is my theory of why Morden actually let her get away with it. But he overcame it, and we see him become Rand of the Two Rivers as young Bull Perrin watches him. And I'm gonna read an excerpt from it. It's incredible.
Rand, please, Perrin whispered. And then, from the midst of the blackness, from the center of the uproar and the tempest, a tiny sliver of light slipped through the evil. Like a candle's glow on the very dark night, the light shone upward toward the distant sky, like a beacon so frail. The tempest buffeted it, the wind stormed, howled, and screamed. The lightning beat against the top of the rocky peak, blasting free chunks of rock, scoring the ground. The blackness undulated and pulsed, but still the light shone. A web of cracks appeared down the side of the shell of evil blackness, light shining from within. Another fracture joined it, and another. Something strong was inside, something glowing, something brilliant. The shell exploded outward, vaporizing and releasing a column of light so bright, so incredible, that it seemed to sear the eyes from Perrin's head. But he looked on anyway, not raising arm to shade or block the resplendent image before him. Rand stood within that light, mouth open, as if bellowing toward the sky above. The sun-yellowed column shot into the air, and the storm seemed to shudder, the entire sky itself undulating. The tempest vanished. The column of fiery light became a column of sunlight, streaming down, illuminating the peak of Dragon Mount. Perrin pulled his fingers free from the rock, gazing on with wonder at Rand standing within the light. It seemed so long, so very long, since Perrin had seen a ray of pure sunlight. The wolves began to howl. It was a howl of triumph, of glory, of victory. Perrin raised his head and howled as well, becoming young Bull for a moment. He could feel the pool of sunlight growing, and it washed over him, its warmth banishing the frozen chill. He barely noticed when Rand's image vanished, for he had left that sunlight behind. Wolves appeared around him, flashing into existence mid-leap. They continued to bay, jumping at one another, exulting and dancing in the sunlight as it washed over them. They yipped and barked, tossing up patches of snow as they bounded. Hopper was among them, and he leapt into the air, soaring over Perrin. "The last hunt begins, young Bull," Hopper screamed. "We live, we live!" Perrin turned back to the place where Rand had stood, if that darkness had taken Rand, but it hadn't. He smiled broadly. "The last hunt has come," he screamed to the wolves. "Let it begin." They howled their agreement as loud as the storm. And just knowing that this moment was ordained by the wolves in the dream world validates it. I do trust wolves as Judgment of the Dragon Reborn more so than any of the other prophesied people, Kara Karn, whatever the hell the sea folk people were with him, Dragon Reborn. It wasn't until the wolves approved that I'm down. But it's time for the day of Perrin's trial. And it's not
great and has some frustratingly obvious logic to it. And this is probably the weakest point of the final 4 books, in my opinion. 4 books, because you really feel during the entire time that one person coming forward and explaining the events coherently and smoothly would solve the entire problem, and also probably expose Bayar for being a dark friend, which he is almost exposed as here because he starts acting sketch. There's a whole bunch of talking back and forth. It comes down to Perrin telling everyone, I'm a wolf brother, I can talk to the wolves. I felt some of the White Cloaks kill my wolfy friends, and I responded, to which Morghese said, I get you. That's an interesting claim, but you can't murder to protect your wolf friends. I'm sorry. And so Morghese finds Perrin guilty. And excuse me, what? Rereading what the 2 White Cloaks he's being accused of murdering in the first book from, absolutely the not. Perrin was completely justified, and they just don't present it well. It frustrates me. By the way, he's not being accused of killing Dane Bornhald's dad here because he says, no, the Shanjan killed your dad. I just happened to be at Falma. So Dane Bornhald accuses him of that, and Perrin goes, no. Glad, again, whole time he sees Perrin in trial, God, this guy's pretty cool. And I don't think he's a dark friend, to be honest. And this Wolf Brother stuff, that's just awesome. So Morghese tells Galad, because you are acting as a mercenary group, and I don't acknowledge the White Cloaks as a legitimate organization, I'm going to find Perrin guilty under those reasons, and because of that, I'm going to pass to you, Galad, the son I've been talking to about trying to see things as more gray instead of black and white, to decide the sentencing. And Perrin says he agrees to submit whatever the sentencing is as long as he gets to do it after Tarman Gaiden. And Galad goes, deal. This feels like we wasted a lot of time, but all right. Perrin, this whole time, kind of thinking more about this dome. Why is it here? Who put this I can't function in the dream world right thing over me? It feels wrong. Why would they try to trap us here and make it so we can't use this is a trap? Oh. He goes into the dream world one more time to fight Slayer, or as Jeff Goldblum would refer to him,
that is one big pile of shit.
and so it's time for the final dream down. And here, bam, things go down. Perrin snatches up the dream spike and flees just all over the place with Slayer coming after him, firing stuff. There's major damage to wolves that are trying to help Perrin. Perrin fully embraces being a wolf, becomes a full-on furry, half furry sometimes, in the dream world. And during this fight, he runs to
Tarvalon.
And so people within
Tarvalon.
for a while cannot use gateways, and also if they're in the dream world, cannot escape. Guess who he happens to run into? It's a Robert Jordan classic. We're going back to the start of the series where all of the plot lines converge in a way at the end, except only a couple of them. Restraint, we've learned, but it's still dope. Because Perrin runs into Egwene in the dream world, and she's fighting Black Aja sisters. You'll understand this later. And Perrin's, why are you here? It's super dangerous to be in the wolf dream. You shouldn't be here, Egwene. Perrin, what the hell is the wolf dream? This is Telerun Riod. Black Aja, watch out. And a Black Aja sister fires balefire at Perrin. Balefire. The thing strong enough to undo reality. And Perrin sees it coming at him and just wills it to not exist. And when Egwene goes, what the did you just do? How can you will away balefire? Perrin's response is, it's just a weave. Because it's all about will here. And Egwene, that's a good lesson. Something that she needed to really solidify, really learn. So she gets that from Perrin, as he then runs off because he feels Hopper getting hurt by Slayer. Perrin, get moving, bud. And he goes out and finds Slayer, and Slayer kills Hopper in the wolf dream.
Slayer held Hopper by the scruff of his neck. The wolf had an arrow through his side. Blood ran down his paw. Wind blew across the rock, catching the blood, and spraying it across the stones. Hopper! Perrin took a step forward. He could still sense Hopper's mind, though it was weak. Slayer held the wolf up, lifting him easily. He raised a knife. No, Perrin said. You have what you want, just go. And what is it you said earlier? Slayer asked. That you know where I would go and you'd follow? He casually tossed the wolf off to the side of the tower. No! Perrin screamed. He leapt for the side, but Slayer appeared beside him, grabbing him, raising his dagger. The leap knocked them both off the side of the tower, Perrin's stomach lurching as they fell. He tried to send himself away, but Slayer had a hold of him. They shook for a moment, but kept falling. Slayer was so strong, he smelled wrong, like staleness of wolf's blood. His knife sought Perrin's throat, and the best Perrin could do was raise his arm to block, thinking of his shirt as being hard as steel. Slayer pressed harder. Perrin felt a moment of weakness, the wound across his chest throbbing. As he and Slayer tumbled, the knife split Perrin's sleeve and rammed into his forearm. Perrin screamed. The wind was so loud. It had been mere seconds. Slayer pulled the knife free. "Hopper!" Perrin roared and kicked at Slayer, pushing him away, breaking his grip. Arm aflame, Perrin twisted in the air. The ground rushed at them. He willed himself to another place, and he appeared just below Hopper, catching the wolf and crashing into the ground. His knees buckled. The ground around them shattered, but he lowered Hopper safely. A black-fletched arrow zipped from the sky and pierced Hopper's back, passing all the way through the wolf and hitting Perrin in his thigh, which was bent at the knee, just beneath the wolf. Perrin yelled, feeling his own pain mixed with a sudden wash of agony from Hopper. The wolf's mind was fading. "No!" Perrin sent, eyes wet with tears. "Young bull," Hopper sent. Perrin tried to send himself away, but his mind was fuzzy. Another arrow would soon fall. He knew it. He managed to roll out of the way as it struck the ground, but his leg no longer worked, and Hopper was so heavy. Perrin pitched to the ground, dropping the wolf, rolling. Slayer landed a short distance away, long wicked black bow in hand. "Goodbye, Apara." Slayer raised his bow. "Looks like I will kill 5 wolves today." Perrin stared up at the arrow. Everything was blurry. "I can't leave Fail. I can't leave Hopper, I won't." As Slayer released, Perrin desperately imagined himself strong, not faint. He felt his heart become hale again, his veins filling with energy. He yelled, head clearing enough to make himself vanish and appear standing behind Slayer. He swung with his hammer. Slayer casually turned and blocked it with his arm. Perrin fell to one knee, the pain in his leg still there. He gasped. "You can't heal yourself," Slayer said. "There are ways, but simply imagining yourself well does not work. You do seem to have figured out how to replenish your blood, however, which is useful." Perrin smelled something. Terror. Was it his own? Slayer growled, then stepped forward and kicked Perrin in the stomach. His chest wound flared. Another kick followed. Perrin was growing dizzy. "Go, young bull," Hopper sent, his voice so weak. "Flee. I can't leave you, and yet I must leave you." "No!" Perrin blinked through tears as another kick landed. He screamed raggedly as Hopper's sending, so comforting, so familiar, faded from his mind. Gone. Perrin screamed in anguish, voice ragged, eyes stained with tears. Perrin willed himself out of the dream world and away, fleeing like an utter coward.
Overkill.
In the last moments before that happens, Perrin did manage to get into a nightmare where there's a pit of lava and he throws the dream spike into the lava, destroying it, but he knows he can't defeat Slayer. He's too strong. And now that Hopper's gone, the last thing he hears from Hopper's mind as his spirit fades is that he just tells him run. And Perrin wakes up and leaves the dream world, now able to do that because the dream spike was destroyed. Do you hate Slayer yet? Do you hate him? Do you not like that guy? Oh, they were playing and hunting deer together. Anyway, Perrin wakes up from the dream world and the gateways are gone, channeling's back to normal, dream spike fixed, but obviously not everything's resolved. And he is finally bringing the two parts to him together as one. This constant conflict within him of the hammer and the axe, the creation, the destruction, the man, the wolf. He figures out and he's able to consolidate these in his mind through one of the most incredible scenes in the series. The creation of, well, literally, this is the name of it on screen. You know, like Thor's hammer, but fantasized a little bit. Perrin makes his own magic hammer because he gets the Ashaman and Wise Ones there to start contributing to making a power-forged weapon. He creates a power-forged warhammer that certainly can do both create and kill. And Perrin, you knew that. You've killed people with a hammer before.
Perrin lost himself in the work, forged the steel, all else faded. The rhythmic pounding of hammer on metal, like the beating of his heart. That shimmering metal, warm and dangerous. In that focus, he found clarity. The world was crackling, breaking further each day. It needed help right now. Once the thing shattered, you couldn't put it back together. "Kneeled," Grady's voice said. It was urgent, distant to Perrin. "Kneeled, what are you doing?" "I don't know," Hild replied. "It feels right." Perrin continued to pound, harder and harder. He folded the metal, flattening pieces against one another. It was wonderful the way the Ashaman kept it at exactly the right temperature. That freed Perrin from needing to rely on only a few moments of perfect temperature between heatings. The metal seemed to flow, almost as if shaped by his will alone. What was he making? He took another 2 lengths out of the flames, then began to switch between the 3. The first and largest he folded upon itself, molding it, using a process known as shrinking, where he increased its girth. He made it into a large ball, then he added more steel to it, until it was nearly as large as a man's head. The second he drew, making it long and thin, then folded it into a narrow rod. The final, smallest piece he flattened. He breathed in and out, his lungs working like bellows. His sweat was like the quenching waters. His arms were like the anvil. He was the forge. "Wise ones, I need a circle," Hild said urgently. "Now, don't argue, I need it." Sparks began to fly as Perrin pounded, larger showers with each blow. He felt something leaking from him, as if each blow infused the metal with his own strength, and also his own feelings. Both worries and hopes, these flowed from him into the 3 unwrought pieces. The world was dying. He couldn't save it. That was Rand's job. Perrin just wanted to go back to his simple life, didn't he? No, he wanted Fail. He wanted complexity. He wanted life. He couldn't hide, any more than the people who followed him could hide. He didn't want their allegiances, but he had it. How would he feel if someone else took command and then got them killed? Blow after blow, sprays of sparks, too many, as if he were pounding against a bucket of molten liquid. Sparks splashed against the air, exploding from his hammer, flying as high as the treetops and spreading tens of paces. The people watching withdrew, all save the Ashaman and Wise Ones, who stood gathered round Nield. I don't want to lead them, Perrin thought, but if I don't, who will? If I abandon them and they fail, then it will be my fault. Perrin saw now what he was making, what he'd been trying to make all along. He worked the largest lump into a brick shape. The long piece became a rod, thick as 3 fingers. The flat piece became a capping bracket, a piece of metal to wrap around the head and join it to the shaft. A hammer. He was making a hammer. These were the parts. He understood now. He grew to his task, blow after blow. Those beats were so loud. Each blow seemed to shake the ground around him, rattling tents. Perrin exulted. He knew what he was making. He finally knew what he was making. He hadn't asked to become a leader, but did that absolve him of responsibility? People needed him. The world needed him. And with an understanding that cooled in him, like molten metal rock forming into a shape, he realized that he wanted to lead. If someone had to be lord of these people, he wanted to do it himself, because doing it yourself was the only way to see that it was done right. He used his chisel and rod, shaping a hole through the center of the hammer's head, then grabbed the half, raising it as far as his head, slammed it down into place. He took the bracket and laid the hammer in it, then shaped it. Mere moments ago, this piece had fed off his anger, but now it seemed to draw forth his resolution, his determination. Metal was something alive. Every blacksmith knew this. Once you heated it while you worked it, it lived. He took his hammer and chisel and began to shape patterns, ridges, modifications. Waves of sparks flew from him, the ringing of his hammer ever stronger, ever louder, pealing like bells. He used his chisel on a small chunk of steel to form a shape, then placed it down on top of the hammer. With a roar, he raised his old hammer one last time over his head and beat it down on the new one, imprinting the ornamentation upon the side of it, a leaping wolf. Perrin lowered his tools. On the anvil, still glowing with an inner heat, was a beautiful hammer, a work beyond anything he'd ever created or thought he might create. It had a thick, powerful head, like a maul or sledge, but the back was formed crossface and flattened, like a blacksmith's tool. It was 4 feet from bottom to top, maybe longer, an enormous size for a hammer of this type. The haft was all of steel, something he'd never seen on a hammer before. Perrin picked it up. He was able to lift it with one hand, but barely. It was heavy, solid. The ornamentation was of a crosshatch pattern, with the leaping wolf stamped on one side. It looked like Hopper. Perrin touched it with a calloused thumb, and the metal quieted. It still felt warm to the touch, but did not burn him. He turned to look, and was amazed to see the size of the crowd watching him. The 2 Rivers men stood at the front, Jory Conger, Aziel Thone, Will Alcine, and hundreds more. Gildain, Karyanin, and Doran's Mayenners, watching, quiet. The ground around Perrin was blackened from the falling sparks. Drops of silvery metal spread out from him, like a sunburst. Neild fell to his knees, panting, his face coated with sweat. Grady and the women of the circle sat down looking exhausted. All 6 wise ones had joined in. But what had they done? Perrin felt exhausted, as if all of his strength and emotion had been forged into the metal, but he could not rest. Will, weeks ago, I gave you an order. Burn the banners that bore the wolf head. Did you obey? Did you burn every one? Will All-Seeing met his eyes, then looked down, ashamed. Lord Perrin, I tried, but... Light, I couldn't do it. I kept one, the one I helped sow. Fetch it, Will.
And then he starts directing his army to prepare for battle because he's done some thunkamacating and he realizes the trap's gonna be sprung soon. So Perrin has all of his armies align on top of a ridge that has a massive looking down vantage point on where the White Cloaks are. And Barrelane freaks out. And quite frankly, Barrelane, you've been pretty cool in some ways during this series, super not cool in others, but way to show you definitely don't understand Perrin as a person. Because she starts screaming, don't ambush Galad, don't kill all the White Cloaks, please Perrin, I understand, but you are in the perfect position to just massacre them and this is gonna be horrible. And Perrin's just, what? I'm here to save them. And then, yeah, they detect a man channeling down there and there's gateways opening, letting in fists of Trollocs and Merdral. And so Perrin has his forces in this epic battle come down and just actually ambush the ambush that was set for him, just butchering, and he sees Galad's about to be overwhelmed, so he rides in with his cavalry and saves Galad, who has a broken ankle, and they agree that like, okay, you're badass, I like you, dude. And Galad, having recently learned lessons from his Modair about maybe seeing things a bit more gray, starts to realize he respects the hell out of Perrin and decides to give him a sentencing right there. Yeah, I know I could wait to sentence you till later, but in the middle of this battle, I'm gonna go ahead and call it. Just the family of the victims you killed, give them 500 gold marks each and call it even. And they fist bump, new alliance formed. Galad accidentally says I love you to him, takes it back. Not really, but that's the vibe. And I do want to say, all of this is kind of undercut, for me, on a reread especially, by Barrelane just thinking he's gonna massacre the Children of the Light. Barrelane, what? Jesus Christ! Imagine showing up getting ready to save. You've never been a brutal butcherer in your entire career, and one of your allies just suddenly is, don't murder all these innocent people! Have we ever? What? But they end up destroying the Trollocs. Galad starts spending all of his time with Barrelane. They go, you're hot, I'm hot, you're hot. Do you want to make super hot babies? And they do. And also, Barrelane admits the only reason she was going after Perrin is because he's connected to Rand, and she wanted to have security for her nation, which I guess justifies some of her actions, though, come on, Barrelane.
Oh my god.
Anyway, now that Rand is going to be with Elaine, which Barrelane knows if she marries Galad, she'll have another in, and so she tries to play it off like it's a political seduction. I'm using that incredibly hot man right now. Then Morghese finally kisses Talonvor, and then Leanie, their older maid, who's been around this whole time, grabs Perrin and goes, marry them! And Perrin marries Morghese and Talonvor, and then they agree to go through gateways all the way to Caemlyn, and they're getting ready to meet up with Elaine, and right when Perrin is getting ready to start going, just a scene that'll put a smile on everybody's face happens. Here it is.
Perrin watched her go, disappearing into the enormous campgrounds. Soldiers, farmers, craftsmen, Aiel, White Cloaks, refugees, almost 70,000 strong, despite those who had left or fallen in battle. How had he ended up with such a force? Before leaving the Two Rivers, he'd never seen more than 1,000 people gathered in one place. The largest portion was a group of former mercenaries and refugees who had been training under Tam and Daniel. The Wolf Guard, they were calling themselves, whatever that was supposed to mean. Perrin began walking to check on the supply carts, but something small struck him softly in the back of the head. He froze, turning, scanning the forest behind him. To the right, it stood brown and dead. To his left, the tree was dwindled. He couldn't see anyone. Have I been pushing myself too hard? He wondered, rubbing his head as he turned to continue walking, imagining things that another little strike on the back of his head. He spun and caught sight of something dropping to the grass. Frowning, he knelt and picked it up, an acorn. Another one smacked him in the forehead. It had come from the forest. Perrin growled and strode into the trees. One of the camp's few children, perhaps. Ahead was a large oak tree, the trunk thick and wide enough to hide someone. Once he grew close, he hesitated. Was this some kind of trap? He laid his hands on his hammer and inched forward. The tree was downwind, and he couldn't catch the scent of... A hand suddenly jutted out from behind the trunk, holding a brown sack. "I caught a badger," a familiar voice said. "Want to let it go in the village green?" Perrin froze, then let out a bellowing laugh. He rounded the tree's trunk and found a figure in a high-collared red coat, trimmed with gold, and fine brown trousers, sitting on the tree's exposed roots, the sack squirming near his ankles. Matt was chewing idly on a long length of jerky, and he wore a broad-brimmed black hat. A black polearm with a broad blade at the top leaned against the tree beside him. Where had he gotten such fine clothing? Hadn't he once complained about Rand wearing outfits like that? "Matt," Perrin asked, nearly too stunned to speak. "What are you doing here?" "Catching badgers," Matt said, shaking the sack. "Bloody hard to do, you know, particularly on short notice." The sack rustled, and Perrin heard a faint growl from inside. He could smell that there was, indeed, something alive in that sack. "You actually caught one?" "Call me nostalgic."
We think it would be very prudent.
Can we turn our beds into bunk beds?
Yes.
Why are you guys so sweaty?
And that is where we're going to leave Perrin's plot line for now, because we need to catch up to it once again. But before we catch up to Perrin's plot line, I want to do some little cleaning up, because you heard, yes, Grandal, kind of goating by the skin of her teeth here. In addition to that, Avienda, if you recall, was sent off to Roydion. Before she gets to Roydion, casually, she's having dinner. God sits down next to her, posing as a woman named Nokima, asks some pretty earth-shattering questions. It's a deep lore thing that was made pretty overt in this one. It's never fully explained, though if you do a whole bunch of between-the-lines reading, it's super important. No time for the summary, but Avienda meets God. But as she gets to Roydion, she goes through the rings. Instead of seeing the past like she expected, she starts actually seeing the future of the Aiel, signifying all kinds of incredible change happening to the actual make of the pattern. But what she ends up seeing is that after the last battle, the Shan-Chan continue their invasion and absolutely decimate, utterly ruining the Aiel to the point where Avienda is ashamed of her descendants, seeing how they are reduced to acting and behaving. Though good news, it's confirmed she will have quadruplets from Rand. So that is nice. We also see in a cutaway that the Shan-Chan do learn about gateways from a new Damani named Sufa. You recall, that's Elida. Elida managed to do one last awful thing, give the Shan-Chan gateways. Thanks. And Tuon, now Fort Tuona, is planning to do a full-on attack siege of the White Tower. Rand, you may be good now, but you definitely messed some stuff up earlier.
Son of a bitch! You done messed up, Aaron!
Speaking of Rand being good now, we meet Peace Rand in this book. After having, yes, the scene doubled down to us from Perrin's perspective, let's go ahead and explore just how Rand comes across now that he has had his realizations on Dragonmount. When he walks by rotted food, it becomes unrotted. As he approaches peasants, they just know he's the Dragon Reborn, and the sky has clouds break and sun shines wherever he is. Flowers bloom. Oh my God, he walks through an apple orchard that's not produced, and he talks to the farmer briefly, just having a good old back and forth because it's someone he recognizes from his past, and then he continues on. And when the guy turns around, the entire apple orchard's bloomed.
Are you Jesus of Nazareth?
He makes the Green Man proud. I want to just say, shout out to the Green Man. I like to think that that's why, or how Rand's doing it. So yes, Rand, mad peaceful. Just so much different than before. He truly is just the sheep herder, but not so afraid.
I'm not afraid anymore.
We see he's so not afraid that he goes from walking by this apple orchard to traveling to Tarvalin and heading directly into the White Tower, where, yes, he is shielded and seemingly unbothered by it. He's just casually walking through the White Tower. Hey guys, hundreds of warders come in, swords drawn, trailing him as he goes. But he just meets up with Swan and he goes, "Hey Swan, how you been? Good to see ya. You look different." They healed the stilling? Good. And Swan Sanche notes that his eyes, they look like he's 400 or 500 years old. Like, oh, he's still a young looking Rand, but if you look into his eyes, holy smokes, he looks different. And so he tells the Hall of the Tower, because Egwene, of course, shows up and he gathers the Hall of the Tower and speaks to the Amerlin Seat. He goes, "Hey y'all. Nice to see ya. I know you weren't expecting this vibe. It's different, I'm sure." The entire Hall of the Tower, by the way, like, cannot speak. He is having such an incredible impact on them with his Talvurenness that the only one who's able to respond is Egwene, and they even note that after the meeting's over. How did you manage to even speak, Egwene? But Egwene still sucks, and Rand is still a stubborn ass. This is for sure absolutely Zen Rand, but we are quickly reminded that he's still a two-rivered, stubborn sheep herder. But it's not entirely his fault. I blame more Egwene, because he tells Egwene, I'm gonna shatter the seals in the Dark One's prison. Dope, right? And Egwene assumes he's insane. And then they don't communicate further. They don't talk it out. They don't get through, you know, the level of detail that they should exchange. And instead, Rand tells him, hey, you got 30 days. Then I'm gonna meet you at this location where we'll break the seals, have a good time, make a cookout of it. I'm bouncing. See ya. Egwene considers taking him prisoner, which Egwene, I don't like you. I want to make that very clear. But Rand does just leave bounce and heads on out. The location they're going to be meeting with every nation that's going to partake in the last battle is the Fields of Marilor. I absolutely should have included that here. It's this location you're seeing on the map now. Just kind of a still healthy area of land near to the borderlands to intercept the gargantuan tide of shadow spawn. We also see during this time, Gawain, he's thinking. You know, he's trying real hard to do some thinking on his own, and he sees that Egwene is using herself as bait for the Black Aja and Masana, who's definitely still in the tower. He ends up ruining one of Egwene's traps because he just barges on in without asking whether or not she needs help and ends up springing something that could have caught an assassin. He does see an assassin who blends into the shadow. It's one of the blood knives that the Shan Chan left. Remember, there's a lot more of them. She's mad at him for good goddamn reason. He also proposes having all the sisters bond warders right now because it's just too dangerous. Decree everyone bond warders. And Egwene thinks it might be a good idea. Sure. She'll propose it to the hall. But we see from here, Egwene starts going on a spree, meeting with people, trying to get them on her side to actually assemble a massive army to try and pressure Rand into not breaking the seals in the Dark One's prison. And so she meets with the Wise Ones, tells them, hey, I think Rand's crazy. Side with me in this. And the Wise Ones say, no. No. And no. She also proposes, maybe we have a thing where you all send some people to us with train, we send people to you with train, I want the White Tower in everyone's business, to which the Wise Ones say, no. No. So then she meets up with Nynaeve and Elaine, and just the way she addresses them from her perspective, she's not addressing them as friends, which she explicitly asked them to do when she took the stole, and instead is trying to manipulate them from go, ordering them around, all kinds of stuff. She ends up ordering Nynaeve to come to the tower to take her full eyes to die test and says, Elaine, you'll do it once you're not super preggers. Egwene, you suck. Just talk to them, communicate, use your words. Anyway, she's still trying, this is a sponge, it's a bad sponge, to cleanse the Black Aja from the White Tower. Not good. We see Gawain is stupid several times over, and he gets frustrated with Egwene and leaves, goes back to Camelin through a gateway. Egwene, I will give her credit, being very smart, goes before the hall of the tower and says, how about this? I'll deal with the rulers, all right, when it comes to forming forces for the last battle. You all deal with the actual last battle, right? We'll exchange powers that way. And the hall goes, that's good. Let's all vote for that. And one of them realizes the implications of that. And before she can object, everyone votes and Egwene gets that power. And then after the vote happens, she goes, y'all, Rand's the king of Ilion. You just gave her full authority to make all decisions when it comes to Rand. Yeah, you really should have seen that coming. I would call this an unbelievably incompetent Congress, but I'm an American. They're very believably incompetent. To catch the Black Tower within the White Tower, though, they decide to set some traps. We see Gawain has gone back to Camelin and briefly has a conversation with Elaine, and I cannot stress enough to you how much Elaine's conversation with Gawain is like, let's make it clear, you're dumb. Gawain goes, might need to think about that. And then after seeing that Rand al'Thor has made his sister pregnant, Gawain has the realization that the reason he hates Rand so much is that he's jealous of his accomplishments, which I know isn't implying what I'm implying, but the fact that it's so close does make me question you, bro. Weird. Before the trap to catch the Black Aja and Masana can be sprung, we also see that Egwene does manage to make some actual headway with the Sea Folk. They are going to do some exchanging of people for training, and she understands, and I'll give her again full credit for this, she looks to the future, and she knows that the White Tower cannot be this omnipotent force for channeling anymore. There are wise ones, there are the kin, there are the sea folk. So instead, why don't we make the White Tower a guide for all channelers? It'll be the central hub amongst a network. And I think that's actually a reasonable compromise and not crazy. Gawain comes back because he realizes that Egwene is asleep because some people in Camelin are asleep, and he realizes that means she's vulnerable. The blood knives are probably coming for her now. I know when I ran in before uninvited, I accidentally sprung a trap that was left for them, but I'm gonna do it again. And he does it again, and there's 3 blood knives that he has to fight. Cut away from him, it's not going well. Blood knives have this thing where they meld into shadows so you can't really see them. And so if you're in a knife fight with them, it's extraordinarily hard. But remember, Gawain, very good with the sword. Not as good as Galad, though.
What the hell did I do?
But now it is time for the tower to spring its trap on the Black Aja and Masana. Except right when this is happening, suddenly a dream spike comes over the White Tower. Perrin, your timing actually couldn't be better. This makes it so the Forsaken cannot escape. And also, they're in Tel Riyadh for this confrontation. Smart, and they have this like dual fake meeting, real meeting to spring a trap. It's pretty clever. And Egwene brings in a bunch of wise ones to Tel Riyadh to join the fight. And yes, I said I have been training to be better in Tel Riyadh. But wise ones, they are pros. And so the advantage immediately Egwene and her people. And also Perrin shows up, does the thing where he just wills away balefire. And so Egwene has a moment of, oh yeah, all will here. Stop channeling, wasted time. Stick with will. She runs into Masana, the Forsaken. Masana, super badass, wills an Adom on Egwene's neck, paralleling how Nynaeve defeated Moghedien, but also showing us how Egwene better than Moghedien now. Because Egwene realizes, yes, Moghedien couldn't even think words of resistance to Nynaeve because that's how strong the Adom are. I, though, I'm the Amerlin's seat. I have the entire weight and authority of the White Tower behind me. Even if I die here, you will eventually fall to the White Tower. Right there, I'm stronger than this. The Idom falls off. So she's just better than the Forsaken at the Dream World. Her and Masana have a will off. This is a metaphor. She doesn't actually explode Masana's head, but she breaks her mind. It would be cooler if she exploded it. I'm gonna be real with you, but she breaks it, and so basically the same thing of a lobotomy happens to Masana. And she wakes up in the White Tower and they find out she's been posing as a brown sister. But when Egwene wakes up, she also finds Gawain soaked in blood, almost dead. She heals him, bonds him as a warder to save his life like Elaine did with Brigitte, and Gawain, good to go. He also takes the blood rings from the Shanshan, seeing how powerful they are, tucks them away. Yeah, dumb young boys taking magical artifacts hasn't gone wrong in Wheel of Time at all. Sure, but don't worry. I know we need to finish Rand's plotline. Continuing on with Rand. Well, Rand is absent, though, at the White Tower. We see Min is meeting with Kurtzwain, and they are worried because Ilana, gone. They only know eventually she's in the Blight, which... Min, though, knows Rand is in a great place. She feels through the bond for the first time that he feels joy and is happy in so long, and she's thrilled for him. So Kurtzwain's, we need to find Rand. Min goes, he needs to be left alone. He does return at this point, and him and Min have a heart-melting, just incredible moment where she sees the sheep herder she fell in love with finally coming through and not this borderline broken man. She even sees that reality is still warping around him because his Talviranness literally bends the air. Crazy, crazy. He's Jesus now, all right? Rand then also announces to the Aiel he has tow to them for not letting them guard him all the time and apologizes deeply, especially to the maidens. And they say, yeah, you do, but also respect. He's really coming across like an Aiel now, which he has failed to do at this point. He also wants to go to Falma, and he tells them, hey, I was a douchebag before, I accept terms, and while he's meeting with some of the lords there, he can just reveal dark friends with his eyes. He looks at 2 of them and they can't meet his gaze, and he goes, oh, dark friend. So new power unlocked. At this point, though, he goes and he reunites with Tam, and he actually has a good father-son human interaction with his father. And one of the big lessons that we come to understand through him keeping Tam around for a little bit is the reason Lews Therin failed was he didn't have as good an upbringing and as good of a role model as Tam provided to Rand. The fact that he introduces his dad to men like a boy does his date to prom. Also, in the presence of Rand now alpha Talviering it to all positive stuff, Nynaeve just, without permission, I want to add, but it's good because it had a good outcome, but still, whoa, is just exploring healing an Ashamon's madness. Again, did not ask him, and succeeds. Quick note, Nynaeve, if you had not made a mistake, he brain dead like, but okay, fine, it worked. She figures out how to bibbity bobbity boop heal madness because Nynaeve is goated. She at this point tells Rand, hey, I was given orders from Egwene to go to the tower and take my test, and he tells her, come back because I need you at the last battle. You are one of the few people I actually trust to help me wield Kalendor, because if you remember, to fix its flaw, he needs 2 women with him, and they hug. It's, dude, she used to babysit him, and now she still has that. It's just perfect. It's one of the perfect scenes of the series, seeing him say goodbye, and she tries to heal the madness on Rand, touches his brain, and Lovecraftian horror level complicated, oh my god, no one could ever possibly feasibly heal that, tells Rand about it, and he's neat. There's madness, but underneath it's this like barrier of perfection. Dragon Reborn. Quickly, Nynaeve goes, does her Aes Sedai test, which of course she nails. Nope, she fails it. Oops, but that's because she kind of got mad, surprised it's Nynaeve during it, and decided not to use the 100 weaves she's supposed to be limited to become an Aes Sedai, and instead just used Balefire at one point. Send a message. But when she comes out, Egwene makes the very good point of, this is the woman who cured madness and cleansed Sayadine, as well as discovering all these other weaves. We kind of can't not make her an Aes Sedai. So she's made an Aes Sedai, and they give her a pass because Nynaeve is that incredible. She then immediately goes to the woman whose Lan's bond was passed to, kicks open the door, and goes, if you don't pass me this bond of Lan, I will kill you. And so she gets Lan and his bond. Nynaeve is pretty chill a lot of the time as she goes on, but here, that's mine. That's my boy. Before we continue on with Rand, though, you need to note there is Rhoda Ituralde in the Borderlands. If you remember, in the last book, Rand made him a promise to go fight in the Blight. Rand would solve the problems with the Shan-Chan and bring reinforcements to Rhoda Ituralde whenever he could. It's not going well. We see Rhoda Ituralde is having just an incredible amount of Shadow Spawn come out from the Blight to engage his forces. He has a few Ashaman. It's not enough. Trollocs are doing insane tactics like launching their dead from catapults, so imagine a gargantuan Trolloc just smacking you in the face. And then they use that to hide the fact of Drakkar raining down from above. He sees his pikemen are breaking, charges his own bodyguard in it to try and help hold the line. He hears horns sounding, they're doing these staggered retreats, just so many instances of them almost being completely wrecked. There's a nearby Borderlander town that should be sending forces, but they just aren't for far too long. And it's past the point where Rand should have sent backup, damn it. Rhoda Ituralde is desperate and just losing and fighting. His leg gets broken, but finally, as he's about to be completely overwhelmed, Borderlanders from the nearby town ride out and save his ass, but that's just a momentary solution. There are still so many Trollocs in the next wave. They're pulled behind the city walls, but oh my god, there's male channeling amongst the Trolloc army. There are dreadlords here. Okay, Rand, you here yet? Nope. Let's get ready. They blow open the wall of the city and Trollocs flood in. There is just so much massacre going on, but Rhoda Ituralde, one of the 5 great captains, so he is managing to have a hell of a time fighting them off, doing a damn good job. But it does look like all hope is lost until we see over in Rand's plotline that men still having all kinds of visions around Rand, but they're looking better, looking good. She also has multiple visions that, if they come true, mean the last battle's won, but that's not a spoiler. Shut the fuck up. Things could, the Dark One could change. Shut up. Even though we're told explicitly men's visions always come true. Rand just becomes Fix-It Felix. I mean, he goes to a city where there's mass starvation and just nothing but rotted grain, opens one of the bags, goes, look, it's not rotted, and then everyone's fed. He's just solving problems everywhere. But he finally realizes, oh right, I'm supposed to help Rhoda Ituralde. let's go. And right as Rhoda Iturralda is accusing one guy of being a dark friend because he was the reason that the Borderlanders didn't come sooner to help him, Rand arrives, and guess what? That guy is a dark friend. And a Trolloc army is pouring into the city. It looks like all hope is lost. And Rand goes, bet, you want to see what Zin Rand can do? And then he unleashes so many weaves at once that the Ashaman watching him can't even count how many. I can't draw that, so I just gave him a Kamehameha, and he obliterates nearly this entire army of, here's the number of Trollocs, on his own. Rand is the most powerful glass cannon in fantasy, because he still dies to a knife to the eyeball, but he can do that. That's the gateway here. Rand arrives, and I bet you didn't notice this one little line of blue coming through. That's the start of this spell. Just vaporating this entire army. Also, Cadsuane during this time is allowed to be back in Rand's presence, and she talks about how proud of him she is a little bit, but you know, she's trying not to be all, I love this kid, but I got it, he's the Dragon Reborn, but he's doing good. She's basically his mom at this point. Rand takes the king of Ered Doman, who was assumed dead, and brings him to Rhoda Iturralda and goes, hey, I found your king, he's not dead. Does that make up for not coming for a long time and a bunch of your people dying? Sorry. Min has an additional viewing for Rand where she sees a black hand is gripping Kalendor. But there's one final thing that Rand must do here. He's got to go deal with those Borderlanders he failed to make an agreement with when he was an ass in the last book. So he tells Cadsuane, don't call me boy, by the way. I'm the last Male Aes Sedai, because I am Lews Therin. We're one and the same. Min, don't worry. I'm still Rand. You're not in love with Lews Therin, but you are, because they're both the same guy. I have all his memories, but I'm still Rand. It's Tam's raising that's the difference, but I'm still Lews Therin, and I'm Rand. I'm the last Male Aes Sedai. Got it? But Rand finally takes a gateway to meet with those Borderlanders, shows up, and far nicer. He goes to Far Madding, because they want to meet him in a place where he can't channel. And they start the meeting by having all the leaders amongst them slap Rand in the face because they have to test that he's who he says he is and that he's in the right state of mind due to prophecies they have that they've kept secret. They also ask him a question that only Lews Therin would know the answer to, and in their secret prophecy, that means he is the Dragon Reborn and they can trust him. And we know if they had done that to Rand 2 days ago, he would have killed them. So good call. And if you don't believe Rand is redeemed yet after all of this, the next thing he does is he asks the nobles, hey, there's a guy amongst you named Huron. He's a sniffer. Really great person. I was a jerk to him and I'd like to apologize. Could you bring him to me? And they agree. And Rand, wow, what a nice guy. One more quick side note. We see Padan Fain is using the mist to kill Trollocs, then resurrecting them as zombies. He plans on killing Rand and then the Dark One. Good luck. That's not the end of the book, y'all, because the best plotline I've saved for last.
Outfit change!
Picking up with Matrim Cawthon, we see he is getting schwasty at an inn because, yeah, there may be dark friends out there hunting him with his picture that super want to kill him, but when luck is literally on your side, you don't gotta worry that much. Remember, he is currently in Caemlyn after Varen sent him there with a letter saying, you better open it. 10 days, and Matt said 30, because this whole book takes place in a month, so now he is waiting out those 30 days. Though Willie is in Caemlyn, bad news, raise the alarm. Someone suffered a murder that was rather horrific, where their throat got torn out. I wonder what could have done that. That's right, our best friend, the Golem, is back. And so he needs to develop a plan to handle this. Also, Willie's sitting on this letter from Varen. He's trying to send letters to Elaine, who's quite busy with her new throne, to get her help in building these cannons with all these Bell founders. She has yet to respond to Matt, though, so Matt sends her some much more strongly worded letters where he talks about getting her pretty bottom out of the fire and no, are they flirting? Not really, it's just Matt being Matt. And Tom consistently reminds Matt that they better go save Moraine, but he's got to fulfill his 30-day promise first. But on his way back to his tent after this night out drinking, he is about to step inside his flaps, but he smells blood. Stop! Knife! Dodge. Yep, the Golem is there, and there's a stench of blood in his tent, but before he deals with that, Matt whips out the little fox head that has left a scar on the Golem's face from before. Good little sign that somehow this thing could possibly be hurt. And of course, some channelers start arriving and hurling stuff at the Golem because they can't directly channel at it because it's kind of like Matt's medallion, but they can throw stuff at it. And also soldiers arrive drawing their weapons, and while the Golem can't be killed with traditional means, it definitely doesn't like having stuff thrown at it, so it leaves. From here, Matt decides that if he's going to survive, he's instead of staying in the camp going to stay at a different inn every single night and keep on moving around. And that way, he'll be able to keep people like Oliver safe. Oliver was in the tent. He smelled blood. Matt dashes into the tent, looks for dead Oliver, doesn't see dead Oliver. Instead, a couple of members of the Band of His Red Hand and his serving man named Lopin? Something with an L. Matt feels bad because he was a good serving man. To help ease the tension between the Aes Sedai and the Shan-Chan in his camp, Matt decides to tell the Suldam to learn how to channel from the Aes Sedai, which works, I guess. And once people start nicely asking Matt, if they can have some horses and other favors along the way to go about their missions, like heading to the White Tower, Matt tells the Aes Sedai, absolutely, because you asked nicely and treated me like a human being. I appreciate that. And if you're thinking, wow, Matt is responsibly handling the threat of the Golem, he's leading an effective band of mercenaries, he is actually letting people leave and being respectful to them, and is solving problems in his camp. This boy has grown up, don't worry. Right as one of the Aes Sedai leaves that has royally pissed Matt off a whole lot, Tom asks him, why'd you give her a bunch of honey cakes? That was weird. Matt tells him, because I filled the center of them with a root that'll turn her mouth blue for a month. But he understands he's in a dangerous situation, so Matt assigns a woman that's been traveling with him named Anan, I believe, to look after Oliver while he handles all the dangerous stuff. Now, cut to Elaine, who's obviously also in Camelin. She got that one throne in Camelin, her mom's, but she's looking at the throne of Carian like, are you saying I could lead both Andor and Carian? God damn! Maybe. I mean, that's a good throne. This is a good throne. Let's make the thrones to one throne. This goes beyond just Elaine being power hungry. In fact, it's not related to that at all, I would say. And instead, Elaine smart. One of the things I've maintained throughout this series, Elaine big brain. And she realizes that even if they do win the last battle, there are still going to be problems. Like the Shan-Chan. They might fight on their side while the actual Dark One's loose, but once that's over, they're probably going to be a problem. And so she wants to unify as many banners under solidarity, getting them all together as she can, so that once the Dark One is banished, if they win, they can fight together against the Empire of the Shan-Chan. Because yes, Rand has been a big deal and certainly helped win a bunch of battles, but do you think all of these nations would have been able to stop the Shan-Chan, who just successfully attacked the White freaking Tower, without the dragon on their side who massacred their armies on his own? Answer, no. So, they need to organize and prepare for that, and what we saw with Avienda, we know the future currently right now is looking like the Shan-Chan might be pretty victorious. They even have an army called the Ever Victorious Army, and they're based off Alexander the Great, who didn't really lose. So, they are a serious issue that still needs to be handled. But finally, after receiving her second letter from Matt, she decides to meet with him. It's noted that her pregnancy is showing now with twins. Also is meeting with the kin and telling them, hey, I'm okay with the kin making Camelin their home. That's fine with me, except I ask you, in exchange for having your base here, to give the throne of Andor access to your gateways whenever we require it, and also give medical aid to everyone in the city for free. Universal health care, and traveling for military stuff. Well done. The kin say, hey, as long as we don't have to actually go to war with you, and we get to set up like a lucrative gateway service in the city, deal. And so, done. That's really nice. She's again planning to deal with the Shan-Chan by also making it so a whole bunch of channelers aside from the Black Tower, which she has no control over and is currently in bad shape, are loyal to her and have some leverage. Again, Elaine, big brain. By the way, we do see in the Black Tower at this point that Logain is kind of missing, and the people loyal to Logain are super looking for him, and it's not looking good. Also, some people who Taim has brought in for private lessons come out suddenly being super loyal to Taim with a dead look in their eyes. And from visions we saw when Egwene went through the accepted test, we know if 13 Murdral and 13 channelers loyal to the Dark One get together, they can force people to come to the Shadow. No way that's what's happening. To set this up for the final book, we see that the people who are loyal to Logain start meeting with the Aes Sedai, who are still around the Black Tower, and saying, we need to start working together to deal with Taim, because I'm pretty sure that guy's a dark friend, and they are right. But yay, Matt is finally summoned to meet with Elaine, and he brings Tom, who is changed out of his Gleeman's cloak. No, worst decision that's ever happened in the entire series. I get he's dressed up like a bard now because he was a bard the last time he went to the royal palace in Camelin, but Tom, you are our colorful cloak man, and I object. They managed to make a deal with Elaine to get the cannons made because Matt says these will make boom, and Elaine go boom, boom? And Brigitte, who has a ton of experience with war, goes boom, make these. Oh my God. And after seeing them demonstrated, Brigitte realizes these could change warfare forever and oh, this could be bad in the future. Definitely needed to fight the Dark One, but could be awful for the implications of man. And with Robert Jordan being a Vietnam veteran, there's a reason he put this in here. But they come with some specific stipulations. One, Elaine is going to hire the Band of the Red Hand to work for the throne at the same rate that they worked for previously in other lands. Every one of 4 of the cannons that are made by the Bell Founders in Camelin are going to go to the Band of the Red Hand. Matt gets a new serving man because his was just killed. Elaine gets to experiment with the Foxhead Medallion for 3 days. And Elaine kind of implicates that if Perrin doesn't agree to serve her throne, she might use these dragons against him. Again, Elaine is a ruler, and she might be friends with Perrin, but he has just declared himself an independent lord in her land. Politically, yeah, Perrin, there are going to be ramifications for that, although it wasn't really his fault. We've seen he didn't want it. It's just a matter of circumstance, so obviously that's not going to result in bloodshed. And then finally, Tom agrees to be Elaine's court bard. Now, time moves on. These plans are getting into action, and Matt decides to try and come into the palace again. He is stopped. Brigitte hears about some kerfuffle happening, goes on out to see what's going on, sees Matt was stopped from coming into the palace, and Matt goes, that's who I wanted to see, Brigitte, my best friend ever. Would you like to go get schwasty? And Brigitte says, absolutely. Just platonic soulmates in my mind. These two love carousing, drinking, and also have ancient memories that are problems for them. And speaking of, Matt finally fully opens up to somebody about everything going on in his head and how it happened, which he has not done up to this point, even with Tuon, and he totally informs Brigitte, because she opens up that in a previous life that she can remember she also went to deal with the Tower of Genji, which Matt is going to have to, and she tells him that yes, bringing fire is a good way to scare them back, bringing music is a good way to lull and sedate the Aelfin and Eilfin, and having steel weapons are the only weapons that can do damage to them. These are big deals. Also, she remembers sprinkling steel powder in her wake so she could follow her way back and forth. Bad news though, she didn't make it out of the tower and died. She went in there to save her love interest that's constantly reborn to be with her, who's not reborn this time because Brigitte was ripped into the pattern this time. But yeah, it was sad. Also, the hallways will change and shift. If you turn right, then try to go back around it, the hallway will be different. Bad. This nice time hanging out, though, where they're trying to deal with this, is interrupted from sudden feelings of pain through the warder bond to Brigitte from Elaine. Oh no. What could be happening? You know how I said Elaine's smart? Elaine's sometimes also stupid. On her own, without protection, well pergernert, Elaine decided to go question some of the Black Aja sisters they have prisoned. She puts a fake face on like John Cena. Not because she's wearing a fake face, but it's like a face that obscures her face so they can't see her. Clarification. Pretends to be one of the Forsaken and manages to get some information out of these Black Aja sisters, including the fact that they're trying to kill Mia. And this results in a slaughter, because at the same time, that dark friend who's been posing as someone who's trustworthy amongst her bodyguard shows up and kills the kin that are keeping the shields. Oh boy. Now, the Black Aja sisters are not shielded. They realize that Elaine is actually Elaine and not one of the Forsaken coming to check on them. There is a big back and forth of channeling and fighting. And why is Elaine able to stand up to multiple Black Aja sisters and dark friends? She's wearing the necklace that Matt gave her, so all their channeling's just not working against her. Big surprise. And on top of that, she has successfully created recreations of the amulet, and so now she also has others. So even when they get one away from her, she gets to be able to go, jinx, I got another. Except the ones she's made are flawed. And well, if you wear mats and you're a channeler, channeling won't affect you, but you can channel. The recreations she's made, if you're a channeler and it touches you, it obliterates everything you're currently doing at the 1 power and like acts as almost a shield. And so she's able to be like, oh, they shielded me. Boom, put that on you. Breaks the shield I was using on you. Back and forth. And then she gets stabbed in the back by that guard. Now, it's important to note, Elaine has been saying something that I've never heard a single pregnant woman say in my entire life. And that's that I'm invincible, because the vision Min had said that her babies would come out and be happy and healthy. Counterpoint from Brigitte, yes, the babes might come out happy and healthy, but you could have an arm ripped off. You could be taken prisoner and forced to give birth to them in all kinds of horrible circumstances. That doesn't mean you're safe. Elaine, not smart about this either, and continues to think she's invincible until that knife slides right into her back. The dark friend who stabs her then tells one of the Black Aja who's still standing to heal her. They do, because he says he wants to enjoy Elaine. That's awful. That's a horrible thing to say. Yet Elaine, using some medallion shenanigans, is still able to get free, brings the roof down, separating herself from that dark friend who has one of the copies but not the original medallion. And he also took the time to stab all the Black Aja sisters to make sure that none of them could be questioned. Slit throat, blood. And so, you know, a bunch of Black Aja sisters died and some kin. Oh, that's sad. After this, Brigitte wins all the arguments. You need more guards. You are not invincible. I am like your big sister. You are smart, but also dumb. Now, though, Matt begins to come up with a plan, because if he is going to be hunted by this golem, he's going to have something waiting for it. And so he gets together with some channelers. He gets together with some of the Band of the Red Hand, and they got to figure out a real difficult problem. How do you kill something that is, as far as Matt's ancient memories are aware, unkillable? Well, you don't try to kill it. You see, Matt, very intelligently, begins making a big old fuss out one night, letting everybody know, looking for specifically dark friends, I'm Matt Coffin, and I'm carousing, dice, drinks, Of course, dark friends at one point, that's Matt Coffin, let's go get the golem. And so the golem shows up. Matt whips out not one medallion, not two, but he's whipping these things that Elaine have made all over the place. And he's smack in a fight with the golem. He also has people trying to corner it using torches, illuminating, haha, we got you. Except it's still the golem. And yeah, it's surrounded. But as far as the golem's aware, I'm not trapped here with you. You're trapped here with me with the ability to mildly burn me with that amulet, but you're not going to kill me with it. And so, yeah, some people die during this fight. Channelers are trying to be really careful to keep it contained. And then Matt starts backing it away with the things. Oh, smack with the necklace. And he even wraps it around his Ashendari to like, I got range. And then finally, there's a doorway that the golem is backed against, and it opens. Now, you remember how there's two forms of traveling? One, you open a gateway, you walk to where you want to go. The other is skimming. That's a skimming doorway. And so the door opens, and Matt's able to burn the golem till it's hovering over an infinite void. And Matt says, I hope you can't die. And then kicks it, poof, and the golem is falling through infinity. Close the door. We didn't kill it, but the problem's solved. I've often thought about, does anyone in the shadow have the talent to be able to perfectly spot where the golem is, understand its velocity, and open a door to catch it? I don't think so, because no one does. Bye, golem. That is actually a fate worse than death. It is falling through infinity and can't die. That is maybe the worst death in the entirety of Wheel of Time.
The golem stepped back, snarling at the barrage. It looked over its shoulder, seeming to notice something behind, but Matt's attack drew its attention back. Teshadar! True blood of battle. Matt forced the creature toward the open doorway. At the back of the hallway, the room beyond was entirely dark. No light of the fires reflected off walls in there. Kire Mishimar Tilin Kirier en Mashirama Nielsen Kiri on Mashiyama and Indian. Honor for my blade for Tilin. Honor of my blade for Nielsen. Honor of my blade for the fallen. Call of vengeance. The golem backed into the dark room, stepping onto a bone-white floor, eyes flickering down, taking a deep breath. Matt leaped through the doorway with a final burst of strength and slammed the smoldering butt of the Ashandare into the side of the creature's head. A spray of sparks and ash exploded around its face. The creature cursed and stumbled to the right, and there it nearly stepped off the edge of the platform, hanging above an expansive void. The golem hissed in anger, hanging with one leg over the void, flailing to keep its balance. From this side, the doorway into the room was ringed by a glowing white light, the edges of a gateway made for skimming. "I don't know if you can die," Matt said softly. "I hope to the light that you can't." He raised a boot and slammed it into the thing's back, throwing it off the platform into the darkness. It fell, twisting in the air, looking up at him with horror. "I hope you can't die," Matt said, "because I'm going to enjoy the thought of you falling through that blackness forever." Matt spit over the side, sending a bit of bloody spittle down, plummeting after the golem. Both disappeared under the blackness below. But, haha! Now it is time to cut back to Elaine because, yeah, Perrin's arrived in Camelin. And he brings Galad, and him and Elaine, hug. We're both mature from when we were younger. Yeah, Galad, you're a prick, but you're my brother. Oh, who's that behind you? Mom? That's my mom. Yeah, Morghese is alive. Oh boy, you also have a claim to this throne. Morghese immediately, no. I forsake all claims to the throne. How about I go live in the Two Rivers? Cool? Cool. You're doing great, Elaine. Love you. They catch up, and then Elaine, doing some political scheming, also solves the Perrin problem, says you're not an independent nation in the Two Rivers. That would be insane. Instead, yeah, we hardly ever go out there. It's super far away in a bump middle of nowhere place that has no wealth and no reason for us to send taxes out there. You're the High Lord of the Two Rivers. Boom. It's not my problem anymore, Perrin. Good job. Thanks for saving my mom. Elaine totally secures the Band of the Red Hand, who are also stacked with a bunch of Carianan people and nobles. She's able to make a specific deal where Carianan nobles take some land in Andor and Andoran nobles take some land in Carian in a fun little swap, which makes all these people now have dual loyalties. And suddenly her access to the throne is just solidified because in that trade, she was able to appease enough of the Carianan nobles to back her right to the Sun Throne. So now Elaine secures 2 thrones. She's about to sit on the Sun Throne. Ha! I have gained Carian. And Birgitte steps in and pulls out a poison needle from the cushions. And before Elaine can sit down, Birgitte rubs her ass on the chair to make sure there's no other needles because Birgitte knows how to use that donk to prevent assassination. And after she makes sure it's clear, Elaine sits on her second throne. Kaplam! Elaine's got 2 kingdoms. Very well done. The 2 most powerful, arguably, in terms of wealth, kingdoms in the Westlands. Elaine just became the most powerful ruler of this side of the Dragon Wall. And Matt, during this time, starts wearing a red scarf instead of a green one in remembrance of all the members of the Band of the Red Hand who were killed by the golem. That's a very good man. Then the last thing we see from this party is everyone preparing to meet Rand to join his side in the schism between him and Egwene. So, yeah, Egwene, honestly, you're just not right. Rand's been super studying the dragon prophecy and stuff, and yeah, he needs to break those seals. You are in the wrong. But if you're paying attention, Matt's story's not done, because obviously he has one last side quest. And so he opens a gateway traveling to the Tower of Genjai. He comes in with musical instruments, Tom Maryland, steel, Noel. He also brought fireworks. Because he's Matt. And yeah, they didn't want him to bring steel, fire, or musical equipments, but he decided to go, what about super fire? And also he brought some dice. They start having to deal immediately with some Aelfin and Eelfin problems. Singing, steel, it cuts you, fire, stay back, dice, which hallway should I go down? Random, that one, go. And after doing a whole lot of random chants, Matt ends up in a room where he finds, held in a bubble, Moiraine. Alive, and he is flooded with all of the emotion seeing this woman who brought him from the 2 rivers that he thought was dead. Whoo! Except behind him are a whole bunch of Aelfin and Eelfin. So they got Moiraine and a whole lot of Eelfin. They're stuck, and they're running low on stuff and fireworks. Matt has just been lighting fireworks and yeeting them, which is the funniest thing. And so Matt steps forward, and the old tongue, of course, says, I've come to bargain. Here's my proposal, my ask. We get a straight shot out of here, none of this turny-whirny crap. You can't harm us on the way out, Eelfin. And we get to take Moiraine. And they say that's going to take a very big price. We feed off sensation. What can you do? And Matt answers that he'll pay with half the light of the world
steps forward, and one of the eelfin tears out his eyeball, giving them a feast of sensation, and they then act drunk in a really twisted way after Matt is done screaming in pain at his eye being torn out. He then stands, puts his hat back on in just an unbelievable amount of pain. Also, I did earlier foreshadowing of this where I had Matt, when he said hi to Perrin, with one eye closed. I made it look like he was winking. I was foreshadowing the fact that this bitch is getting torn out. Except, wouldn't you know, the bargain he made with Fae-type creatures wasn't perfect. He said the eelfin couldn't harm them. Didn't say the aelfin. And so on their way out, they start getting hunted. And well, it's a straight shot. Guess where they are in the way of? So it ends up being another big fight. After giving up half the light of the world, Matt is cornered. They finally find a door that's going to be their passage out. He takes the Ashendari, realizing that when he asked for a way to be rid of them back in his original bargain, this is definitely a key to get on out of there. They need more time though. And so Noel sacrifices himself, and as he's dying, says that Jane Farstrider died clean. He's been Jane Farstrider this whole time, another legendary Horn of the Hero that was reborn, and Tom knew, because Tom know all the facts, and Matt's blown away, but he doesn't have time to process that because they're dealing with monsters. Cuts his way out, gets Tom out, and tips his hat and says, "Looks like the game can be won after all," he said. "Tell the foxes I'm mighty pleased with this key they gave me. Also, you can all go rot in a flaming pit of fire and ashes, you unwashed lumps of pigs' backsides. Have a grand bloody day." He held his hat and leapt through the opening. All flashed white. Before exiting the Tower of Genjai, unfortunately having to leave Noel to die. Except Moraine is waking. And so many emotions. The Gandalf has returned, except instead of being white, Moraine's weaker, because they've been feeding on her ability to channel, though she's not powerless. In fact, she came out with a bracelet that enhances her power to channel above where she was before. Except, just unrelated to all of that, she says, "Hey, Tom, you want to get married?" And Tom, yeah. I mean, it's Moraine. Yes, obviously. There's a little bit of back and forth. He becomes her new warder. Moraine got a new warder, and it's Tom Mother Marilyn. I'm not claiming that's an upgrade from Lan, because, you know, Lan. But it's not a downgrade. Tom lets slip to Moraine that Matt's married to the Shan-Chan Empress, showing that Tom immediately has more loyalty to Moraine. And just sick of this, Matt storms away. And has to do a lot of thinking. I'm one-eyed now. Is this gonna screw up my ability to fight? He blindly throws a knife behind him and it kills a rabbit. No, he's good. Luck is an insanely overpowered power. But this takes us to the epilogue before A Memory of Light. And now is time to set up the last battle starting. Because if you notice, all of our characters are headed there. They're meeting to prepare to have the biggest battle arguably in the fantasy genre. Well, just cleaning something up. Grandal made big promises to that Dream Spike and Slayer in the trap trying to get Perrin. None of it delivered. We see Shadar Haran comes, just drags her off into the night. Scary. Rand is in one of his own dreams when he's suddenly pulled elsewhere and he sees a woman that he knows to be Lanfear reincarnated, or as he, with all of Luce Theron's memory now, thinks of her Mirren, because that was her original name. And she is, have you ever seen the ending of that movie Contagion, where the person is just dragged in the shadow at the end? Again, that happens, and he sees that Lanfear's having a bad time. It's almost like all the Forsaken have been insanely incompetent, and the Dark One's having to just punish all of his lieutenants before finally launching the last battle. Uh-oh. I mean, it's actually kind of scary, because he's whipping their asses into line to be really focused for what's about to come, and the scariest Forsaken have yet to come. I'm excited for you all to meet Demon Dread on the battlefield. Perrin has one final character growth moment because he has been told to seek Boundless, and he manages to find Boundless in the Wolf Dream. This was quite literally Hopper's last request to him as his voice was fading, and so Perrin seeks out this wolf and realizes he knows him. And he calls Boundless by his human name, Gnome. Remember all the way back when there was that insane man that instilled so much fear into Perrin because he'd lost himself to the wolf? Perrin has a conversation and realizes that Gnome just chose. His human life was miserable and filled with pain, and so he chose the wolf life because it was more peaceful
and happy. He wasn't taken by it. And Perrin has this incredible realization after forging Mjolnir. It's Mjolnir. It's Mjolnir. He's able to stand atop the mountains, and as both Young Bull and Perrin say a profoundly sincere thank you to the wolves and Gnome and everyone else for helping him see and realize the true potential in himself. We've gotten peak Perrin as well as peak Rand. Matt's just always been peak. And then finally, Oliver, being the annoying little kid that he is, takes Varen's letter to Matt, it's been 30 days, and decides, I'm Matt's assistant, messenger, whatever, I'll read it. Cracks it open, whoop, Talmanis. What, Oliver? No, I'm not gonna read Matt's letter. I'm not gonna read Matt. Oh, fine, it's an emergency, I'll read Matt's letter. In 30 days, through the waygates hidden in Camelin, a massive shadow spawn army is going to attack, dated 30 days ago. Talmanis walks outside and sees the city of Camelin is on fire. Oh. Okay. Are the dragons ready? And the book ends with us receiving prophecy of the shadow. Lo, it shall come upon the world that the prison of the greatest one shall grow weak, like the limbs of those who crafted it. Once again his glorious cloak shall smother the pattern of all things, and the great Lord shall stretch forth his hand to claim what is his. The rebellious nations shall be laid barren, their children caused to weep. There shall be none but him, and those who have turned their eyes to his majesty. In that day, when the one-eyed fool travels the halls of mourning, and the first among vermin lifts his hand to bring freedom to him who will destroy. The last days of the fallen blacksmith's pride shall come. Ye and the broken wolf, and the one whom death has known shall fall and be consumed by the midnight towers. And his destruction shall bring fear and sorrow to the hearts of men, and shall shake their very will itself. And then shall the Lord of the evening come, and he shall take our eyes, for our souls shall bow before him. And he shall take our skin, for our flesh shall serve him. And he shall take our lips, for only him will we praise. And the Lord of the evening shall face the broken champion, and shall spill his blood and bring us the darkness so beautiful. Let the screams begin, O followers of the shadow, beg of your destruction. And we actually, in my opinion, see the last battle start. Because I lied, there's one final beacon of hope. We see that Lan, after Nynaeve dropped him, this is happening throughout the book, all the way at the other end of the Blight, has been trying to make his way quietly to where he needs to be, Tarwin's Gap. Except remember, Nynaeve rang the alarm the whole way. And so he comes across the first group of guys waiting for him. All right, there's like 3 of you, fine, you can come with me. I understand you're also Malkiri, whatever. Let's keep moving. He keeps going. Another group of guys. God damn it. All right, yeah, you're all Malkiri, fine. No, we're not raising the Golden Crane in a reflection of Perrin. We're just gonna keep going to Tarwin's Gap. If you don't wanna live, you can come with me and we'll do this charge. And by the time he gets to Tarwin's Gap, Lan has an army of 12,000 men. All right, let's start the last battle. He charges a massive Trollocs in Tarwin's Gap, and it's a force of 150,000. So technically, he has a greater chance of living than if he went alone. Technically. Is it fitting? Kazel said. What? Lan asked. That we should strike here. Yes, Lan said. Perhaps, Kazel said. But it is bold. It shows the shadow that we will not be beaten down, and we will not cower. This is your land, Lord Mandragoran. My land, he thought. Yes, it was. He nudged Mandard forward. I am Lan Mandragoran, he bellowed, Lord of the Seven Towers, defender of the Wall of First Fires, bearer of the Sword of the Thousand Lakes. I was once named Analine, but I reject that title, for I am alone no more. Fear me, Shadow, fear me, and know, I have returned for what is mine. I may be a king without land, but I am still a king, he roared, raising his sword. A cheer rose from behind him. He sent a final, powerful sensation of love to Nynaeve. As he kicked Mandar into a gallop, his army charged behind him, each man mounted, a charge of Kandori, Arafellan, Shinarans, and Saldeans, but most of all, Malkiri, Lan wouldn't be surprised if he'd drawn every living man from his former kingdom who could still hold a weapon. They rode, cheering, brandishing swords and leveling lances. Their hooves were thunder, their voices a crash of waves, their pride stronger than the blazing sun. They were 12,000 strong, and they charged a force of at least 150,000. This day will be remembered in honor, Lan thought, galloping forward. The last charge of the Golden Crane, the fall of the Valkyrie. He had come. They would meet it with swords raised.
And this is it. If you've stuck with me this long, thank you so very much. It means the world to me. And without any further ado, let us go ahead and jump on into the final book in the Wheel of Time, A Memory of Light. This book kicks off, would you guess it, with a bang. I was not exaggerating when I said the last 3 books of the Wheel of Time just go! Because the whole series, if you look at it, kind of has the structure of one humongous book in terms of setup, middle slump, and then ending execution, which is why it's extra fortunate that Brandon Sanderson's good at what he's good at, because we are going to be kicking it off right away, picking up not exactly where we left off with Towers of Midnight, but we'll get there soon enough, because first thing we see is an example of how the dragon be breaking chains. As a part of the dragon prophecy, people know that once the last battle is happening, previous loyalties and oaths shatter. And this is the giant dragon coming on through and breaking them chains, because we see a lord trying to control his people, prevent them from going to fight in the last battle, and his people are like, I'll be damned if I ain't gonna go fight to save the world at the end of the world. What are you even talking about? And so, yeah, all over the world, that feeling we had at the start of the last book where people were kind of walking in the direction of, hey, we need to go ready for fight. Now even on-duty soldiers are, we need to go fight now. It's in the air. It's in the air. I'm already starting this high. I'm gonna go full Willem Dafoe and Boondock Saints for Memory of Light.
There was a firefight!
But from here, we also see that Greene and Bael Doman go and visit Egwene, and Greene is so sorry for not destroying the bracelet that was eventually put on Rand's neck, and Egwene super pissed at her. I agree. So now Greene is just working for Egwene, and that's kind of where her character is going to end up, being someone who's by Egwene, saving her life, fighting in the last battle, as well as Bael Doman. We also see people are having all kinds of Dark One influence. Some villages are just appearing other places. There's cracks in reality forming. And someone in the Blight is, oh my god, this everything's so bad. Oh, look, an Aiel. Why are you wearing a red veil? Here's a problem. Do you remember way back when we covered that, what do Aiel do with their male channelers? They send them off to go die in the Blight. Turns out they don't always die. And do you remember how you can force someone to serve the shadow with 13 channelers? Oops, so the Aiel have accidentally given the shadow a whole bunch of male channelers, and they're dark friends. Ha! And they're Aiel. They're trained fighting Aiel. That's bad. But now we're going to pick up on the road to Caemlyn, right where Towers of Midnight end, and we see Talmanis, Matt Cawthon's second, the presumed leader of the Red Hand now that Matt is absent, off to be with the Shan-Chan, and he goes, hey, Caemlyn's burning. We're the Band of the Red Hand, a bunch of rapscallions. Let's save the city. And they march on in. And it's already on fire and filled with Trollocs. Ooh, bad. So they're essentially sieging Caemlyn, which is already under siege and largely controlled by the Trollocs at this point. The guard that was already there, totally overwhelmed because Trollocs are just pouring out through way gates that were forgotten about and not properly closed, or they were reopened by dark friends amongst the Queen's Guard. How scary would it be to be in the middle of your shift like, man, the last battle's coming. That's a murder. But this is where Talmanis goes from like a fun, lovable, Matt-esque character to one of the most badass people in all of Memory of Light, because he draws his sword and fights, fights, convinces a bunch of other mercenaries that are like, hey, we're not getting paid to fight in the last battle, with the very reasonable argument, if you don't, there's no more pay in the future because you'll die. And they go, yeah, valid, we'll guard the gate. So he's taken the Band of the Red Hand through Camelin specifically to try to recover the dragons, an incredibly valuable military asset that if Camelin's lost, will be lost. So they're heading straight to those warehouses, and Talmanis has to 1v1 a Murdral. And to his credit, he manages to kill it while sustaining a wound. And we've talked about Murdral blades. That means Talmanis is now on a ticking clock to death. So one of the ways you can counteract that is drinking, apparently. And so Talmanis, getting a little schwasty, trying to go get them dragons.
Hey, Bat Dad. I didn't hear no bell.
Wonderful guy. But they reach where the warehouse is and are just devastated to see destruction. The Trollocs have already been there. More Trollocs are coming. The Band of the Red Hand looks like they're about to be surrounded in rough shape. And then from nowhere, Eludra just fires all of her cannons with a bunch of refugees she's coached into loading them. Why did Madden not end up with Eludra? Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? This woman just did his fireworks move, but with the invention of cannons and led refugees to... Anyway, that means the Band of the Red Hand is able to grab all the cannons, except they're still totally surrounded, and they've only bought themselves a little bit of time. Talmanis, he's dying to that wound fast. He's also drunk, and things are looking real bad. And in his delirious state, he goes, listen, everybody. I know I'm dying, and I know I'm drunk. But what if, hear me out, we take the dragons, and we shoot down the walls of Camelin, and go out through a hole we make? And everyone's, that's crazy enough to work. It's also noted to be historically blasphemy because these walls are super ancient, but would you rather all die? So they then blow a hole out of the side of Camelin and retreat, managing to recover the dragons, except Camelin is lost. Yes, the capital city of Andor, the seat of power, the greatest seat of power outside of the White Tower in many ways, is the first casualty of the last battle. Way to set the stakes, guys. But the final little fun note before we get into the wider, bigger stories, we see that Moradin, Nablus, the head of the Forsaken, has gathered all the remaining Forsaken, including Lanfear respond as this other person, including Grendel respond as this other person, including Demon Dread, who, what's he been doing this whole time? Demon Dread's been said to be so dangerous. Demon Dread, what have you even been doing? Come on, show me something interesting. Huh. He brings in the new fella, though, and goes, this is the first new Forsaken from the New Age. His name was Taim. Oops. But now we're all going to call him Mahail. That's his new Forsaken name. And Taim's there. What's up, dogs? I'm the new evil guy of this age. I got the Black Tower. And to be fair, Taim's done more for the Shadow by having the Black Tower be split than most of the Forsaken. So credit where credit's due. Now we get to jump on into our main storylines. And we're going to kick it off with a reunion that makes me oh so happy in my soul. And that is Perrin and Rand. Now that Rand is more Zen-like than he was before, they're making amends. They're doing the I love you bros. Tell me about the Battle of the Two Rivers. I told you about it. No, you told me like the statistics because that's all I cared about before. Tell me about the experience and the people, man. Love it. They also hear about what's happening in Camelin, and Rand, I mean, accurately, but a bit, you know, he's still a hardened guy, just says, well, it would be a huge waste of resources to try and retake the city because now the Trollocs are definitely entrenched. So instead, let's contain them there. And yeah, that's the proper thing to do. It sucks, but it's true. Sorry, people that are stuck in the city. He then sends a letter to Elaine trying to be a little bit manipulative, and he says, I fully give you permission to go save your city, though I would love to have you at the Fields of Marilor meeting where all the nations in Egwene are meeting tomorrow. Elaine gets that letter and goes, guys, he's trying to manipulate me like I taught him back when we were smooching in book 3. Yeah, he's trying to do the reverse psychology, so I'll definitely show up. He's learned. He's learned, and I love that Elaine just calls him out for that very obvious play because she taught him everything he knows. At the same time, we're cutting to Egwene's perspective, still in the White Tower, and guess what? She sucks. I hate to say it, but this recent read has made Egwene just so awful in my head, especially later series Egwene, because like Elaine shows up to have a meeting with her, and Egwene has her kiss her ring. I know you all are in public. You know what Swan Sanche didn't have happen with her friends? Just the optics around Egwene bother me in this book too. Anyway, gateways open, and Talmanis and the Band of the Red Hand manage to find Aes Sedai who can bring them to the White Tower, and they come through. Talmanis basically dead. He spills through, drunk, bleeding, and poisoned. I got your dragons. And fortunately, Nynaeve is there, the greatest healer on the planet, and we need to take a solid moment to just say, Talmanis, good job. Right? He single-handedly saved the most valuable military asset they've developed in this age that's not magic by just charisma, booze, and swordsmanship. Badass. Kicking back over to what's happening on the actual fields of Marilor, Elaine heads there next and has a reunion with Avienda. Avienda went off and had visions in the Aiel Waste, if you remember, and all she saw was that the Shan-Chan are going to destroy the Aiel and win any war that comes, so she's sad. But she's very happy to be reunited with Elaine. And, you know, they fist bump, boom, love you first, sister, hope you're doing well. Also, can I go get those quadruplets from Rand now? Yes? All right. And so Avienda meets up with Rand, they make Whoopi. Of course, it wouldn't be an Avienda Rand Whoopi scene if the maidens aren't somehow involved. And so the maidens see Avienda approach and are like, get it!
Get it, girl?
Now, an important distinction to Rand and these three women's love situation is clarified once Avienda comes to enter his flaps, tent flaps. You three decided this, didn't you? Which of you came to me? Avienda hesitated, then nodded. I'm never going to get to choose, am I? She shook her head. He laughed and pulled her close. She was stiff initially, but then melted against him. So yeah, it's a polyamory situation, but Rand apparently never gets to say, hey, I miss Elaine, and instead they're always gonna decide. I find that a little just gonna be real. And it's specifically noted that Rand says this time was way better. And I didn't think about this last time, and I made the joke about Robert Jordan naming the chapter after the first time Avienda and Rand hooked up a smaller spear or something like that. But they were in the middle of the Arctic, so fair enough. And this time, the chapter afterward is not a joke about penis. In his dreams that night, though, Rand ends up in a dream with Moradin, who just happens to look so much like Rand, and he scares Moradin because it's Moradin's dream. Rand just seizes control of it, and he's like, I'm Lews Therin, I know everything. And Moradin, seeing that, oh my god, this isn't Rand, it's Lews Therin, dips. But now it's time for the meeting on the fields. All of these crowns show up, but really it's a conversation between Rand and Egwene. And I would like to point out, most people side with Rand because yes, he's the Dragon Reborn. We should probably trust he knows when to break the seals on the Dark One's prison. Egwene, he's not crazy anymore. Do you not see that he's radiating positivity and grass is growing around him where he walks? The Green Man is so proud. But he proposes specifically the Dragon's Peace, saying if I have to die for this world in this horrific way and live this life of chronic pain, then I have 3 demands. All of the borders, as they are currently set, need to remain where they are. No more fighting over land. That's a big ask. Number 2, we get to break the seals. I gotta break the seals, okay? That's a big deal. I gotta get rid of the last prison to fix this one. And Perrin backs him up because he's a blacksmith and he says, like, yeah, you can't remake something from another thing and have it be the same quality. You gotta have a fresh slate because blacksmith, he knows creation things. And then finally, I lead the armies. I am going to take over and lead the armies from here. And tensions rise because not everyone is down for this, and there's a big no, no, no to all of his demands from so many people in power. And to be frank, I get it. I think Rand is in a lot of ways in the right for a better future, but also people in power are going to do what people in power do, and they're not going to just give up their ability to invade each other. Humanity sucks. After things start escalating and getting worse, Matt comes through a gateway and goes, I got Moraine! Solve these problems! And Moraine, she solves these problems. Everyone in the wake of Moraine, as far as they're concerned, back from the dead, is in awe. She swags on in with her new warder Gleeman Tom and manages to be the mediator that they all need. You'll love to see it. Basically, yes, The Dragon's Peace will largely be signed and agreed to. Probably won't be a forever peace because humanity, but it can cause an era of rebuilding in the aftermath of the last freaking battle. And there are some changes made from Moraine's influence that are pretty smart. One, they point out who's going to enforce this. And Aviendha goes, Rand, you have toe to us. You left us out of this. How about we be the police? All of the Aiel are not going to go back to living in a desert, because as much as they like to claim to be super hard desert-made people, they've been in the wetlands for a few years now, and it's nice to have water on demand. So, how about the Aiel remain a policing force, and if anyone violates the peace, do you remember the Aiel War, motherfucker?
We will come for you and your mom.
It's also important to know that one of the reasons Aviendha so willingly volunteers the Aiel for this purpose is to hopefully avoid the future she saw, where the Shan Chan were just massacring their way through the Westlands and decimating the Aiel. Okay, now all of a sudden the Dragon's Peace has teeth. More people are kind of interested. There's also another big question. The Shan Chan aren't here, and they're not going to agree to that, and Rand says, if I get the Shan Chan to agree, are we all down? Because remember, they also are kicking everyone's ass outside of the fight of the last battle. And so if Rand's able to get them to sign the Dragon's Peace, it adds an angle for all these leaders that they don't have to worry about the Shan Chan attacking them. And so all of a sudden signatures start raining in. Ooh, yeah, we're signing that Dragon's Peace. And the last person to assign it puts a big John Hancock as Elaine. Damn! The world's looking mighty peaceful in the future after this gargantuan war. We continue on from here to now everyone must prepare for battle. An immediate strategy is decided. There will be 4 major battle fronts that all these different nations and peoples are going to be scattered about to be within. The first and most obvious one is going to be Shale Ghul. Rand has to go defeat the Dark One. So Rhoda Iturralda, one of the great generals, is going to lead mostly Aiel into Shale Ghul, because if you're gonna go into Mordor, essentially, you want your most hardened fighters, and they have a ton of channelers who aren't bound by the 3 oaths. Seems smart. The second war front is going to be at Tarwin's Gap, which is going to be led by Agelmar. They quickly retreat from here. We'll talk about that later. The third is going to be over here in Kandor, led by Gareth Bryn with the White Tower forces, because he's now intimately familiar with them. And the fourth is, of course, going to be Karien, which will be led by Davram Bashir. Going to be Elaine and her people, obviously. It's a complex situation. We need to do a ton of cleanup of what individual characters are assigned to do during the setup of the last battle. First, we see that, okay, we can't retake Caemlyn, but what if we lure the Trollocs out of there and massacre them with dragons? And this is kind of a test before the last battle actually begins to see how devastating they can be. Also have the commanders who will be in charge of them to get a good gauge of what they can do. And it turns out, after Perrin successfully does a good old, come here, come on, to the Trollocs within Caemlyn, they have all the dragons hidden in cover, waiting for them to come in the kill zone. And then it becomes a kill zone. The Caemlyn forces then go in, and there is a massive fight with Trollocs. And while this battlefront is far from won, very good recovery. Caemlyn's not empty, they don't go into there yet, but it's a step. It's also noted by Birgitte, who witnesses the cannons firing, that this is bad. This is gonna help us win the last battle in the future. Warfare's forever changed, and I can see so much massive death, and I'm really disheartened. And at the same time, we also learned that Birgitte is slowly losing her memories from other lives. How sad. Birgitte actually is going through a lot that she's just keeping quiet. She's the character who is dealing with as much as other people, but keeps a smile on her face and doesn't tell everyone because she knows everyone else is dealing with stuff too. You gotta love Birgittes. And I like that during this specific battle right outside Caemlyn, Robert Jordan, or maybe Brandon Sanderson did this, and it's from Robert Jordan's notes, I have no idea. They accurately depict how after a main clash happens in a battle, a lot of times it breaks up into smaller skirmishes, and that's what happens well into the night here. And then to add an angle of psychological warfare to the Trollocs, they take all of their wounded and dead and leave the Trollocs wounded and dead to come find. Only you people died. Which isn't true, but it's scary. Perrin, though, understands after this is done, he needs to go off and protect Rand in the dream world. So he asks Rand to make a gateway for him and his best friend forever, Gaul, to go through, and they do. He immediately meets up with Lanfear on accident, who's now posing as this other person, but he knows it's Lanfear. She's just, yeah, that's Lanfear, I can tell. And she's immediately helping him out, giving him advice. It's odd. But why is that happening? Well, in a previous scene that happened really just before this, Rand, in a dream, because this has been happening over several days, by the way, saw that Lanfear was not having a good time in the shadow anymore because of all of her failures. Essentially a life of torture and awfulness before she's deployed again. And she comes to see Rand in the dream world and presents herself in kind of a pathetic way to make him feel bad, relying on the Rand loves women and he doesn't like see him hurt thing. But finally, because she's a war criminal, Rand does a thing with the power where you can actually open up your emotions towards someone and show them how you feel about them. And Rand first asks her to do it for him, and when she says no, he goes, I know you're lying, and then he does it for her, and he shows Lanfear, I feel nothing for you. Neither did Lews Therin. Nothing. Just nothing at all. Stop saying we love each other. I have nothing for you. And then he leaves.
I never loved you.
And so in response to that, she wants both the Dark One and Rand dead. So Lanfear is essentially player 3 has entered the game for what's happening in the last battle. And the conclusion there is interesting. Now, because Perrin has gone into the dream world to do all this protecting Rand stuff within the dream world, he has promoted Tam to be in charge of all the Two Rivers people, which makes complete sense. Before Rand goes off to begin his fighting around different battlefields, because they're not immediately launching the war on Shale Ghul, they just don't think it's time yet. He even has a night where amongst the camps while other fighting is happening, it's kind of strange to be jumping from these battles to Rand just chilling with his dad, but, you know, war is complicated. His dad, Tam, says, come practice the sword with me, to which Rand goes, I'm missing my left hand, and Tam says, fine, I'll tie mine behind my back. And Tam teaches Rand one final lesson about overcoming doubt in yourself, seeking the void, and just enjoying this bout with his father. It's not about who wins, son, we're just sword fighting. And Rand is then able to fight left-handed very well when he seeks the void because of Tam being just the best daddy. There's also an intense debate still going on between Egwene and Rand. As a part of the deal brokered in the Dragon's Peace, Rand had to hand over the dragon seals to promise he wouldn't break them just right away. So Egwene has them in her possession and is protecting them, I'm sure very well. But the debate is more centered around, should Rand kill the Dark One or just kick him out and seal the bore? Rand thinks we can kill the Dark One because it's an entity that exists outside the pattern. Egwene counters that no, the Dark One is a part of the pattern. And who's right? I don't know. But as a final part of all of this setup, Rand has completely given up lead of the armies. In fact, it's handed over to all these great captains, and then there's a meta lead of Elaine taking charge. Why not Mat? Well, Mat not here. After dropping off Moraine, he gets a gateway down to Abu Dar. And in Mat fashion, instead of just walking up to the palace in Abu Dar that's controlled by the Shanjan that Tuon is staying in and saying, I am her husband, let me through, or anything along those lines, he uses his luck to get past a few guards and then through some shenanigans ends up scaling the palace wall once again and sneaks in to then watch Tuon as she's practicing how to fight with some people. He sees a gray man coming up to try and assassinate her and he's like, damn, she is pretty. Casual flick of the knife, kill the gray man. How you doing? Matt got game. Matt got game. Imagine seeing your person you're in love with just casually kill an assassin sent to kill you. And then just, ooh. And so Tuon doesn't say she loves Mat. She's still playing the whole Shan-Chan thing. But she says to Mat, it's good to see you. So, you know, that's actually the most they've really shown affection toward each other in some ways. Then they igloo the hell out of each other. And the next morning, Rand needs to come make peace with the Shan-Chan. And so with Mat there, they're told that someone was trying to break into the palace, and they go see who it is, and oh no, it's not some strange refugee. It's the Dragon Reborn. Tuon immediately says, go get a Suldam. Mat and Rand start bantering. Tuon's freaking the hell out. The Dragon Reborn alone just sauntered into Abu Dar, into her palace. Mat, though, him and Rand have a little bit of a who's done more badass stuff off. Because remember, they have not seen each other for a long time. Way back when Mat said he wanted to get away from the Dragon Reborn because he thought it'd be dangerous. If you look at the grand scheme of the series, he kind of did. But here's what they say. It's good to see you too, Rand said, a hint of a smile on his lips. Here we go, Mat said with a sigh. You've pulled me into trouble again. You always do. I do? Yes. In Roidion, in the Waste, in the Stone of Tyr, back on the Two Rivers. You do realize I went south instead of coming to your little party with Egwene and Marilor to escape. You think you could stay away from me? Rand asked, smiling. You really think it would let you? I could bloody try, no offense, Rand, but you're gonna go mad on all, and I figured I'd give you one less friend nearby to kill. You know, save you some trouble. What did you do to your hand, by the way? What'd you do to your eye? A little accident with a corkscrew and 13 angry innkeepers. The hand. Lost it capturing one of the Forsaken. Capturing? Matt said. You're growing soft. Rand snorted. Tell me you've done better. I killed a golem, Matt said. I freed Ilion from Samael. I married the Empress of the Shanchan. Matt, Rand said. Are you really trying to get into a bragging contest with the Dragon Reborn? He paused for a moment. Besides, I cleansed Saidin. I win. That's not really worth much, Matt said. I love these two together. There's some then negotiations between Rand and Tuon, and Tuon's got a surprising amount of leverage because she does give off the vibes where it's just, I'll let the continent burn if you don't kneel to the Crystal Throne. Rand doesn't do that. Instead, Rand propositions Tuon by saying, okay, compromise that I hate a lot. You get to keep the people you've already collared as Dumani, but you cannot collar anyone else in the Westlands, period, unless they agree to it, is Tuon's counterpoint, to which Rand says, okay, that's odd. No one will. The Shanchan also gets to keep the lands that they've taken, and after a few more nuances, Tuon also signs the Dragon's Peace, and now Shanchan came to reclaim all of these lands, but a lot of that we have the right to reclaim these lands was countered by Rand when Tuon said, I'm a descendant of Arthur Hawkwing. I own these lands. He goes, I'm Lews Therin. I owned them before Arthur Hawkwing.
Well, shit.
So Tuon loses a lot of her wiggle room. As Rand is finally leaving, though, Matt's got to have the last word. It's Matt. He followed, but stopped beside Rand. Seems you have a little bit of the Dark One's luck yourself, he muttered to Rand. I can't believe that worked. Honestly, Rand said softly, I can't either. Thank you for the good word. Sure, Matt said. By the way, I saved Moraine. Chew on that as you try to decide which of the two of us is winning. Matt followed Tuon, and behind him rose the laughter of the Dragon Reborn. Rand's laughing again. Doesn't that make you feel good? He's the Two Rivers sheep herder, and he's gonna die soon. But after Rand makes this deal, we see the Shanchan begin preparing for war. But instead of being scattered against all these different fronts and all these different nations, this military machine is pointed in one direction. And I don't want to admit it, the Shanchan are scary, and they do a damn good job tilting the scales back a little bit more towards the light. Why does it need to be tilted back towards the light? Well, some things have gone well. Other battlefronts, not so much. Though, one is amazing, and Marvel stole it. Because we cut to Lan fighting for Malkir, trying to reclaim his land with 12,000 Malkiri and other Borderlanders against a far superior Trolloc army, and they have been fighting for days, non-stop, and Lan is about to finally fall when behind him he hears horses galloping. Nynaeve was too far away for Lan to feel much of her through the bond, but sometimes very powerful emotions could still stand out despite the distance. He tried to project confidence in case it reached her, pride in his men, love for her. He wished deeply for those to be the last things she remembered of him. My arm will be the sword. Hooves clattered on the ground. The Trollocs ahead hooted in delight, realizing that their prey had transformed a retreat into a charge of men rushing right into their grasp. My breast itself a shield. Lan could hear a voice, his father's, speaking these words. That was foolish, of course. Lan had been a baby when Malkir had fallen, to defend the Seven Towers. He had never seen the Seven Towers stand against the blight. He'd only heard stories. To hold back the darkness. The horse's hooves were becoming thunder, so loud, louder than he'd have thought possible. He held himself straight, sword out. I will stand when all others fall. The oncoming Trollocs leveled their spears as the distance between the two opposing forces narrowed. For my sweet land, Malkir, it was the oath a Malkiri soldier took during their first posting to the border. Lan had never spoken it. He did so now, in his heart. Lan screamed, Lances set! Light, but those hoofbeats were loud. Could 6,000 make so much noise? He turned to look at those behind him. At least 10,000 rode there. What? He pressed Mandarb forward, through his surprise. Forward, the golden crane! Voices, shouts, screams of power and joy. The air ahead, to the left, split with a sudden vertical slash. A gateway 36 paces wide, as large as land had ever seen, opened as if into the sun itself. From the other side, the brightness spilled out, exploded out. Charging men in full armor burst from the gateway, falling into place at land's flank. They flew the flag of Arafel. More gateways, 3, 4, then a dozen. Each broke the field in coordination, charging horsemen bursting forth with lances leveled, flying the flags of Saladar, Shanar, Kandor. In seconds, his charge of 6,000 had become 100,000. Trollocs in the front lines screamed, and some of them stopped running. Some held steady, spears angled to impale oncoming horses, bunching up behind them, not being able to see clearly what was happening in front. Other enraged hordes pushed eagerly forward, waving large swords with scythe-like blades and double-bitted battle axes. Those Trollocs at the front holding the spears exploded. From somewhere behind Lan, Ashaman began to send weaves to rip the earth, completely destroying the front ranks of Trollocs. As the carcasses collapsed to the ground, the middle ranks found themselves completely exposed, facing a storm of hooves, swords, and lances. Lan hit swinging.
Endgame they read the last battle and went, let's do that. At the same time, though, other fronts not having a good time, because you see, over here in Kandor, where the White Tower forces led by Egwene, who is married to Gawain, labeled WC here because who cares, are now actually doing a phenomenal job at first of just eradicating the shadow spawn that have come into Kandor. Woohoo! This is going wonderfully until Egwene is sitting out in a field and a gateway opens that's bigger than any that's ever been seen before. And uh-oh, there's a lot of people on the other side. They do not look familiar. So what's Demon Dread been doing?
The line of light turned upon itself, opening a view that was not of southern Kandor. Instead, it was a place of ferns and drooping trees. Though they were brown, like everything else, they were still alien and unfamiliar. An enormous army stood silently upon this unfamiliar landscape. Thousands of banners flew above it, emblazoned with symbols Egwene didn't recognize. The foot soldiers wore knee-length garments that appeared to be some kind of padded armor reinforced with chain in large squared patterns. Others wore metal shirts that seemed sewn from coins tied together. Many carried hand axes, though of a very strange design. They had long, thin handles that bulged like bulbs at the end, and the axe heads were narrow and thin. Almost like pikes, the halves of all their weapons, from polearms to swords, had a flowing organic design, smooth and not of a uniform width, made of some dark red wood that had been painted with colorful dots down the sides. Egwene took in all of this in moments, her mind searching for any kind of origin for this strange force. She found nothing to latch onto until she sensed the channeling. The glow of Saidar surrounded hundreds of women, all of them riding, wearing strange dresses made entirely of stiff black silk. The dresses were not tied at the waist, but instead pulled relatively tight around the shoulders and flared wide toward the bottoms. Long rectangular tassels of multitudes of colors hung from ties at the front. Just below the neck, the faces of the women were all tattooed.
Release the power,
Egwene said, letting go of Saidar.
Don't let them sense you. Light, what is it?
Gawain said. Sharans.
Yeah! That's what Demon Dread's been up to. Remember when I said there was this other land named Shara that we're never going to learn too much about? Demon Dread's the one Forsaken who decided, okay, all the stuff that's interesting is going to be happening over here. What if for the last battle, I could bring a continent of people loyal to the Shadow?
I am recommending you for Employee of the Month.
Shara is a continent of people manipulated by a Forsaken into following the Shadow, and its entire military force was just deployed within the Westlands. Oops.
And do you remember how I said that Demon Dread was super jealous of Luz Theron back before he went to the Shadow? Well, it turns out he's fulfilled his little fantasy of becoming a prophesied savior, and now these Sharans view him kind of like their own dragon reborn. He's made his fantasy become reality and is worshipped by a continent. That's why I guess they're okay fighting alongside Shadowspawn, because their version of Christ said it's cool.
Are we the baddies?
This goes horribly for the White Tower forces at first, of course. Even though they're bolstered by one of the great captains and so many others, they would have been utterly destroyed. Except for at this time, remember the Shan-Chan learned gateways from Elida. Gateways open up and Shan-Chan come in to battle against the Sharans, and two foreign forces just clash and collide. Now, as the Shan-Chan are being deployed onto the battlefield, we see Matt is forced to dress as a noble. He gets his nails painted, and looking at them, he finally goes, "Oh, I'm a noble now. Ew." He just now realized it. Book 14. And he's made the commander of the Shan-Chan forces. And enough time is bought for the White Tower forces to retreat, and then a very uncomfortable meeting happens, where Tuon and Egwene have to come to some kind of understanding, and the conditions of the Dragon Peace are continued to agreed upon. But Tuon insists, if any woman in the White Tower wants to come be collared, you have to let them. To which Egwene's, okay, no one's going to do that. Also, Egwene takes one of the collars and tells Tuon, put it on. You don't know this. Suldam can channel. You can channel. Put it on, pussy, if you think I'm wrong. Of course, Tuon, don't do that. Egwene tries to tell Matt, like, I'll get you out of here. And Matt's like, that's my wife. I'm kind of here voluntarily. I know it's weird. And Egwene doesn't. She wants to help free Matt. One of the few moments where I'm like, okay, Egwene in that scene, good all around. Because the bar against Tuon, very low. Matt still married a slaver. About a week has passed at this point, and we need to pick up with everything that's gone on during this week over at the Black Tower. Because if you remember, Taim, he's cracking down, and he's slowly having more and more Ashaman forced to come over to the Shadow because he has enough Dreadlords from the Dark One hidden among them to have more and more Ashaman suddenly getting this look in their eye. We're like, oh, we're really loyal to Taim. Don't ask where Logain is. He's just missing. Don't worry about it. Uh-oh. And we meet Androl, who we've known for a while. He's a rather weak Ashaman, but has an ability with gateways. So like how Elaine is really good at creating objects of the power, Androl's really good at gateways, and is perpetually raiding on the Black Tower, and eventually gateways stop working. So sad for him, and also a sign of a dream spike. Now it's noted, there are Aes Sedai outside who could help, but Androl and the Aes Sedai he's bonded to, Phoebe Buffet, he insists they need to settle it themselves. The Black Tower must save itself. Terrible strategy. You know how so many books, the end message is friendship can be a strength? Let the White Tower be your friends, guys. And I'm just gonna say something here that I recently saw in a thread that I totally agree with. Androl's a cool character. Everything he does should have instead been handed to Logain, because Logain's a wonderful character who would have been in my top 10 if he had been given a little bit more to do. And Androl, as much as I like him, could have been cut, and all this could be handed to Logain to feel far more cathartic to me personally. Back to the summary. So they eventually, through talking with other Ashaman that are not turned over, find out that where Logain is being held, and they develop a plan to go get him. During this time, they actually bond each other. Androl bonds an Aes Sedai, and Pervuna bonds him back. This creates, because it's a double bond, a psychic link where they can hear each other's thoughts. Turns out if you do a double ×2 Ultra Warder bond, your brains start talking without mouths. Taking a bunch of the Ashaman that are still loyal to Logain, there's an attempted fight to break him free. Ashaman fight! That Ashaman kill unleashed against each other this time, and the good guys lose. And we cut to seeing Phoebe Buffet getting dragged into the place where everyone's being forcibly turned to the Shadow, as Androl wishes that they all would have just died instead of serving the Dark One, which, yes, I agree, that would be a better fate. But he is so weak that Taim, in a I have to prove I'm just as incompetent as the rest of the Forsaken demonstration, doesn't shield Androl, because he's like, you're pathetic, I don't need to shield you. My guy. I seriously believe at this point there is a part of the Forsaken sign-up list where you have to go, and I will prove I am wildly incompetent. Period. And so Androl creates a distraction by throwing a fireball that Taim just swats aside, and then Taim tries to balefire Androl, and at this moment, Perrin, with the help of Lanfear, has shown up, seen what's happening at the Black Tower, takes away the Dream Shard, allowing Andril to make one of his little tiny gateways. And he makes a tiny one that catches Taim's balefire and sends it somewhere else. That's kind of cool. Yeah, balefire, borderline unstoppable unless you're Perrin just thinking it's not real. But you can open a gateway and just bloop. It's now going elsewhere. And this results in the fight ×2. We also see that Taim is being helped by Grendel, but they managed to free Loghain and some Two Rivers boys, because if you remember, the Two Rivers stacked with powerful channelers. It wasn't just women, it's men. So some of the strongest channelers that have not been turned are from the Two Rivers. There's a second big round fight, and eventually Taim and his forces are made to retreat, and Andril uses his gateways like crazy to do all of this like stuff you would never think to do with a gateway. He cuts someone's hands free with a tiny gateway. These are versatile things. They're infinitely sharp. Yeah, an infinitely sharp knife that opens to somewhere else is kind of awesome. Lyra would agree with that. Loghain is freed. He's not in great shape though, to be frank. He's apparently they've been trying to turn him to the shadow for a long time, and Loghain's been managing to hold off, but when they finally free him, he's just because, you know, they're trying to force him to the shadow, which the more you think about that being done to someone, how your just free will is broken to the point where you'll do whatever the shadow wants, it's horrifying. Nightmare fuel. But one of the final things we see from Taim is he is also in possession of a seal to the Dark One's prison. Oops. And at this point, a ton of Aes Sedai come on in, and Andril and Loghain and the remaining Ashaman see the advantages of them bonding each other and just go, everyone bond. It doesn't matter if you have chemistry or not. We need psychically linked soldiers. We're gonna make a lot of circles, and we need to make up for a lot of work, because half the Ashaman are evil against their will, which is really sad. We're gonna have to kill them. And that is the future purpose of the Red Aja, because obviously the Red Aja can't go around just stealing men who can channel forever after. That would be bad. And so they become the primary Aja responsible for bonding men who can channel to help repair the long-felt trauma that has been felt towards men who can channel. Like, they get to be the arm to bring them in. All right, that's a cool shift of mission and won't be awkward at all with your history, I'm sure. But this also just increases so much power, hence the purple beam at the center. Unity. Men and women working together is a good thing, according to Robert Jordan. Huzzah! So more Ashaman go to help in battlefields across the continent. But Daniel, something good just happened. What terrible thing's gonna happen next? It do be like that. Well, as the final pieces are put in place, we learn that Fail has been put in charge of getting the Horn of Valir to where it needs to be in Mat's hands. She's going to be leading a caravan of supplies with the disguise of just being a casual caravan, but in actuality, the Horn of Valir is hidden amongst them. Elaine and Rand have one last goodbye where they talk about the fact that she's pregnant. She gives him a dagger that can hide him from the Dark One's vision, and he gives her a little stone that can actually allow her to make Tir-Angrial, not just Angrial and Sa-Angrial, so she can make power amplifiers in the future. Cool. Will be useful if we live. And also during this time, the Ogier showed up, and they're ready to throw hands. Yeah! You know how cool it is to have Ogier on your side? They sing while they kill you. That's scary. And also, they realize that one of their jobs is to eventually fight the Blight. They're gonna come together if they survive the last battle and sing to plants to help push back the Blight. Why wasn't this done before? I don't know. Min is also sent at one point to send a message to Mat, and she ends up telling Mat a vision she sees in that moment, to which Tuon hears. Turns out Min's ability is very popular among Shan-Chan, and Tuon, being an empress, goes, "You work for me now, I'm gonna dress you up to be my personal vision seer around me all the time," to which Min says, "Absolutely not," and Mat tells her, "If you do this, you'll be able to influence Tuon to help Rand. You gotta take the job." And that's Min's future now. Darn. But if you've noticed, all of this has been going on, and Rand has not gone to Sheol Ghul. Because he's kind of avoiding it, and can you blame him? When he goes there, he's going for it all to end. We even see he goes to fight in Tarwin's Gap. He takes on some Ashaman, and it's not fair. I just want to put it that way. These guys have been learning to channel for a few months, maybe a year, and Rand has the knowledge of Luz Theron and is more powerful than all of them. They try coming at him in circles, he just whack! They try shielding him, No, he just John Wicks the hell out of a bunch of Ashaman, but when he starts doing too much on the battlefield, the Shadow realizes where Rand is and deploys swarms of people to try and overwhelm him. And after seeing just how much he's not necessarily needed on the battlefields, Rand finally gives the signal that he's ready to go to Shale Ghul, puts his fist in the air and releases a beam of light, which to the party that he's going to be going to Shale Ghul with is the sign that he's ready, and it's time. So he gathers them, and he goes to Egwene and has one final, hey, let's bury the hatchet conversation, which is nice, though Gawain's there, and Gawain, just shut up in general. And when he goes to look at the seals that he gave Egwene, they're fake. Someone stole them. The Shadow has the seals to the Dark One's prison. The Shadow has... That's so bad. The Dark One can free himself whenever he wants now. Great job protecting him, Egwene. I'm so happy we agreed to that agreement part with you where you would take care of them as the Amerlin's seat. You're so wonderful at your job! And around the time that Rand finally deploys himself, a ton of Aiel, Avienda, Nynaeve, Moiraine, and Rhoda Altaralda with the Bowl of the Winds to help control the deadly weather at Shale Ghul, we see that in Carrion, Elaine's forces are lined up and massive armies of Shadow Spawn are coming to take on the Children of the Light who have joined her lines, the people of Andor, the people of Carrion, and the people of Gildan. And we have a bunch of archers on the wall ready to fire at them. Yay! All of these battles, I can't get into everything that occurs, but just in your mind, go to every battlefield and thousands of people dying. There's just so much death, oceans of it, to the point where Mayen, Barrelane's country, is made a hospital. The country of Mayen has all of the Yellow Aja and every Ashaman who has an affinity for healing go to it, and it becomes a triage nation. Unimaginable oceans of blood are being spilled. And as all of these battles develop, a clear problem emerges on every front. Why is Rhoda Altaralda's name all shimmery? Why is Agelmar got handcuffs on, as well as Davram Bashir and even Gareth Bryn? Well, the Shadow knew about the Great Captains, and guess what Grendal's been doing in their sleep? Manipulating them. Compulsion. Just little tiny things. But it would be too obvious if she just made them give blatantly stupid commands. And so instead, they've been having their strategies have fundamental weaknesses, just subtly built in. And over the course of a few days, this is noticed on every front because there are great tacticians around all these people. And Matt ends up accusing Gareth Bryn of being a Dark Friend for purposely doing this. Lan ends up accusing Agelmar of being a Dark Friend because they don't know what's going on. Rhoda Altaralda has what's being done pointed out to him as well, and he's just, oh my god, I've made it so many people, including this one queen, are gonna die. And even Davram Bashir is put in cuffs. They eventually realize what's being done to these guys, but every front just lost its commander. Oh my god, how can we possibly recover from that?
While we're talking about things going wrong, I also realized I have not told you how big the Shadow's forces are established to be, and to be fair, the book doesn't do it very clearly, but after doing some digging online, I found the best numbers people have been able to estimate, and these seem pretty solid. There are roughly between 1.5 to 2 million Trollocs pouring into the Westlands from the Blight and through the ways throughout the Westlands, 10,000 to 20,000 Myrddraal alone, hundreds of Drakkar and Darkhounds. Demon Dread brought about 200,000 Sharans, including 2,000 to 3,000 Channelers. Several hundred Ashaman have been turned to the Shadow, as well as hundreds of Dreadlords that were bred for battle in the Blight. And of course, this drastically outnumbers the forces of the Light, which even with the Shan Chan included, number less than 1 million. So it's an uphill battle from go. In addition to this, just adding to the stakes of everything going on, a big enough distraction is caused by Avienda and all these powerful channelers for Rand to sneak into the Dark One's prison. Now, before Rand actually enters the Dark One's prison, one last fella is with him, and it's Tom Marillyn. And Rand asks Tom to sit at the entrance to the Dark One's prison and guard it. And Tom's response is, yeah, I have a tremendous view of the battle down there happening in Shale Ghul, compose a ballad or two,
You got this. And I love you, Tom. I love you, Tom. And so, with Kalendor in hand, Rand enters
the Pit of Doom.
Remember Shadar Haran, the super creepy Murdral? Dead on the ground. Spooky. Don't like that. That was supposed to be a boss, and it's just dead. And Moradin is standing in front of this horrific Lovecraftian form that's the Dark One's prison, and he raises a sword to Rand and says the Dark One needed no vessel anymore. Just think Shadar Haran would have been too many villains, and that's why it was done this way. But now Moradin and Rand need to take each other on, and boy, do they look like each other. I'm saying it because everyone says it. We see Perrin takes that dream spike and drops it where Rand is at Shale Ghul, so he can't be attacked from the dream world side of things here, because all of reality is like thinning, and so the dream world's bleeding into the real world. There are still these gaps of reality, just voids of like nothing opening. It's terrifying. And when he's doing this, he also encounters Slayer, and let's go. And so him and Gaul take on Slayer. I grew him here grabbing the piece of shit. And he's still being aided by Lanfear. Also during this time, the Red-Veiled Aiel come out and start fighting Avienda and the Wise Ones and the Gathered Aiel. And Royd Alteralda's forces are positioned poorly at this point because of Grandel's influence. And Avienda takes over and just has this moment where we don't fight to win, we fight to hold on. And this takes us to the final moments before we really start things.
We're just getting started.
As we see, Rand has engaged Moradin, who makes it clear the reason he serves the Shadow is that he wants to die. Rand asks him, did the Dark One punish you for thinking you were the Dark One when you were insane at the start of the series in like the early books, Moradin? And Moradin says, yes, by bringing me back to life. I want it all to end, reality to end, life is pain. And that's where, surprise, it's revealed that Moradin has been Mr. Meeseeks all along.
I can't take it anymore! I just want to die!
Now, what Nynaeve and Moraine are doing this time are being Rand's hype men as all kinds of buffeting winds, crazy stuff's going on. Nynaeve also notices Alana is here, the woman who bonded Rand, stabbed her so she'd slowly die, and then Rand in this fight with Moradin would feel Alana die and lose control. And that would let the Dark One win. Alana, you should not have bonded Rand against his will. On the Carian front, we cut back to Elaine, and it's looking horrible. They're surrounded on all sides by massive armies of Shadowspawn that Gareth Bryn, because of his compulsion, did not prepare for, even though scouts saw them being flanked. And so even if they try to retreat, they are just going to be butchered, losing 80% of their men, mass casualties. Thankfully, though, that is right when the Ashaman arrive. And in this party, we have Andril and Logain. And Elaine asks, can you get us out of here? We need a miracle. And Logain says, Andril, can you get us a miracle? And Andril says, link me with Aes Sedai. Make me powerful. I'm the gateway guy. I got this. And you're thinking, is Andril going to open a massive gateway everyone can run through? No. Instead, Andril smiled widely, and he held his hands out in front of him, as if pressing against a wall, his eyes closed. 3,000 years ago, the Lord Dragon created Dragonmount to hide his shame. His rage still burns hot. Today, I bring it to you, your majesty. A beam of light split the air, easily 100 feet tall. Moon shadows shied back and Elaine frowned. Why a column of light? What good would that? The beam of light began to twist in the air, rotating upon itself. Only then did Elaine recognize it for the start of a gateway. An enormous gateway, large enough to swallow buildings. She could have moved an entire wing of Camelin Palace through the thing. The air shimmered in front of them, the way a gateway always looked from behind. She couldn't see where the gateway was leading. Did they have an army waiting on the other side? She could see the expressions on the slavering Trollocs' faces as they looked into the opening. Absolute horror. They broke away running, and Elaine felt a sudden heat, almost overpowering. Something exploded out of the gateway, as if pushed by an incredible force, a column of lava 100 feet in diameter. Blazing hot, the column broke apart as the lava crashed down, splashing to the battlefield, gushing forward in a river. The Ashaman outside the circle used weaves of air to keep it from splashing back on the circle and to shepherd it in the right direction. The river of fire washed through the foremost Trolloc ranks, consuming them, destroying hundreds in an eye blink. The lava was under pressure on the other side. That was the only way she could explain the force with which it sprayed from the enormous gateway, turning Trollocs into cinders, burning a large swath through their army. Incredible moment. Oh, an inventive use of the One Power, this whole magic system that feels like a child from Brandon Sanderson's brain, in my opinion. And I'm sorry, it should have been Logain. Give Logain this talent. Give back. I'm leaving it. Also, towards the beginning of the last battle, there was an eclipse, and the sun's been eclipsed this whole time, hence why I've been drawing it this way. Moving on! Fail's caravan trying to escort the Horn of Valir is also attacked. There are traitors and dark friends within. Someone opens a gateway for her to try and escape. She fumbles on through with Oliver and a few others, and it's not taking her where she needs to be, and instead she's dropped with no channelers in the middle of the Blight. With Bella. Bella's there too. So they're pretty much safe, right? Bella the pony. It's also made clear to us at this time that Rand and people in Shale Ghul especially, as well as Perrin, who's in Teleron Riyadh, are experiencing time wildly differently than everyone else. Weeks are passing during the entire war that's occurring, while Rand is having a few hours. Also, he ends up touching that horrific line that the Dark One is in, and he falls into it, and he's greeted by the Dark One, who calls him
adversary.
It's a very clinical term. Perrin, who's been battling Slayer this whole time, is not faring well. Turns out Hopper, the dead wolf, was right. And he ends up with an arrow in his shoulder, and he's so wounded he can't even properly will himself within the dream world physically right, because he came here through a gateway. He is here physically, which, you know, dangerous. And so his last ability, he wills himself out of the dream world because he retreated to the fields of Marilor because he knew that's where a lot of people were. And the person who finds him is Master Luhan, his trainer blacksmith fella. Aw, you're dying though. It's really bad shape, my guy. You're bleeding everywhere. Now, while this does do away with a tremendous amount of Trollocs that are about to descend on their armies, it's not enough to win the day. Andrel's tired, and it's just bought him enough time to get on out of there. And now, there needs to be a big change in strategy. Yet, not at Shale Ghul. Shale Ghul has to do one thing, and that's defend Rand while he is trying to fight the Dark One. And we see that while it is going poorly because of Rhoda Alterella's compulsion, Avienda makes up for it. Her, Cadswain, and a few other channelers just lose it. Just full-on barbaric fighting with the One Power. They're taking on the red-veiled male channeler Aiel and Grendel, and it's just army chaos. No ranks, no nothing. Avienda rips someone's arms off at one point, Chewbacca style. We forget that Avienda is as powerful as a channeler as almost any other female channeler. She just likes using a spear better a lot of the time.
I like the way it makes me feel.
But I hear what you're asking. I hear what's pulsating in your mind. Who could possibly take over for the 5 great captains and manage to lead all these different battlefronts? If you even have 2 brains in your skull, you know exactly what time it is.
Fine. I'll do it myself.
I want you to remember that no bastard ever won a war by dying for his country. He won it by making the other poor dumb bastard die for his country. I don't want to get any messages saying that we are holding our position. We're not holding anything. Let the Hun do that. We are advancing constantly, and we're not interested in holding on to anything except the enemy. We're going to hold on to him by the nose, and we're going to kick him in the ass. We're going to kick the hell out of him all the time, and we're going to go through him like crap through a goose.
Matt Cawthon takes over all battlefronts. He initially came into the war just leading the Shan Chan's armies, but after realizing all the great captains have been tainted, he tells all the fronts, retreat to one location. We are going to have a final stand, and we need to regroup, bring the Shan Chan, Aiel, everyone, Two Rivers people, Karian, Camelin, just everybody, come here, get in formation. And he is getting ready for the true last battle with the dice tumbling away in his head. And would you guess who the one person who has a problem with this is for a while? Egwene. Egwene, other people can accomplish incredible things. She keeps thinking of Matt as this rapscal, and he still is, to be fair, but you've become the Amerlin. Perhaps he's accomplished some stuff. Maybe he wouldn't think he could do it unless he could. I'll leave it alone. Eventually she says, okay, that's fine, and lets him take over. It's time for Matt to lead the last battle. And that's right, we have not reached the chapter yet called The Last Battle. The chapter that's as long as the Philosopher's Stone, that's the last battle? This hasn't been it. The effort that has gone into this, and we haven't started.
All right, y'all, one last time. And if you're wondering, why is a giant part of the board just blacked out? Well, that's because I decided to get you all a little bit of a thank you present. Because if you've watched this far into the video, holy crap, you're amazing, and I will forever appreciate you. And you're obviously a very big Wheel of Time fan, whether you've read the books or not. You were at least caring enough to sit through my whiteboard madness. And so, I have linked down below a high-resolution image of this last battle map that I had paid an artist to take an existing Wheel of Time map they've done, add in some of these cool icons and details over top, and so you can go ahead and download it, use it as a phone wallpaper and computer wallpaper like I am, or get it printed out like I did, not charging anyone nothing. It's just a high-res image of this, which I had made for you all. Thank you so much. I love maps. I think they're the coolest thing ever, and link to the artist here. Their stuff is also all linked down below if you want to check out their shop and things. They do wonderful fantasy work, and I hope you enjoy. This is my favorite thing I've ever had made for a video. It's badass, and we're gonna go over a lot of the details soon. Remember, there are layers to this shit, but this kicks off the chapter, The Last Battle. And in the last battle, we have just everything happening all the time, everywhere, all at once. That's a great movie, you should watch it. But we are going to pick up with Elaine appearing at the field where all the armies are meeting and already just encountering a Drakkar attack. And to save soldiers from being taken by their keys, she creates a thunderclap and deafens everybody so they're able to successfully fight them off before she goes and meets with Matt and is questioning everything he's doing. Matt, your plan, what? And Matt tells everyone, shut up. I know there are dark friends all around us. Why? Because I know the story of the Wheel of Time. And so I'm going to keep what I'm doing secret. I'm not going to communicate very well for you. And this is one of the few instances where that's a good thing. All right? So do what I say. And so Galad, even at first, is questioning him, but overall, as they see him command battlefields through these horizontal gateways, which is a badass use of gateways, he wins them over. For example, we see the dragons are ordered to retreat right when Demondred arrives at the fields of Marilor with all of his Sharans, an incredibly large Shadow Spawn army. They were not given much time. The battle begins now. And we have all of our remaining forces of the light teamed up here with an overwhelming Dark Friend force, Dark Shadow Spawn force, Sharan's force descending on them post-haste. In addition to that, up at Shale Ghoul, things aren't looking great with Shadow turned Aiel and Shadow Spawn, including Darkhounds, just flooding the area that Avienda is trying desperately alongside Codswain and all these other wise ones to hold. And if there's one group of people who can hold out, it's the motherfucking Aiel. We get a detail that kind of makes it a bit understandable why some people in particular who are in the presence of Matt are beginning to doubt his ability to lead this slightly. Because he keeps saying things like, I'm treating this like gambling. And he's having a drink. He's matting it. I have no other way to put it aside from this is the last battle. The fate of the universe is in the balance. And the guy's like, hey, that servant girl who just gave me that drink's pretty cute. Yeah, send the soldiers. And I could use another drink. It's just, you know. But if you know Matt and you know how his brain works, him treating all of this randomly is exactly what you want. And we see as he is getting his forces into position or issuing strange commands like having this group of villagers go to try and
make a dam break that the Shadow Spawn are making so they can cross a river. It's just all strange because those were refugees and they actually got butchered in front of some people and now they're not happy.
You killed them because of your stupidity!
And unfortunately, when Demon Dread is arriving, we also see Gawain starts trying to think, which is bad for everybody. And he decides, well, I have these rings that Shan-Chan wear that make them kind of shadowy and a bit faster. What if I put all three on, not knowing the side effects of doing that, and charge Demon Dread alone as an assassin? You know, one telepathically linked to the Amerlin seat so that if I die, she'll go mad. That's what happened when we let Gawain think. Dumb Gawain, bad. And this goes exactly as you'd think. He tries to go fight Demon Dread, and Demon Dread just beats the piss out of him and doesn't even bother killing him, just mortally wounds him and sends him off like, go tell people to send something better than that. Demon Dread is allowing a slight lull in the fighting though, as he's continually calling out for Lews Therin. He wants to finally fight the man he was so jealous of, hence why he accepts when people approach to fight him. He's always wondering, is this Lews? And he's so disappointed it's not. We also learn that he thinks possibly Matt is Lews Therin Rand because only a general who has the experience that Lews Therin did would be able to deploy troops as deftly as Matt is. Basically, for this whole battle, imagine Matt with that gif of the numbers going around all the time. And he's also got a whiteboard and he's 10D chessing with their playing checkers. He's doing everything he can, even though they're outnumbered. Like 5-1, I think is what's said at one point. Of course, Egwene feels Gawain get the piss kicked out of him, and so she tries to send her forces in deep to try and rescue him. Well, some people are very actually smartly telling her like, hey, maybe release his bond or pass it to me. Egwene says, no, I must feel if he's alive. But if he dies, damn it, Egwene too. We do see Galad is with Elaine on one of the battlefronts as they're preparing to lead more soldiers into battle, and he receives a missive from Matt, and Matt has given him a Foxhead medallion. The Foxhead medallion, that's right. The really, really good one. And it has a note that says, kill as many channelers as you can, and Matt, you're a genius. That is so smart. Oh! Giving Galad, the swordsman who just butchers his way through crowds of people like it's a dance, an ability to get the jump on channelers. Galad's so thrilled to do murder. Like, oh, yeah! I'm doing it for the light, therefore it's okay. Let's kill people.
Oh boy, here I go killing again.
But this moment actually does contain a great character beat for Galad as well, because as frustrating as he may be, the total Boy Scout that he is, you can never call Galad a hypocrite. And before he opens this letter for Matt, he actually has a conversation with Elaine where she says, you can do it then, asked Elaine, kill women. Perhaps once I would have hesitated, Galad said, but that would have been the wrong choice. Women are as fully capable of being evil as men. Why should one hesitate to kill one but not the other? The light does not judge one based on gender, but on the merit of their heart, which is extra poignant because Matt's letter reads, Galad, not much time to be flowery. You're the only one I trust with this mission. You'll do what is right, even when nobody bloody wants you to. The Borderlanders might not have the stomach for this, but I'll bet I can trust a white cloak. Take this, get a gateway from Elaine, do what has to be done. Matt. And the reason he's pointing out white cloak and Borderlanders there, the Borderlanders are very subservient to Aes Sedai. Galad's gonna have to kill a lot of female channelers among the Sharans. It's essentially a requirement to be a white cloak to be willing to kill female channelers. But after this order is issued, Matt's command tent is ambushed, and we see Greymen and power attacks raining down on it. Him and Min barely make it out alive. Tuon is there fighting as well, and the Empress nearly dies. And Swan Sanjay is killed. She is dead. Now, in one of many of Robert Jordan's moments that come full circle for the Wheel of Time series, something beautiful lies in the details of just how Swan Sanjay dies, and the fact that she's trying to save Matt when it happens. And one of my favorite character interactions that happens Earlier in the series, Swan Sanche says the following to Matt. You remind me of my Uncle Huan. No one could ever pin him down. He liked to gamble too. He'd much rather have fun than work. He died pulling children out of a burning house. He wouldn't stop going back as long as there was one left inside. Are you like him, Matt? Will you be there when the flames are high? And not only do we as readers recognize this as a perfect description of Matt's character, showcasing Swan's incredibly accurate read of him, but it foreshadows how she passes, running into a fire, trying to save him. And if that hurt, it's about to hurt a lot more. After this incident, the Shanshan actually retreat. They see how overwhelming the forces are, and Tuan, being the Empress, has an argument with Matt and tells him, we are gonna try to fight from Shanshan. This is a lost battle. You're bad. You made this a joke. You didn't take this seriously. You were drinking. This is all your fault. And the Shanshan retreat, except for a couple that are left with Matt because they were responsible for Tuan almost dying, like they were guarding her during that time, so they have to go die to protect their honor. But the Shanshan bounce, and that is a bad situation. And on top of that, Galad, after making his way through just an ocean of Sharan blood, comes across a bleeding out Gawain. And Gawain's dying words are, Rand's your bro, half-brother.
That came out of nowhere.
Don't worry, him and Elaine, not related. Doesn't say that, but there's a moment, I'm sure, in Galad's head where because he just saw pregnant Elaine. Also, this is Demon Dread. And if there's one person who actually has the ability with the blade, while wearing an immunity to channeling, who actually could maybe beat Demon Dread, well, it's not Galad. Demon Dread's forces drop directly on top of Elaine's position. Galad swoops on in and puts up a hell of a fight. He's actually engaging Demon Dread, doing a damn good job, scores a hit. But Demon Dread then cuts his arm off and stabs him, and everything goes black for Galad. So, good try. He actually drew blood, and he had a reason beyond just, well, I'm experimenting with magical objects I don't understand, to attempt this. But don't worry too much about Galad. He is saved through a gateway and falls into Berelane's Tanchican Hills, even though she's from Mayan, if you know what I'm saying. She immediately is at his bedside in the triage place, making sure he's okay. And he takes off the medallion and gives it to Berelane and tells her that she needs to give it back.
Well, it was a good try.
But when Demon Dread comes in and unleashes his forces on Elaine, also Matt shows up and helps push back. But if you remember, yes, Egwene connected to Gawain, who just died. And we see she nearly loses her mind, but in some last-minute quick thinking that apparently is emotionally able to stabilize her enough to keep her going, she jumps to Mayen, where a Greene is, and bonds a Greene as her warder. Because it kind of feels, it's like if you wanted Coke and you get Diet Coke. During one of the lulls that goes on in all this fighting, though, we get two people meeting that just make me so, I love that they meet. And that is Lan having an interaction with Tam, where he sees Tam dispatching Trollocs even as an old man in the void, and Lan says, I wanted to know if the guy who gave Rand his sword was truly a blade master. I feel like we'd be really good friends if we got to hang out, and Tam's like, I same vibe. I think you're awesome. I think you're pretty cool. Let's hope they both live. By the way, Avienda is about to have a fight with Grendel, and when I say it gives the energy of one of the fights from Creed, where they're just railing into each other with fists, but with the power. We also see the dragons are continually being worked on and trying to be repaired. Instead of having them move around a battlefield, they've put them in a cavern in the middle of nowhere. And so they are protected from everything going on outside. And whenever they're ready to fire, well, you'll see. But this takes us back to Egwene, and she is finally engaging Mazrim Taim on the battlefield. And she comes in so aggressively that she actually makes Mazrim Taim bounce. He nearly gets killed by Egwene, who is losing her mind now that Gawain's dead, just out on the battlefield. No strategy, reckless charging. But Demon Dread takes a really powerful Tirangriel he's been using and hands it to Mazrim Taim, specifically saying, if you try to use that on me, it is triggered to me and it will not be used to hurt me, and I'll kill you, but use that to kill her. Use Balefire. He actually says that. And so Mazrim Taim comes back
and the leader of the corrupted Black Tower has an official showdown with the Amerlin seat of the White Tower. And with this Tirangriel, Mazrim Taim is just devastating the battlefield. He's unleashing so much balefire that reality is breaking. Like, those gaps in reality have been appearing, and now it's like a system glitching and shutting down. The pattern is falling apart, and he's balefiring so many Aes Sedai that waves of Sharans that they killed a while ago are coming back to life and entering the battlefield. And so Egwene, she remembers an interaction she had with Perrin, where he said, balefire's just a weave. And he's right, and she, being Egwene, someone who, has done an incredible job of making discoveries on her own right, unleashes an anti-balefire weave, which actually has been set up for her doing something similar once before, and so it doesn't come completely out of nowhere, and it eats away Mazrim Taim's balefire, eats into him and turns him into a crystal. But she had to use so much of the one power, despite being incredibly powerful as a channeler, that she realizes if she lets go of the source, she'll have burned herself out. And so she screams for all of the Aes Sedai around her to retreat, and she keeps drawing. And in an echo of one of her ancestors back in Menetherin, she goes out like the queen, detonates like a bomb amongst the shadow spawn, killing waves of them, and the spell she used is just resealing so much of the damage that all of this balefire use throughout the series, to be frank, has done. And the weave is called the Flame of Tarvalin, and with it, Egwene dies.
Watch for the light, Egwene whispered. Mother, Lilwyn still knelt beside her. Around them, hundreds of Sharran picked themselves up off the ground. Watch for the light, Lilwyn, Egwene said. As the Amerlin seat, I command you, find the seals of the Dark One's prison and break them. Do it the moment the light shines. Only then can it save us. But, Egwene wove a gateway and wrapped Lilwyn in air, shoving her through to safety. As she went, Egwene released the woman's bond, severing their brief tie. No! Lilwyn cried. The gateway closed. Black cracks and nothingness expanded all around Egwene as she faced the hundreds of Sharans. Her Aes Sedai had fought with strength and valor, but those Sharran channelers still remained. They surrounded her, some timid, others smiling in triumph. She closed her eyes and drew in the power, more than a woman should be able to, more than was right. Far beyond safety, far beyond wisdom, this Sangreal had no buffer to prevent this. Her body was spent. She offered it up and became a column of light, releasing the flame of Tarvalin into the ground beneath her and high into the sky. The power left her in a quiet, beautiful explosion, washing across the Sharans and sealing the cracks created by her fight with Mahail. Egwene's soul separated from her collapsing body and rested upon the wave, riding it into the light. Egwene died. Rand screamed in denial, in rage, in sorrow. Not her, not her! The dead are mine. Shaitan! Rand yelled. Not her! I will kill them all, adversary. Rand bent over, squeezing his eyes shut. I will protect you, he thought. Whatever else happens, I will see you safe, I swear it, I swear it. Oh, light. Egwene's name joined the list of the dead. The list continued to grow, thundering in his mind. His failures, so many failures. He shouldn't have been able to save them. The Dark One's attacks persisted, trying to rip Rand apart and crush him all at once. Oh, light, not Egwene. Rand closed his eyes in collapse, barely holding back the next attack. Darkness enclosed him. In the wake of such a tragedy, we also see Elaine is ambushed by Dark Friends, led by the Dark Friend that was among her bodyguard, and he successfully decapitates Birgitta Silverbow, killing the hero of the Horn before telling Elaine that the Dark One doesn't need her alive, he just wants the babies. And he's happy when Elaine starts screaming no. The pronouncement of Egwene's death sends tremors through the forces of the light because while she just took out a new Forsaken, things are looking bad. Now everyone is completely pinned down and surrounded on the fields of Marilor. And just to give you an idea of how costly the last battle has already been in its setup, 6 Aiel chiefs
minimum are dead. Half of the tower's Aes Sedai are dead. And the casualties of just people throughout the lands is already in the millions in the last little more than a week of fighting. There's also been 4 Borderlander cities that had to be burned in a World War II Russia-style tactic where they burned the cities that the people were about to get so that they couldn't have anything within them and couldn't make them bases of their own. This is scorched earth, if we don't win, it's all over strategy. But this takes us to what's going on with Rand, because the last we saw him, he touched the Dark One's prison. Him and Moradin's fight sent him into it, and now he has encountered the Dark One, who we said addresses him as adversary. And the Dark One and him, outside of the pattern, I'll get into some of the readings here, start exchanging realities, trying to show their vision of the future versus what actually would be the result of what Rand thinks his created reality would be. It's borderline philosophical, but essentially the first one that the Dark One shows Rand is a horrid nightmare world that's very like, oh, what you traditionally think of a Dark One ruling an earth. Blood, death, murder, forsaken rulers, Rand's loved ones being tortured forever, and Rand goes, no. He proposes another reality, constructs it, of what he thinks a world without the Dark One would be. Perrin and Fael's grandchildren are ruling the 2 rivers. It's nice, except the Dark One goes, no, that's not what it would be like without me. If you get rid of me, fun fact, I'm a natural force. There would be no free will. And he shows Rand, one, a world where everyone has 0 conscience and is just killing with the opposite of there being no Dark One, no light. So like even regular everyday people are like, oh, I want that, stab, take, mine. And then after that, he shows Rand a world that's somehow even worse. And in this world, there is no Dark One. And so Rand runs up to Elaine and he looks into her eyes and he sees there's no free will. It's a lot like when someone's forcibly turned to the shadow and their eyes change, except now it's for the light. He's done essentially what the Dark One is doing to people at the Black Tower. He's forcing people into the light, which it sounds good on paper, but then when you really look into it, that's bad. That's still stripping free will. And so Rand's plan to kill the Dark One's not looking great. He can't do that. Okay, so the Dark One offers one final thing. And with what we know about Rand, especially if he had not found his Zen state, I believe personally as a fan, he would have accepted this option, and this would have been where the Wheel of Time ends. Dark One offers to end it. Reality. I don't win, you don't win, we just end existence. Rand says no. Because during all of this, Rand has seen the horrible things that are happening. He witnesses Egwene's death. He also sees Huron the Sniffer killed on the battlefield, Davram Bashir and his wife, Garth Bryn. Yes, all of these characters we see die as Rand is observing the battlefield, seeing so much pain and loss. Making things even worse, we see Fael is betrayed by people around her as she's trying to get the horn out of the blight. They open a gateway onto the fields of Marilor, but an Aes Sedai who's with them turns out to be a dark friend and tries to steal it. Trollocs attack. Fael has to ride Bella into the Trollocs to try and assist Oliver escaping, who stabbed a woman in the back earlier. Good job, little man. I'm actually proud of you. He thought to himself, what would Matt do? But now Oliver's running desperately from Trollocs, has to just hide in a small crevasse with the Horn of Valir as Trollocs are reaching in trying to get him. Where can we find hope? My God! Even Avienda in Shale Ghul is about to try and ambush Grendel, but feels someone behind her and turns and fires a fireball and kills Ruark, who was under Grendel's compulsion. Where can you find hope in all of this pain? Rand is drowning in guilt. He sees one man ride out from Matt's army. One man who got delivered the Foxhead Medallion from Barrelane. The last of the Malkiri, Alan Mendragoran, by himself. And we even see Loyal witnessing this occur and start running over and saying, I have to witness the fall of the last king of the Valkyrie. And so Lan, with the cover of arrows, manages to get behind the Trollocs line, straight up doing some Dynasty Warriors 1v mobs with Trollocs and Myrddraal, and gets his way to Demon Dread, who we've seen clearly likes to take on a boss battle. The guy really enjoys his Elden Ring style gameplay. And Demon Dread asks him who he is, and Lan, under the eclipsed sun, and I imagine taking off his warder cloak because it's like a Western, I just feel like that's appropriate, says, "I'm the man who will kill you." This is how his confrontation with Demon Dread goes. Many fans' favorite fight in the entire series. Demon Dread blocked Lan's attack, but he breathed hoarsely. "Who are you?" Demon Dread whispered again. "No one of this age has such skill. Asmodean, no. No, he couldn't have fought me like this. Luce Theron, it is you behind that face, isn't it?" "I am just a man," Lan whispered. "That is all I have ever been." Demon Dread growled, then launched an attack. Lan responded with stones falling down the mountain, but Demon Dread's fury forced him back a few steps. Despite Lan's initial offensive, Demon Dread was the better swordsman. Lan knew this by the same sense that told him when to strike, when to parry, when to step, and when to withdraw. Perhaps, if they had come to fight evenly, it would be different. They had not. Lan had been fighting for an entire day, and though he had been healed from his worst wounds, the smaller ones still ached. Beyond that, a healing in of itself was draining. Demon Dread was still fresh. The Forsaken stopped talking and engrossed himself in the duel. He also stopped using the one power, focused solely on his swordplay. He did not grin as he took the advantage. He did not seem like a man who grinned very often. Lan slipped away from Demon Dread, but the Forsaken pressed forward with the boar rushes down the mountain, again pushing Lan back to the perimeter of the circle, battering at his defenses, cutting him on the arm, then the shoulder, then finally the thigh. "I've only time for one last lesson." "I have you," Demon Dread finally growled, breathing heavily. "Whoever you are, I have you. You cannot win." "You didn't listen to me," Lan whispered. "One last lesson. The hardest." Demon Dread struck, and Lan saw his opening. Lan lunged forward, placing Demon Dread's sword point against his own side and ramming himself forward onto it. "I did not come here to win," Lan whispered, smiling. "I came here to kill you. Death is lighter than a feather." Demon Dread's eyes opened wide, and he tried to pull back. Too late, Lan's sword took him straight through the throat. The world grew dark as Lan slipped backward off the sword. He felt Nynaeve's fear and pain as he did, and he sent his love to her. Now, before we get to the reaction to this, I want to tell you what Tom's doing, because we have this wonderful sequence where Tom is standing outside the Dark One's prison. He's observing everyone dying in Shale Ghul, Darkhounds tearing their way through Aiel. It's not looking good. And I just like to imagine this happening in slow motion, because he's thinking to himself, there are no words, even to him, a professional wordsmith, a gleeman, to describe the horror, the terror around him, except there's a positive word that does. Because if the light wins, if they manage to eke out a victory by the skin of their teeth, this will have been exquisite.
It's breathtaking.
We see Cadsuane trying to get into the cave to help Rand, and as she walks past Tom, he throws a knife and kills her, because that was an imposter, obviously. They never get the walk right, he thinks to himself, as he lights his pipe and gets ready to watch the world end. YouTube, that was water vapor. It was water vapor. Look at these eyes, water vapor. Rand, still outside of the pattern, finally hears a voice whom he had sworn himself to protect. "You fool," her voice in his head, fond but sharp. "Egwene? Am I not allowed to be a hero too?" He felt peace. "It's not that. You march to your death, yet you forbid anyone else from doing so. Let go, Rand. Let us die for what we believe, and do not try to steal that from us. You have embraced your death. Embrace mine." Tears leaked from the corners of his eyes. "I'm sorry," he whispered. "Why?" "I've failed." "No, not yet you haven't." The Dark One flayed him. He huddled before that vast nothingness, unable to move. He screamed in agony. And then he let go. He let go of the guilt. He let go of the shame for having not saved Egwene and all the others. He let go of the need to protect her, to protect all of them.
He let them be heroes. Names streamed from his head: Egwene, Huron, Bashir, Isan of the Chari Nail, Samora, and thousands more, one by one, first slowly, but with increasing speed. He counted backward through the list he had once maintained in his head. The list had once been only women, but had grown to include everyone he knew that died for him. He hadn't realized how large it had become, how much he had let himself carry. The names ripped from him like physical things, like doves of flight, and each one carried away a burden. Weight vanished from his shoulders. His breathing grew steadier. It was as if Perrin had come with his hammer and shattered 1,000 chains that had been dragging behind Rand. Ilyena was last. We are reborn, Rand thought, so we can do better the next time. So do better. He opened his eyes and placed his hands before him, palms against the blackness that felt solid, his self that had fuzzed, becoming indistinct as the Dark One ripped at it, pulled together. He placed his other arm down, then heaved himself to his knees. And then Rand al'Thor, the Dragon Reborn, stood up once again to face the shadow, surrounded by all time and nothing at the same time. His body still stood in the cave of Shale Ghul, locked in that moment of battle against Moradin. But his soul was here. He existed in this place that was not this place outside of the pattern, this place where evil was born. He looked into it and he knew it. The Dark One was not a being but a force, an essence as wide as the universe itself, which Rand could now see in complete detail. Planets, stars in their multitudes, like the motes of a bonfire. Dark One still strove to destroy him. Rand felt strong despite the attacks, relaxed, complete. With his burden gone, he could fight again. He held himself together. It was difficult, but he was victorious. Rand stepped forward. The darkness shuddered. It quivered, vibrated, as if disbelieving.
I destroyed them.
The Dark One was not a being. It was the darkness between them, between light, between moments, between eye blinks.
All is mine this time. It was ever meant to be. It will ever be.
Rand saluted those who died, the blood running across the rocks, the weeping of those who witnessed others fall. The shadow threw all of it at Rand, intent on Rand's destruction, but it did not destroy him. We will never give in, Rand whispered. I will never give in. The vast shadow thundered and shook. It sent jolts through and across the world. The ground rent, the laws of nature fractured, swords turned against their owners, food spoiled, rocks turned to mud. It came upon Rand again, the force of nothingness itself trying to pull him apart. The strength of the attack did not lessen, and yet, suddenly, it felt like an idle buzzing. They would not give up. It wasn't just about Rand. All of them would keep fighting. The Dark One's attacks lost meaning. If they could not make him yield, if they could not make him relent, then what were they? Within the tempest, Rand sought the void, as Tam had taught him. All emotion, all worry, all pain. He took it and fed it into the flame of a single candle. He felt peace, the peace of a single drop of water hitting a pond, the peace of mountains, the peace between eye blinks, the peace of the wind. I will not give up, he repeated, and the words seemed to wander to him.
I control them all. I break them before me. You have lost, child of humankind.
If you think that, Rand whispered into the darkness, then it is because you cannot see. You cannot fathom it, can you? Rand demanded of the darkness. It is beyond you. You break us and still we fight. Why? Haven't you killed us? Haven't you ruined us?
You.
The Dark One replied.
I have you.
Rand stepped forward. In this place of nothing, the pattern seemed to swirl around him like a tapestry. Here is your flaw, Shaitan, Lord of the Dark, Lord of Envy, Lord of Nothing. Here is why you fail. It was not about me. It's never been about me. It was about a woman torn and beaten, cast from her throne and made a puppet, a woman who had crawled when she had to. That woman still fought. It was about a man that love repeatedly forsook, a man who found relevance in a world that others would have let pass them by, a man who remembers stories and who took fool boys under his wing when the smarter move would have been to keep on walking. That man still fought. It was about a woman with a secret, a hope for the future, a woman who had hunted the truth before others could, a woman who had given her life Then had it returned? That woman still fought. It was about a man whose family was taken from him, but who stood in his sorrow and protected those who he could. It was about a woman who refused to believe that she could not help, could not heal those who had been harmed. It was about a hero who insisted with every breath that he was anything but. It was about a woman who would not bend her back while she was beaten, and who shone with the light for all who watched. It was about all of them. He saw this over and over in the pattern arrayed about him. Rand walked through eons and ages, his hands passing through ribbons of the pattern's light. Here is the truth, Shaitan, Rand said, taking another step forward, arms out, woven patterns spreading around them. You cannot win unless we give up. That's it, isn't it? This fight isn't about a victory in battle, taking me. It was never about beating me. It was never about breaking me. That's what you've tried to do with all of this. It's why at times you tried to have us killed, while other times you didn't seem to care. You win when you break us, but you haven't. You can't. The darkness trembled. The nothingness shook, as if the arches of the heavens themselves were cracking. The Dark One's shout was defiant within the void. Rand continued forward, and the darkness trembled.
I can still kill.
The Dark One bellowed.
I can still take them all. I am Lord of the Grave, the Battle Lord. He is mine. All are mine eventually.
Rand stepped forward, hands stretched out. In his palm sat the world, and upon that world a continent, and upon that continent a battlefield. Mat fought, Tam at his side with his sword out. Deathwatch guards joined them, then Loyal and the Ogier. The armies of a dozen nations and peoples fought, many joining him as he rushed across the plateau. They were outnumbered 3-1. Mat fought, bellowing in the old tongue. He slew one Trolloc, then another. Half a dozen in moments, but he felt he was fighting with the surf itself. Wherever he struck down blackness, more took its place. Trollocs, moving in the shadows, lit only by the occasional lantern or burning arrow stuck in the ground. The Trollocs didn't fight as one. We can break them, Mat thought. We have to break them. This was his chance. Push now, while the Sharans were dazed at Demondred's fall.
The son of battles. I will take him. I will take them all, adversary, as I took the king of nothing.
What was that about nothingness in his head? Mat beheaded a Trolloc, then wiped his brow, the Deathwatch guards covering him for a moment. Mat could feel the battlefield in the night. There were a lot of Trollocs and Sharans, so many of them. There were too many. Rand stood above the pattern and looked down at the fallen men in a land where hope seemed to have died. You have not been watching closely enough. About one thing, you are wrong, so very wrong. Cornered and alone, a boy huddled in a cleft on the rock. Horrors with knives and fangs, the shadow itself made flesh, dug at his hiding place, reaching with nails like knives and ripping his skin. Terrified, crying, bloodied, the boy raised a golden horn to his lips. Mat squinted, the battle seeming to dim around him. So very wrong, Shaitan. Rand's voice whispered in Mat's mind. Then the voice was no longer in Mat's mind. It could be heard distinctly by everyone on the battlefield. That one who lost his kingdom. That one from whom you took everything. Lurching, bloodied, from the sword strike to his side, the last king of the Malkiri stumbled to his feet. Land thrust his hand into the air, holding by its hair the head of Demondred, general of the Shadow's armies. That man, Rand shouted. That man still fights. Mat felt the battlefield grow still. All were frozen in place. At that moment, there rang out a soft but powerful sound. Clear note, golden. One long tone that encompassed everything. The sound of the horn, pure and beautiful. Mat had heard that sound before. You think I will retreat? The Dark One asked. The thing that spoke those words was something that Rand could never truly comprehend. Even seeing the universe in its entirety did not allow him to understand evil itself. I never expected you to retreat, Rand said. I believe you incapable of it. I wish you could see. No, why does you continue to lose? The Dark One seethed with the boiling anger that Rand felt in this place as a physical force. You should not be surprised, Rand said. When have you ever inspired the best in men? You cannot. It is outside your power, Shaitan. Your mission will never fight on when hope is lost. They will never stand because doing so is right. It is not strength that beats you, it is nobility.
I will destroy, I will rend and burn, I will bring darkness to all, and death will be the trumpet I sound before my arrival, and you, adversary. Others may escape, but you will die. You must know this.
I do, Shaitan, Rand said softly. I embrace it, for death is, and always has been, lighter than a feather. Death arrives in a heartbeat, no more tangible than a flickering of a light. It has no weight, no substance. Rand strode forward, speaking louder. Death cannot keep me at bay, and it cannot rule me. It comes down to this, father of lies. When have you inspired a person to give their life for you? Not for the promises you give, not for the riches they seek or the positions they would hold, but for you. Has it ever happened? The darkness grew still. Bring my death, Shaitan, Rand growled, throwing himself into the blackness. For I bring yours. Rand broke free from the darkness and entered the pattern fully again. From his watching of the pattern, he knew that although only minutes had passed here since he'd entered, in the valley outside this cavern days had passed, and further out in the world it had been much longer. Rand threw Moradin back from the position they'd held during those tense minutes, with blades locked, still full of the power so sweet. Rand whipped the blade of Kalendor at his old friend. Moradin got his sword up in time to block, but only barely. He growled, pulling a knife from his belt and stepping back into a knife and sword stance. You don't matter any longer, Elon, Rand said, the torrent of Sayadine raging within him. Let us finish this. I don't, Warden laughed. Then he spun and threw a knife at Alana. Nynaeve watched in horror as the knife spun through the air. The winds didn't touch it for some reason. No! After she had coaxed the woman back to life, I cannot lose her now. Nynaeve tried to catch the knife or block it, but she moved just a hair too slow. The knife buried itself in Alana's breast. Nynaeve looked at it, horrified. This was not a wound that sewing and herbs could heal. The blade hit the heart. Rand, I need the one power, Nynaeve cried. It's all right, Alana whispered. Nynaeve looked at the woman's eyes. She was lucid. I can, Alana said. I can release him. The light faded from her eyes. Nynaeve looked at Moradin and Rand. Rand glanced at the dead woman with pity and sorrow, but Nynaeve saw no rage in his eyes. Alana had released the bond before Rand could feel the effects of her death. Moradin turned back to Rand, another knife in his left hand. Rand raised Kalendor to strike Moradin down. Moradin dropped his sword and stabbed his own right hand with the knife. Rand twitched suddenly, and Kalendor dropped from his grip, as if his hand had somehow hurt from Moradin's attack. The glow emanating from the blade winked out, and the crystallite blang rang as it hit the ground. Moradin scooped Kalendor up off the floor. It burst alight with the one power. Rand stumbled away, holding his aching hand to his chest. Moradin laughed, raising the weapon high. You are mine, Luce Theron. You are finally mine. He trailed off, then looked up at the sword, perhaps in awe. It can amplify the true power. A true power, Sangreal. How? Why? He laughed louder. A maelstrom churned about him. Channeling the true power is death here, Elon, Rand yelled. It will burn you to a cinder. It is oblivion, Moradin yelled. I will know the release, Luce Theron. I will take you with me. The sword's glow turned a violent crimson. Rand could feel the power emanating from Moradin as he drew in the true power. This was the most dangerous part of the plan. Men had figured it out. Kalendor had such flaws, such incredible flaws, created so that a man using it needed women to control him, created so that if Rand used it, others could take control of him. Why was Rand to need a weapon with such flaws? Why did the prophecies mention it so? A Sangreal of the true power, why would he ever need such a thing? The answer was so simple. Now, Rand yelled. Nynaeve and Moraine channeled together, exploiting the flaw in Kalendor. As Moradin tried to bring it to bear against Rand, wind whipped in the tunnel. The ground quivered and Moradin yelled, eyes going wide. They took control of him. Kalendor was flawed. Any man using it could be forced to link with women, to be placed in their control. A trap, and one he used on Moradin. Link, Rand commanded. They fed it to him. Power. Sayadar from the women, the true power from Moradin, and Sayadine from Rand. Moradin, channeling the true power here, threatened to destroy them all, but they buffered it with Sayadine and Sayadar. They directed all three at the Dark One. Rand punched through the blackness there and created a conduit of light and darkness, turning the Dark One's own essence upon him. Rand felt the Dark One beyond his immensity, space, size, time. Rand understood how these things could be irrelevant now. With a bellow, 3 powers coursing through him, blood streaming down his side, the Dragon Reborn raised a hand of power and seized the Dark One through the bore like a man reaching through water to grab the prize at a river's bottom. The Dark One tried to pull back, but Rand's claw was gloved by the true power. The enemy could not taint Sayadine again. The Dark One tried to withdraw the true power from Moradin, but the conduit flowed too freely, too powerfully to shut off now, even for Shaitan himself. So it was that Rand used the Dark One's own essence channeled in its full strength. He held the Dark One tightly, like a dove in the grip of a hawk, and light exploded from him. That beam of light to the north, channeling like none had ever felt before. Not even at the cleansing, such power. "It's happened," Gabriel said, stepping up to Logain. Logain reached to his belt, then took 3 items from his pouch, discs, half white, half black. The nearby Ashaman turned toward him, pausing and healing, and comforting the people. "Do it," Gabriel said. "Do it, Sealbreaker." Logain snapped the once unbreakable seals one by one, and dropped the pieces to the ground. And amongst the Sharans, the reaction to Demon Dread's death is to freeze. He made himself, in his own hubris, their god, their prophet, their leader, and now he is fallen. And so now's the time to attack. Matt, desperate, gives the signal and orders an insane charge. And remember when I said there was layers to this shit? I was talking literally. Because at the same time, a desperate boy trapped under a rock blows the horn, thinking it won't work, but not realizing the horn blower had already died once, and so it was no longer tied to him. And so it works. Gateways open at the flanks of the Shadow Spawn, and the double fake-out juke move is revealed as the Shan-Chan pour back into the battlefield. But you saw that coming. Let's show you exactly all of the other brilliant maneuvers Matt had in the chamber. Because remember that group he sent that just died trying to take down a dam? Those weren't just normal villagers. Those were the villagers from the town where they came back to life every day at dawn.
Here's Johnny.
And so suddenly this dam that they think everything's cool at has a bunch of villagers come back like 28 days later, rage zombies, and successfully pull down the dam. And that floods a huge part of the Trolloc army. That's the ghosts coming back here. And to boost morale even further as heroes of the Horn pour down and cannon gateways open, firing on the Sharans. We also see Landman Dragarin stand amongst the Sharans holding Demon Dread's severed head. The tides have turned.
Are you not entertained?
Aviendha begins her insane fight with Grandal, and I want to give this the time it's due because I don't see it talked about enough in the fandom. We've had a lot of people fight Forsaken in this series, but rarely do the Forsaken actually have 100% stand up, equal grounds, let's do this duke out fight. It's ambushes, hit and runs, or somehow they're depowered, or it's in the world of dreams. Aviendha and Grandal have a slugfest against each other. Aviendha's feet are ground like a blender at one point. Aviendha is about to lose, too weak to even pull out her knife, but tries to untie a gate. Oh.
Wella wella boom, baby!
And she detonates a gateway as Grandal is trying to compulse her, so her compulsion goes wrong. Aviendha rolls up and finds Grandal there, accidentally compulsing herself to be a servant to Aviendha. Aviendha just gained one of the Forsaken as a... Aviendha kicked Grandal's ass so hard, Grandal now serves her. That is a factual statement.
Yeah, go get some!
Damn! maybe the most impressive Forsaken fight that's just not talked about enough. Birgitta Silverbow, brought back by the horn, emerges from the mist and shoots the Dark Friend who's holding the copy of the Foxhead medallion he stole against Elaine. I'm back and I got all my memories again. Noise. That's my impression of Birgitta Silverbow. Noise. Though there was a beat in the story where they're trying to make you think the Shan-Chan won't return because Min is witnessing a few of the people be like, maybe we shouldn't go back and try to defend from Shan-Chan, and she suspects one of them being a Dark Friend, does a really clever double ploy where Min keeps an eye on the Shan-Chan she's pretty sure is a Dark Friend and goes, I think there's a spy among us, a Dark Friend. And that woman tenses. And, you know, maybe that's a normal reaction. Accusation of Dark Friend. And Min goes, it's this woman over here. And then she sees the Dark Friend relax and goes, you, wham! Double fake duke, juke, book. And then she tells the Shan-Chan, we are going back. I see the future. Listen to me. Even Mulgideon, who tries to put a fake face on to mimic being Demon Dread, instead ends up just turning around as she's rallying troops and seeing a cannon right here until Telmanis yells, fire! And the final piece of news that I bet some of you have forgotten even about at this point, Perrin wakes up. He has been asleep this whole time. And now it's time to take you to the climax board. I'm just gonna embrace it. It's the best name for that thing. Perrin re-enters the dream world where he finds Gaul. Apparently it's only been like an hour until I run reeled by Shale Ghul, because remember, time shenanigans. But he finds Gaul, who is still trying to harass Slayer as much as possible. And Slayer is saying that he's king of Tel Aryad, better than the Forsaken, setting Perrin up for a one-liner. Like, such low-hanging fruit. Perrin walks into the dream world, goes, you're no king, except like Perrin and cool. And then he finally has another fight with Slayer, where Perrin figures out after seeing Slayer do it how to will himself in and out of the dream world physically in an instant, meaning he is able to just flicker in and out. And so him and Slayer are fighting between realms amongst the Darkhounds and Aiel that are at Shale Ghul, and finally Perrin manages to bring the hammer down and destroys that man. He kills Slayer and it feels great. Just for you, Hops. He also takes Gaul, who's severely injured at this point, to Mayan to get healed, though Barrelane does not sit at his bedside for some reason, you biased bastard. Not really. Galad's hot. I get it. Matt, after crushing the remaining Shannaren armies at the fields of Marilor, gets on a Shan-Tan beast and flies to Shale Ghul because of the Dream Spike. They can't make gateways. There's problems, but he gets there anyway. Cut to seeing Matt not have the most awesome ending for an antagonist, because we see the mist that Fane has been walking with for a long time arrive, and Fane, of course, is calling himself by another name. He tries to stab Matt with the mist. Matt, after being presumed dead, but of course he's not, stands up, kills Padon Fane, and goes, you can't get a disease twice. That doesn't apply here, but okay. And Oliver blows the horn of Valir again, and the heroes of the horn arrive at Shale Ghul to fight amongst everybody. The cave is collapsing. We see Moraine help drag Nynaeve out. She looks back and sees the Lovecraftian horror-esque darkness dwindle before Rand. Rand is seen trying to pull Moradin out. It's chaos, but we know things have gone right, because we cut away, and right when a beam of light came from the cave, Logain was able to gain his glory. He was determined to find the power that Taim had been using with the Sangreal that Demon Dread had given him, but instead, he was called away to help refugees, and he does so. And in a moment of pure good, we see the people he saved begin to thank the Ashaman and start pledging to send their kids to be tested. The damage the Dark One had done is fully healed because of Logain's actions. Not only is he the seal breaker and broke the seals on the Dark One's prison after they were handed to him, but now he is the one who shows the future can be unified. We also see in the dream world, as all of this was going down, Lanfear tried to compulse Perrin into betraying the light and killing Nynaeve, but he was able to use his will, his strength, to overcome it, and compulsions just to weave it as well. He then walks up to Lanfear and breaks her neck before running off and trying to find Fael. Rand is found amongst the rubble, but he's dying. There is an immediate triage-esque tent trying to stabilize him, keep him alive, but he's slipping away. During this time, we cut to other characters' perspectives. We see Loyal is trying to get accounts of the battle. He ends up getting yelled at because this isn't the time. Matt meets with Tuon and finds out she's pregnant. They end up watching fireworks that are being set off in celebration. The clashing of tones at the end here is so perfect. I've always kind of imagined it like a long, steady take where you got to scene and there's joy, there's sobbing, there's pain. They're trying to stabilize Rand. There's shock, just every feeling that could be imagined as the last battle has ended. And it almost feels like the chaos in the aftermath of the last battle is even greater than the last battle itself. And I think that is truly a perfect encapsulation of what this would truly be like, right? You want to say, oh, the day is won and it's simple and easy, but it never actually is. Birgitte fades away next to Elaine, saying that she is being reborn. The final surviving Forsaken, Moghedien, is trying to slip away, but Ashanchan Suldam decides just one more Damani won't be missed. And we see a collar put on her neck before Moghedien is dragged back to Ebu Dar. I also take that as a sign as there's going to be trouble with the Ashanchan in the future because they're already bending/breaking rules. Talk about it. No, we won't. That's not addressed in the Wheel of Time, and so we won't. Let's talk about the end, though. Perrin successfully finds a bleeding and near-death Fail and brings her back to this catastrophe of a victory. She's managed to be healed and stabilized. About the same time, it's announced by Nynaeve that Rand al'Thor has died, and he's gone. The dragon prophecy is officially fulfilled. A pyre is made, and Tam al'Thor asks for it to be a small funeral, knowing that Rand was a boy from the Two Rivers. He wouldn't want some king's farewell or anything, and so just the closest to him, his lovers, his best friends, his father, Tom Marilyn, Lan, they come and light his body on fire. It's Tam who reverently begins the blaze, sending off his son. But Aviendha, Min, and Elaine don't seem that distraught. Something's wrong there, and Cadsuane can absolutely tell. Strange. Also, we cut to Moradin's body, the guy who looks so much like Rand that wanted to die. Except this is Rand al'Thor in a body much like his own, with both hands, no permanent wound, and no Sayadin. He traded bodies with Moradin. And Rand al'Thor gets up, not in pain, and sneaks out the back flap of a tent, pulls a pipe, doesn't have Sayadin, he can't light it. He sees Cadsuane staring at him, thanks her for not giving him away, steals a horse, and wills the pipe to light, and it does. And he rides off into an actual sunset, thinking about the three women he loves, and he gets to live a life of solitude where no one knows he's the Dragon Reborn. He gets to go be a farmer, who apparently now has the ability to will reality to be what he wants. And the ending to the Wheel of Time reads, Rand just had not had the leisure to have a real look at much of the world. That will be new, he thought, traveling without being chased, or having to rule here or there, traveling where he could just sleep in a barn in exchange for splitting some firewood. He thought about that and found himself laughing, riding on south and smoking his impossible pipe. And as he did so, a wind rose up around him, around the man who had been called Lord, Dragon Reborn, King, Killer, Lover, and Friend. The wind rose high and free, to soar in an open sky with no clouds. It passed over a broken landscape scattered with corpses not yet buried, a landscape covered at the same time with celebrations. It tickled the branches of trees that had finally begun to put forth buds. The wind blew southward, through knotted forests, over shimmering plains, and towards lands unexplored. This wind, it was not the ending. There are no endings and never will be endings to the turning of the Wheel of Time, but it was an ending. I feel like I've gotten something out of my system. I have wanted to share this story with the world in some capacity my whole life. I don't know why. It's just meant so much to me since I was a wee lad. And now I've gotten to. when there was a show, I was hoping I'd be able to, in that sense, where more people would finally be able to experience it. But that not happening, I just had a fire where I know I needed to tell the story and see and show people why I love Robert Jordan's magnum opus so much and why I'm so grateful for Brandon Sanderson. If you've stuck around to this point in the video, thank you a million times over. Please download the artwork I had custom made for you all to enjoy. Check out the artist as well. Like and subscribe if you have not already. Look forward to me doing this for more series in the future. And now, if someone asks you if you've read The Wheel of Time, you can officially say, kinda? But not really. Wait, what are you still doing here? Oh, you want to know what this is about? Lanfear lived. Brandon Sanderson confirmed it. They were in the dream world. She just made an illusion for Perrin. The one witness that Rand would trust no matter what. Of course she lived. Lanfear.